Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
Oh, and look at Ding. He knows it's over. Ding never quite felt comfortable.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
And a little sip of tea, you know what that means? Satisfied, he's got a draw in his pocket.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, we see friends of chess coming to the Palacio de Santonia every single day. Hikaru Nakamura, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they sign autographs, take photos. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi with his fans, Timur Rajabov, smiling with signing autographs, having a good old time with chess lovers. And speaking of chess lovers, this is where the Chess.com Spanish team does their commentary. People will trickle in here, sit down, listen to these great commentators. The players, they have not made their way to the playing hall just yet, but they still have a little bit of time before round 13 commences. We had a rest day yesterday, but I want to remind everybody, if they've already forgotten, International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Almira, how did you enjoy your rest day yesterday?
Well, I spent, some of my rest day at home, and then I played a few blitz games. You know, you've transformed me, guys. Been some bad influence on me.
Uh-oh. And I'm going to blame Danya for that because he's a blitz machine, and you were playing some blitz chess yourself yesterday.
I was. Well, in the first half of the day, I toured the beautiful city of Segovia. And then on my way back, I found out that a certain someone was playing blitz in the Parque El Retiro. So I knew I wasn't going back to the hotel. I missed that certain someone by a couple of minutes, but I still got to play Anna Kramling and got to hang out in the park. And then that evening, I still got to see Magnus Carlsen and Anish, and I had a great, great time yesterday. And most importantly, I got a lot of sleep.
Wow. And of course, Danya skips out the dinner he had with me last night. So the least important part of his day. And my invitation got lost in the mail. But somebody who needs no invitation to win his second consecutive candidates is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Almira, 8.5 points for him. He's 2 points ahead of the people trailing him, and there are only 2 rounds to go.
There are 2 rounds to go, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is only half a point away from the tournament victory, so he needs a draw today. But let's have a look at the standings. Hikaru Nakamura and Liren are tied for the second place with 6.5 points. Timur Rajabov and Fabiano Caruana have 6 points. Richard Rapport and Jan-Krzysztof Duda have 5 points. And theoretically, all of these players can finish second in this tournament. Only Alireza Firouzja, who is on the clear last place, can no longer win the tournament or be second. So every player is within the striking distance of the second place.
That's absolutely true. And Danya, how strange it in a way to see Timur Rajabov finally getting his way into the top half of the field.
It's crazy, and it still doesn't add up that Timur won with black in 20 moves in the last round. I'll talk about this more when we discuss today's matchup, but I feel like Timur has been consistently underestimated. The factor of experience has been underestimated by most chess fans. This is a guy who beat Garry Kasparov in 2003 with black. That's 20 years ago. Timur is impervious to nerves. He's been centered. He's been playing well. And I think he's thrilled to be where he is in the tournament standings, fighting for second place.
Well, Timur Rajabov, he may be overestimated by some and overlooked by others, but he certainly is not by us because he was the spotlight of our round 12 recap.
Timur Rajabov surprised Ding Liren with the unusual but effective knight to a6 right out of the opening. Ding tried to press for an advantage, avoiding drawish lines and castling and accepting significant risk to do so. Radjabov found multiple subtle but effective moves to increase the pressure. He himself particularly liked rook to b6.
But in my opinion, I don't know, after the best move from me I think was rook b6, because rook b6 at least gives some kind of tricks, and also his time was going down and so on, and also pressure is on him, not on me. So yeah, it seems that I'm playing better in this tournament against the players who are bleeding.
After Ding played the weakening pawn move f3, Radjabov targeted the extremely soft e3 pawn and broke through just a few moves later with the brilliant rook takes e3.
And what else is a very powerful force is rook takes e3, which is on the board. No hesitation.
Taking Radjabov's rook would have led to a killing king hunt. Beautiful checkmates loomed.
King f1, bishop c5, king f1, rook takes f3, and you have a Boden's mate on top of everything else. This would be mate without the rook, the queen, and the knight.
Ding declined the rook sacrifice and tried to fight on a pawn down, but his king was too weak and his pieces too scattered. He was forced to resign just 5 moves later.
Almira, we heard from Timur Radjabov. He says he's at his best when playing some of the tournament leaders.
Well, first of all, he emerged victorious from this clash of the titans. But let's be honest, no one was betting on him, especially with black against Ding Liren. That was a very important victory, and he's back in the race.
He certainly is. And Danya, he beat Hikaru Nakamura a few rounds before that. So the second half has been very kind to Timur Radjabov.
Yeah, both of his wins have been very impressive. His draws have been very solid. His opening preparation has been stellar. Really, whichever way you look at it, Timur Radjabov's performance in the second half of the tournament has been a tour de force.
It certainly has been, and he is trying to force himself into the conversation for second place. But we had Timur in the studio. We asked him his thoughts, and he was very matter-of-fact about whether or not Magnus Carlsen will be playing in the next World Championship.
I'm sure that he will play the match. I don't know why everybody is so stressing out about this. I think it's not the first time that he's saying this. All the world champions, I guess, and the people who reach the peak in their career, they are probably from time to time thinking that maybe I can do something else. I'm not sure that he will not be playing the world championship, because it should be motivating, and I don't know, for him once again to show that he's the best in the world. Otherwise, why to play the normal tournaments?
And Almira, Timur Radjabov said maybe Magnus is doing other things. He's playing in the World Series of Poker in just a week.
Oh, really? So I thought that he was hustling some players yesterday in the park. Chess hustlers have these are new gangsters, yes, the new chess hustlers. So, well, first of all, I think we know how difficult the situation is for the players now, and this is actually a historic situation, because for the first time in the history of chess, the players are playing the candidates, and they actually don't know if they're playing for the first and the second place. So I really hope that this situation is going to be clarified very soon.
It's a good point. This has not happened before. We're going to candidates. Usually it's a fight for first place. Now there could be something left said for second place. And Danya, some of the players have different mindsets, but we heard from Timur Radjabov. He says very strongly that Magnus Carlsen will play. So do you think that will impact the way Timur looks at his next game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the silver lining to the fact that the players don't know whether Magnus is serious is that you get to see a bunch of different tournament strategies. We'll talk about Fabiano Caruana in a bit, but he chose the strategy of taking maximal risk and kind of assuming, as Hikaru told us in his interview 2 days ago, that Magnus Carlsen is just trolling. Somebody like Timur might be trying to hedge his bets, despite what he told us in the interview, and he might be trying to take a little bit of less risk. But now he's got to start fighting for second, because he's got 6 points. He's not in second place, so he has to play for a win, especially because he's got the white pieces. Fabiano Caruana is struggling. This is his chance.
Okay, well, we're talking about the matchups. Let's bring them on screen for everybody. Almira, Jan Nepomniachtchi gets the white piece against Richard Rapport. Jan can lock up the turn with the draw, but Richard Rapport, he seems to be down for a fight. So what do you make of this one?
Well, I think that Jan has studied almost every opening preparing for this game. But for all the fans of the Game of Thrones here, I wanted to say that Richard could be as well a character from this series. I wanted to say that what is dead may never die, but rises even stronger and harder. So I think that Richard is ready to fight.
Okay, fans at home would be very excited about that as we see Jan Nepomniachtchi already in his chair. We'll get back to Nakamura Duda in a second, but Danya, Alireza Firouzja in last place, mathematically eliminated for the fight for even second. He gets the white piece against a Ding Liren who had won 3 games in a row but lost that heartbreaker against Timur Rajabov.
Well, we like to toss around the phrase nothing to lose. But so far, Alireza has had something to lose. Today and tomorrow, he actually has nothing to lose. That is it. This is not going to be a tournament that will occupy a central place in his memoirs 20 years later when he's been the world champion for 15 years. This tournament is a wash, and maybe that'll help him. Maybe that will finally free him from the shackles that have prevented him from playing the kind of chess that everybody was expecting him to play this tournament. He's kept playing for a win. His fighting spirit has been admirable, but some of his mistakes have been simply uncharacteristic and unfathomable. I am really, really hoping that we will see Alireza's best chess in the last 2 rounds of the tournament. Maybe his youth will help him avoid the fatigue that has plagued some of the other participants.
Well, with nothing to lose, that makes him a dangerous, dangerous man. So Ding Liren will have his work cut out for him. But Almira, Timur Rajabov gets the white pieces against a player, Fabiano Caruana, who struggled in the second half, and a player that Timur himself struggles against.
Well, first of all, Fabiano had a very difficult second half of the tournament. But on the other hand, I had a closer look at their games and their live score. Fabiano has never won a game with black against Timur Rajabov, who is a very tough and solid opponent. So it will be, well, how do you say it, a tough road to hoe for Fabiano. And we know that he needs to take a lot of risks today.
Well, when you risk with the black pieces, that can cause you trouble. All the players have said that much in this tournament, including Hikaru Nakamura, who gets the white pieces today against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Danya.
Yes, he does. And as we expected, as we predicted, Hikaru got a fair amount of flack on social media for playing the Berlin against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think completely unjustifiably so. But today, he has to take all of the risk in the world because Hikaru's got the white pieces. He's shown excellent preparation this tournament. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, what has his bad form consisted of? I think it's consisted largely of bad calculation. We saw that in his last game against Alireza Firouzja. A lot of uncharacteristic calculation errors, blunders, stuff missed on move 3 or 4 of certain variations. And we know that Hikaru does not let that fly. So Hikaru has to try to display good preparation. He's got to get a complex middle game. And this is his chance to strike and solidify his bid for second place.
You just heard it, that he needs to take the most of his chances. And we caught up with Hikaru Nakamura in the studio where he talked about how he might indeed be fighting for second.
Fabiano has been playing every game, taking huge risks. So it's very clear that Fabiano does not believe for a second that second place is in play. It's very clear that he thinks Magnus is full of baloney. Let's put it that way. And I generally have the same attitude as well. But I still want to have a chance where maybe there's that backdoor option where I can get to second place. So yeah, I mean, if I have a chance, we'll see what happens. The situation obviously determines a lot, but realistically, I don't think it's there. But it's still something where if there's a chance, you want to have that possibility.
So you're saying there's a chance for Hikaru Nakamura? There certainly is a chance because, as we remind everybody of the standings, Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, in the lead. For those of you who are just joining us, we'll remind you that Jan Nepomniachtchi just needs a draw today to clinch first place. But the fight for second is not over, and Hikaru Nakamura sits in a tie for second place. So he would like to make the most of his chances. His draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi allowed him to tie Ding Liren in second. And it's the time of the show where I have to make my predictions. I've been wrong every single day, but let's start with the matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Richard Laporte. Fans at home really, really hoping that Richard plays something dangerous, plays something exciting. But I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to make a draw, a solid one. We could even see a Berlin draw. I wouldn't be happy about that, but regardless, I'm clicking on a draw here. This game is going to be peaceful. Next game, Hikaru Nakamura against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I think Danya summed this up very well, that against Hikaru Nakamura, your calculation has to be as close to perfect as it can get. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has not shown precise calculation, and especially in his last game against Alireza Firouzja. I'm going with the car with the white pieces, as are most of the people voting. Alireza against Ding Liren. This is a dangerous game because Ding Liren, he needs to rebound from a loss. Alireza Firouzja, he's been playing enterprising chess, but going a little bit too far. I think he oversteps once again. So I'm picking the #1 player from China to win this game and keep a tie with Hikaru Nakamura. And last but certainly not least, we have the resurgent Timur Radjabov. He hadn't won a classical game since 2019 before this event. Fabiano Caruana looked like he was going to be in a two-player race with Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has struggled the second half. I am going to go with neither of them. I'm clicking a draw because I think, as Almira pointed out, Fabiano's never won with the black pieces against Radjabov. And Radjabov, he's been playing very solidly. So I'm going to click on a draw. And for those of you who also want to make your predictions, you have until move 10. We see Richard Report on screen here. But first place, the top guesser, gets a cool $1,000. You can see your potential prize on screen in front of you all the way down to 10th place with a 1-year Diamond membership. So until move 10, you can make your votes. But we have Richard Report on screen, and that is a man that everyone wants to get into the mindset of. Almira, will he play for more than just a draw?
Well, actually, Richard plays so many interesting lines in the opening. So you were talking about the Berlin defense, but I was looking at a very rare line in the Chigorin, and they already played once this line, I think, against each other when Jan Nepomniachtchi had white. So who knows? They played French, they played the Scandinavian. Anything is possible today.
Well, the fans at home will be happy about that. They want Richard Report to be a loose cannon. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, Danya, I mean, he's been so stable throughout the event. But somebody who hasn't been is Alireza Firouzja. They've been on opposite sides of the spectrum here. And that's why Jan is in first and Alireza is in last.
Yeah, and what I wanted to point out about Jan, and I'm fully expecting 1e4 because my coach used to tell me that when you think about playing for a draw, you might be inclined to play something like the London system or 1d4 because that sounds more solid. But 1e4 is a lot more forcing. So there are very drawish lines against most things that you can throw at 1e4. And the things against which there aren't drawing lines are incredibly dubious. You're talking about 1e4 g6 or 1e4 d5. And we can't blame Richard Report if he's unwilling to take a ridiculous amount of risk and basically risk getting a lost position out of the opening. I mean, he'd rather draw than lose. But Alireza Firouzja, you know, his problem hasn't been playing too solidly. It's been the opposite problem. And we're seeing here Hikaru Nakamura against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Once again, the camera pans to the Iranian youngster with a pensive expression on his face. Are the producers playing with me? Every time I say a name, the camera goes to the other player.
I think they just want you to stop talking.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Well, they can do whatever they like.
There we go.
Yeah, see, this is the cue. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is the black pieces. He probably is disappointed in his round 12 result because he did have a great position against Alireza Firouzja. But Almira, Hikaru Nakamura has shown excellent preparation with the white pieces. That may be a long day ahead for JKD.
Robert, I actually had a question for you. You've played many games against Hikaru, I think. Is he ever nervous? Do you think that he's nervous right now?
It's a great question. Hikaru himself has said that he used to feel very nervous, that when he played in his only previous time with the candidates, he felt the pressure, the weight of expectations. Now, because he has a successful streaming career, he feels like, you know, if I don't do so well in the tournament, and of course he is trying his best, he's doing very well, but if that doesn't work out, he still has something to fall back on, whereas other players in the field, Fabiano Caruana, maybe chief amongst them, you know, this is their dream, this is their livelihood, this is their ambition in life, is to fight for a world chess championship. And we can't forget that in 2018, if one single move had been different, Fabiano Caruana could have become champion.
Who's
and
that
speaking
being
of
the first
champions,
move?
Judith Polgar. We love to see Judith
incredible.
here. It's honestly an honor every time Judith is
I don't know
involved.
if she's qualified to make the first move. I don't know if she knows how the pieces move.
That is former world top 10, the best female chess player of all time, and somebody who just beat Magnus Carlsen yesterday in a blitz game at El Retiro Park. So Judith, I know she can't hear us because she's in the playing hall, and nobody in the playing hall can hear us, but it is really an honor to have her here making the first move.
And let's remind our audience that Judith actually played at the final stages of the World Championship. That at the time it was a tournament as the candidates. Right now there were 8 players competing for the title in 2005.
Right? And Judith, she sort of transcends chess. Every kind of psychology book and all these studies, anthropological studies, are Judith and her sisters and her father, parents more broadly, they have been written about many, many times. But what has not been written is the end of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. That story remains to be told. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's hoping that this is the last game that matters to him. He would like to just make a draw. So for Jan, he did in fact play e4.
I love this.
You love this?
Yes,
He's
Richard?
actually gotten up from the chair.
No, but Richard is still thinking.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I kind of wonder for Richard Report, people were very hard on him when he didn't take the draw against Jan, and they felt like he almost handed Jan the tournament victory. It wasn't by agreement. It was Richard mistaking his opening preparation, upset about it, feeling like he should continue. I said at the time, every organizer should invite him, and I still stand by that. But do you think he feels a burden because he lost that game, that for the rest of the field, he should fight?
Well, he certainly feels a lot of pressure, but I think that he's fighting in every game, and also like his combative spirit was shown also during their first encounter when he declined the draw. And I think that you might argue that certain players do not put up the same level of the resistance that they did, for example, in the first half of the tournament, but this is certainly not true in Richard's case. And
we have a Sicilian, so we don't have to worry about another quick Berlin draw. Richard Report, he spent some time, he plays a Sicilian. We'll see what lines he has in store for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan himself is a Sicilian player, so it could be a live by the sword, die by the sword moment.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Report did play the Sicilian once before in this tournament. He played the Sveshnikov for the very first time in his life against Hikaru. He could play it for the second time right now. And to be completely honest, it's not too hard to make a draw against the Sveshnikov. There are maybe 2 or 3 items on the menu that are virtually guaranteed to lead to a highly drawish position. Richard looking up at his opponent. And is he thinking again, trying to decide which line of the Sicilian to play this time?
Yeah, he could be. I mean, he might just be.
He played a few of those. You forgot this crazy Taimanovs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking if he's going for the same line that he chose against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, but when you repeat a line, oftentimes your opponent, they look at that and they say, I found a way to make a draw. Let's do that one. But I'm looking all across the boards here because in the bottom left, we see Alireza Firouzja with the white piece against Liren. He played a 4-knight Scotch, and he's saying, I don't want to lose this game, that's for sure. So let me play something extremely safe. Firouzja doesn't have to be too concerned about how the opening has gone because this is as solid of an opening as they come. And then I'm also looking, of course, at Nakamura Duda. That's still early, but the knight retreated back to f3 in a Najdorf. He played that against Firouzja. And then the bottom right, we know, based on Almiro telling us, that Caruana has never beaten Rajabov with black. He has taken a pawn on c4 in the Catalan, and we'll see if he tries to keep that pawn, because sometimes players, when they need to win a game, they take all the risk in the world, and they try to cling on to that extra pawn, even if it's a positional nightmare.
Cling on, is it a language?
Yeah, it's cling on is 2 words, but when you put them together, yes.
Almira, stop clinging on those words. Yeah, but the Catalan, I think, is one of those quote-unquote new openings, which are, on the one hand, very solid and positionally sound, but on the other hand, are very good weapons, legitimate weapons, for playing for a win. So I really like this choice by Timur. If he wanted a quick draw, then he could have transposed into a Queen's Gambit rather, with 4 knight c3, or something as solid as 4 e3. I think this signals to us that he wants to at least get some sort of unbalanced position, and Caruana responding with not the main line, which is now bishop e7 and castles. That's what everybody is doing, but taking the pawn early.
Right, and as you said, instead of a5, we can show a little bit of analysis here that bishop to e7 is such a common move because the claim is the bishop on d2 is misplaced. A knight could often want to come there to attack this pawn on c4. So the bishop is invited here just because it occupies a square that another piece should go to. But a5, so I have some experience on the black side of this line. I also played some very bad games on the black side of this line because you are able, let's say white castles in this position, so black can do the same. But there are positions where after a move like queen to c2, black can try to play this move b5. So you do successfully keep this pawn on c4 for the time being after a4, c6. Normally you're unable to play in this manner because there's a problem with this rook on a8. But in the current moment, you see the evaluation go up because the bishop can take the bishop. So it's the problem along the a file, not on the diagonal. But if after a takes b5, you don't just take back. You take this bishop on d2. This knight now can take on d2, and this is where problems start to arise. So don't just play b5 and assume that's going to work out. Somehow this is still been played a couple times, it appears, in our database. It doesn't look very good for black, but there are positions where you can play this b5 move to defend c4, but you need to be careful, as we just showed in those variations.
Yeah, and one of the problems of this line is that not only do you have to figure out if you're trying to cling to the pawn, but if you've decided that you don't want to cling to the pawn, the question is, how do you give it away? Because you basically have two tempi. Right? White's going to play queen c2 and queen takes c4, And one of black's chief problems here is that French-like bishop on c8. Now you don't have to play b5. You can play b6 as queen c2 is on the board, but playing b6 has one of the same problems that b5 does, which is that it, as you're showing, opens up the long diagonals. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And for black, you have to be very, very careful not to fall into an overly passive position. That's, I think, one of the reasons why the Catalan is so annoying, because if black just develops in a pedestrian fashion, it castles bishop d7, knight c6, you're going to get a position where your control of the center is inferior and your development is inferior, and that is no fun against someone like Timur Radjabov.
Pedestrian fashion, this is a new terminology to me. But I truly agree with this analysis, this quantum analysis, if I might say, so, which will give probably some evaluation or assessment of the position as a slightly better for white. I've played this line a few times as well with black, and well, with different results. And but I think it offers some chances of dynamic play for black.
It certainly does. Fabiano himself has played this move b6 that Danya had mentioned against Daniil Dubov, and we know how creative Dubov is. And Fabiano, he drew that game in the Rapid Chess Championship several weeks ago. So b6, you can play this move a3. That way, when this bishop takes, you can take with your knight, so you develop, and then this knight comes and attacks this pawn, because if you take with the queen on c4, that allows moves like bishop to a6. So the bishop doesn't just have to fianchetto, it can go all the way out to be very annoying to the queen, kind of preventing white from castling so easily, and black often wants to make this move c5. So that's where the Catalan often boils down to, is can black successfully get this move c5, and otherwise you're going to face pressure down the c-file for pretty much the entire game. Yeah,
and the funny thing is, now that you've moved the bishop away from c8, after you play c5, white's knight jumping to e5 is like me going to the Parque El Retiro after Magnus has already left. Like, there's no fun left on that diagonal. Black just goes rook a7. Congratulations, you have control. You know, you've arrived at the park, but it's 7 p.m. This is a very modern, interesting way of playing, where rather than combating control of a certain square or set of squares directly with trying to get the bishop to b7, you're actually just moving all of the pieces to other squares. You're taking the party elsewhere to, you know, to avoid the problems.
But on the other hand, what I wanted also to point out is that if black will be able to solve its opening problems successfully, then this queen on c2 might as well be a target, because there is no perfect square. Now, sometimes if you're on b3, then the knight comes to c5 on c2, then the rook comes to the c-file. It's a very interesting opening line. And Fabiano, he castled and he got up from the board. So let's go back to our four-board scene as we leave Timur and Fabiano to figure this out. And with the matchups today, we know Hikaru probably should take some chances against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Ding Liren with the black pieces, well, he'll look to stabilize. But I'm wondering, we keep talking about this fight for second place, if Fabiano, he doesn't want to take risks with black because he knows Ding Liren and Hikaru play each other in the final round. So even if Ding and Hikaru are half point ahead of Fabiano, they play each other and they might make a draw, and Fabiano can win that last round to catch up, because Fabiano, he gets the white pieces in round 14. So if he is trying to rely on others for specific results and then rely on himself to win that 14th and final round, that could allow him to end up in a tie for second. Well, you just illustrated how difficult this situation moves. Yeah. Like, are you taking this into account, like, on every move that you make? I mean, you can't rely on others, but if we look at the game in the bottom left in Alireza Firouzja against Ding Liren, I think you can count on this game becoming a draw. So we saw that Jan Nepomniachtchi did the same exact thing against Ding Liren. He is quite predictable when he has the black pieces in particular. He plays very solid lines. He's an e4, e5 player, and we got here through a 4-knight scotch. And if this position looks familiar, it's because it is very similar to how Jan played. So I can start from move one. The opening isn't too important because the theory now is very well developed. But white just develops. This move, castling, is very interesting because it does allow white to take this pawn on c6, but you get in trouble because black develops so rapidly. So instead of taking on c6, white just castles to make sure the king is safe. And then we see this very well-known line that every single kid in the United States plays. Every single kid who just has started playing chess, they're taught this opening. I wanted to show a very funny line in this opening. I think lately the move h3 was played at the very high level instead of queen f3. Then black plays rook b8, and then you go for queen f3. And here there is a very tricky move, h6. Of course, you can transpose into like obvious lines after bishop f6. But what if bishop h6? You know, if g takes h6, you have queen g3 and then queen b8. This actually was considered to be completely unclear by the computer at some point, you know, when I was analyzing it. So
yeah, even here, it's like, you know, this is only -1 and black's still in the game. So it looks like a blunder, right?
Yes,
it just
exactly.
looks like a terrible blunder, and yet because of, I guess, black's positioning of pieces is okay. But in this one, h3 wasn't played. Alireza went for the direct queen f3. And I think we all, once we saw how the game was going, we could tell Alireza he's just playing to not lose. And it looks like he's going to succeed on that front because he took care of his only weakness, put his pawn to b3, then brought his knight to e3, and now he swaps off his knight for the light-squared bishop. So they're still following two different Dingley-Ren games, and that is just how consistent Dingley-Ren is.
Yeah, and I mean, one could, having that information in mind, one can think, well, isn't it possible that Alireza has prepared an improvement? And the reason I'd be very skeptical about that is just the nature of this position. It's so devoid of life, and the fact they're opposite-colored bishops. You know, no crazy computer line could change the nature of this position. And the nature of this position is that black's excellent piece activity compensates for the slight deficiency in the pawn structure. And the deficiency in the pawn structure is purely cosmetic because white really can't attack any of the kingside pawns. The c6 pawn is on a light square, yes, but it could move to c5 at a moment's notice. And perhaps the most important thing is that black has excellent control over the e-file. So this game is going to end in a draw, and the only question is when.
Well, but Alireza made a very interesting move, bishop g4. I wanted to explain a few ideas in this position, even though like with the opposite color bishops, you think that it's an easy draw. But if you will not be careful, and I will be able to play bishop b4, bishop c3, then a5, a4. It's very important to play a4 here with white, because if I will be able to limit your piece's activity here, then actually black can even get a little bit better.
Yeah, we certainly have seen games where that happens, where especially if this king eventually goes to the queen side, there's squares to infiltrate. So that's important, but it does seem very far away. I mean, Amira, of course, is talking how white needs to be on the lookout, not just assume that there's no issues, because if you play by making assumptions, that's often how you lose games that should be unlosable. But at this point, I think that it's so stable for white that it seems so hard to lose this, you know. And with Dingley already having played this opening twice, this exact position twice, I think he knows that he's in equal territory. So,
but if I play just simple move rook e8 here, you have to play rook d1, or what do you want to play?
Yes, because you're saying you definitely don't want to take on e5, and you can actually take with the pawn here, because bishop d7, while it does fork the pieces, that once this rook moves and you take on c6 over here, I can just play rook c8, and temporarily white's up 2 pawns. Now let's make it 1, but with the presence of opposite colored bishops, with this pawn on a2 under attack, you can move your pawn to a2, and once black plays bishop c5, you're never making progress.
It's a very nasty situation. And actually, Amira talked about white getting in trouble. If you want to get in trouble, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Because black is going to start pushing f5, e4, and you're totally paralyzed here. White has to navigate this very carefully already to preserve the equality. So rook b8 is one option. Another option that I like here for black is rook b4. And the point is not to hope that Alireza blunders his bishop. I mean, this is an hyperbola game after all. And he doesn't even blunder them in hyperbola. But after bishop f3, you do something that might seem weird at the outset. You cede control of the e-file, you trade on e1, but then you go rook d4. And the point is that you're threatening to infiltrate to d2. Rook e2 would be a great move with the small problem that it blunders checkmate. So I don't really see an alternative there other than rook d1, and then black grabs the rook and, you know, the opponents exchange glances and sign the peace accords.
But that's a nice line, because Black does have a worse pawn structure on both sides of the board. So if you can force that equality, that's something that Ding Liren will look for. So rook b4 is a good move. And let's say this bishop doesn't leave and you play h3, you could still play this idea with rook to d4. Now the difference, it would seem, but playing h3 is no more back rank checkmate. But let's not forget the bishop on d6 stares at the h2 square. So if we do the same exact thing that Danya had just mentioned with rook to d4, you still can't play rook e2. You want to keep the rooks on the board so you can play for a slight advantage, but rook e2 walks right into the same checkmate because the bishop covers the square. So it just feels like a position where inevitably Black is going to be able to trade off the rooks, and then it's a result that won't take too long to be signed into the tournament standings.
Yeah, I think that there's a 95 to 99% certainty about how this game is going to end. Bishop g4 does seem like a quote-unquote improvement or a quote-unquote novelty, but you know that everything here is within the confines of a dead draw. So I think Ding, with 2 hours on his clock, is going to have no trouble at all figuring out the path to equality. But a wholly different kind of game is unfolding in Nepo against Rapport. I think much to the joy and pleasure and cheers of chess fans across the world, be they Rapport or Nepo fans.
Yeah, and Rapport, we've been talking about this, he's the type of player who doesn't want to just give the tournament to somebody. He wants to make them earn it, and he likely does it for the sake of the other players in the competition. And as we see in the top left, we'll bring it on screen for you here and analyze it a bit, that we have a Sicilian. And it's a position where White has committed the king over here on the queen side. We'll analyze how we got here, just to show you the opening moves, because we did see knight c6 on move 2. And
for the rouser, yes?
Yep.
The rouser, exactly, with d4, knight f6. We get d6, bishop g5. Now, these types of positions can get so sharp. After e6, queen d2, Black just pushed the a-pawn, as is typical in many Sicilians. And what's generally important is that in a situation like this, I think a lot of people are tempted to rush a move like f4 because they feel like they need to attack. But if you play this move f4, you're kind of giving Black something in return, because in the game, the pawn is on f3, making sure the e4 pawn is safe and sound. When you play f4, now you have to be worried, is b5 and b4 coming? White objectively is doing just fine, but it just changes the dynamic of the game. And I believe that Jan Nepomniachtchi, if this were round 1 of some other tournament, he'd be like, let's do this, let's fight. But in round 13 of this FIDE Candidates, when all he needs is a draw, there's no reason to maybe overextend your pawn structure and give Black a target.
Well, especially after f4, very often in this line you would get a very unbalanced position. After b5, bishop f6, g takes f6, you are going for this type of position with Black in order to create chaos on the board.
That's right, because there's this position, it's not like White can force anything. There's no way to just make a quick draw. No, this would be a long game, and a game where Black has a bishop pair, White has the better pawn structure and a bit more development. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he came in today saying, none of that. Let's, after knight c6, bishop takes, let's just play f3. Let's just be calm. And f3 is a flexible move because oftentimes White plays g4 and expands on the king side anyway, Danya.
Yeah, and you can talk about playing more solidly even if the position is tactical, right? The position is certainly tactical. There will be opposite side castling, or Black will keep his king in the center for the time being, but Black is probably not going to castle queenside, which, by the way, does happen in the f4 variation, believe it or not, but in the f3 line, not as much. But it's clear that Jan is trying to play a solid line, a line that he's looked at before, and White's going to keep improving with king b1. And at some point, White's going to set his kingside pawns in motion, h4, g4. Black is going to do the same, b7, b5, and b4. So you're going to get opposite side attacking, but there's also a lot going on in the center. So it's a very, very interesting position. I think that it's fair to say that part of Jan is disappointed that Rapport didn't play the Berlin, because I think it's also fair to assume that Jan is at least a little bit nervous. It's like one of those situations where you're playing billiards and you've hit 7 balls into the pocket, your opponent's at 0, but there's always that black ball, right? There's always that chance that Jan loses 2 games, and then Hikaru wins 2 games, and then he loses the tiebreaker. So Jan is aware of that possibility, and he certainly wants this game to end as quickly as possible. He wants to make this draw and pop that champagne bottle that's gathering dust in his freezer.
But he is not allowed to offer a draw, that is, until after move 40. Black's 40th move can be accompanied by a draw offer, but Jan can't just say, Richard, my buddy, my pal, let's just call it a day and make a draw. No
Half
draw
of the Dom
offers are
Perignon
allowed.
is yours.
Yeah, great question
No.
by Virgil85. So thank you for asking that. It's good clarity for everybody who's wondering the very same thing. So this is interesting. So right now, let's talk about options for Black.
Robert, yes, that's what I wanted to tell you, that especially for our audience, that after a very simple move, bishop e7, it might seem that you could take bishop f6, and for example, after bishop f6, take the pawn on d6. But this position is actually much better for Black.
That's right.
That's a very important element to understand in this position.
And for two reasons. You could actually trade queens and still be better despite being a pawn down. But look at this. Queen a5 comes in. Bishop takes c3 is a threat. Rook to d8 is about to happen because the bishop defends that square. So this is a very good example. Thank you, Almira, for mentioning this, that you may think, I win a pawn, I'm really happy, but then your position falls apart immediately.
Yeah, very instructive line. And, this is why the rouser is, well, it's often underestimated, but it's a very, very intricate opening. A lot of ideas for both sides that you have to be fluent in, if you don't want your position to fall apart. Again, with either color, there's equivalent ideas that Black has to be fully aware of. Yeah, such as, when you play h6, when do you push and sometimes Black can even play h5 in response to White playing g4 or even h4. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of levers and pulleys that really dictate this position, give it a lot of life.
And you mentioned levers and pulleys. I'm going to mention a hook. This move h6, the reason you need to be so careful about this is because h6, let's say I just retreat my bishop, and Black does the very standard thing, bishop e7, White plays king to b1, and you castle. Not only can I already consider sacrificing my bishop for your pawn, I won't do that, but the pawn h6 is on a square that is more approachable to White's pawn. So you use this pawn as a hook to blast open the king side. So I can start with g4 or I can start with h4, but the point is that let's say play b5, I'm going to play this move g4, and now g5 comes with a really devastating threat. I'm going to make just a random move that looks useful, but after g5, either you move your knight away and I just take this pawn on h6, that's a huge problem. Or you take me, which is even worse, because after I take back, now the H file is open. So you're opening a file for White's pieces, and that will cause devastation.
Yeah, you fit an iceberg here, and the ship is sinking, and Queen H2 is coming. It's kind of like the equivalent of White playing A3. And then Black can kind of do the same thing and play A5 and B4. So you can trace a lot of parallels in both sides' respective attacks.
It's a really good point, because with kings going to opposite sides, you don't typically want to push your pawns. You want to create luft for your king so you get back rank checkmated. But if there's a pawn storm happening, you don't want your pawns to be in contact with another pawn.
Well, and especially in this line after f3, I think that Black would eagerly go for the breakthrough in the center and play d5. I think if you play h6, then you should always try and play d5.
For sure, because you just want to expand. You open up your bishop on its starting diagonal, so that does feel good. And then we turn into a French type of position where White plays e5, you move your knight back, and then White plays f4 and says, this bishop isn't on c8, but it's still a bad bishop because this knight will end up on d4, knight e2, knight to d4 often. And it's not like Black's position is bad, of course not. It's much worse when your bishop is on c8, but with the bishop on c6, it's still kind of a big pawn, and White has nothing to worry about with the castle king. As mentioned, a knight coming to d4 to blockade the pawn, and maybe an eventual attack if you're feeling eager.
Daniel, what do you think about this structure? If I play bishop c5, is it a little bit better for White, or?
Yeah, I've never liked this from the Black side. I'm sort of old school in the sense that I don't like giving up control of the d4 square. Yeah, that maneuver is really annoying. But a lot of French players, they swear by Black's queenside attack, and they just ignore the d4 square. Rook c8, queen b6.
French players are used to just being worse, right?
Yeah,
right. When
it's not a big deal for them.
People play the French defense, not Almira Skripchenko and those who play for the French Federation.
Right. let's be very clear about who we're referring to. How about French players who play the French?
But
those are the worst.
It's a very important thing to understand, that you're used to be worse. Like sometimes when you only play the Sicilian, you get a French type of position and you think, oh my God, what is this horror? But actually you're just slightly worse and well, you might as well win in the end game.
Sure, and that's a really important point about people's styles, because some people can be passive and worse and they're totally okay with it. They say, you create a threat, I stopped your threat, I don't have to go for checkmate myself, I'm okay with stopping your plans, and then later in the game I will try to take over. Other people say, no, I don't want to be without a plan, I need to be ambitious, I need to have tactical possibilities. So that stylistic choice is important. I think of all players, Richard Report, we know he's creative, but he also doesn't mind having positions that are quite neutral that allow him to play for something later in the game. So all top players are universal, but I feel like Richard, he's known for his flair, but we know that in the games he's played in this tournament, he doesn't mind trading off queens early and then trying to outplay his opponent.
What type of player are you?
Am I? A player who doesn't play, so I'm retired.
You're a noted opening expert. I have two things to say.
Yeah.
The first is the fact that Report has played h6, and I think a lot of players their instinct is to play bishop h4 to keep the pin. But I mentioned all of the sort of vocabulary of the rouser that you have to be aware of. And one of them is the danger of the bishop on h4. It's undefended, and Black has this very well-known tactic that occurs across many types of Sicilians. Knight f6 takes e4, simultaneously hitting the queen on d2, and the complications work out for Black. White can keep material equality, but not with this line. If you take the knight, Black takes the bishop. If you move the bishop on d8, the knight can take the bishop on f1. Now you can play knight takes e4 and knight takes d6 check, but we've already established that taking the d6 pawn is not as big of a deal as it might seem. Black can just play queen e7 or even rook d8, and at the very least, Black is not worse and has solved all of his opening problems.
And this is a type of position where if you saw Vladimir Kramnik, who just played yesterday in the Rapid Chess Championship, you gave him the Black side of this, you're like, he's going to outplay me.
You might as well resign with White.
Seriously, and Black is a bit better. You have great flexibility in your pawn structure on the king side, and with the f3 g2 setup, if I can even push through to g4, I have an easier nut to crack over on the king side, whereas Black's queen side here is very stable. Black's rooks are already connected, so the 4-on-3 toward the king side and in the center, that's where Black can say that he is better. So yeah, you don't want any part of this. And after h6, I'm sure we'll see the bishop retreat. But as we go to the 4 board setup, ooh, Duda, here's the Black piece against.
Speaking of knight takes e4.
Yeah, speaking of knight takes e4 and the d6 pawn, that's a different story. That's a very, very different story. And well, they're in endgame, by the way, with Liren and Firouzja. But as we look at this game here, it may seem that knight takes e4 is possible, but after knight takes e4, the knight on h4 is loose. So after knight takes e4, bishop takes h4 over here. This would not be good because knight takes d6 comes with check.
But Daniel said knight taking pawn on d6, that's such a big deal. We're fine.
This is why we don't just listen to something that someone says and assume it applies to every position. You need to calculate. This would obviously be terrible for Black as your king remains in the center. You're going to lose your b7 pawn. Your position falls apart. Now, there is something here because after knight takes e4, we understand that bishop takes h4 will drop the d6 pawn, but can't Black plays with d5, which is really interesting as both knights are now under attack.
That's a very interesting. That's not an easy move to see because your brain automatically tells you that you have to take on h4. This is actually quite a pretty intermezzo. And how does White save the pawn? I guess White should play g3. The point being, if you play knight f3 instead, then I take on e4 with tempo, and I simultaneously attack your knight on f3. The good thing about playing g3 is that if you play d takes e4, I take on e6, and I can triple your pawns.
Ugh.
And it gets even worse if you take back on e6 because of the check on h5. So you'd have to trade your queens there, but even the endgame doesn't seem too fun. The g6 square can be used as an outpost for White's knight.
First of all, you have to play queen e2, so we fill the e file. But no, in all seriousness, this is, I mean, even if the computer says you're okay, no human player would ever accept this.
But this is also possible in the other line. If you play knight f3, d takes c4, bishop b6 is also possible there, so you can get the same.
But there I can play e takes f3, no?
Pawn structure.
Yeah, Danya was happy to start gobbling pieces over here.
So bishop d5. Oh, yes, it's.
I have G2 and then GH1 and
G3
HI0.
G3 is such an awkward move because you even look at bishop takes h4 and think you have to take it. But something else that I was just considering is like, can I make this move here, queen h5? Because you certainly can't take this knight e4, as after bishop takes e6, those darn chess.com bugs not letting me take.
Man,
no,
Danny.
You can't take because the pawn is pinned, and now you're threatened to be checkmated. And if you take this knight on h4 instead, when white castles queenside, this looks like a lot of fun. I don't know who's having more fun, but with all sorts of threats across the board, it's like a very rich position. And I mean, maybe Hikaru wanted something like this.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what he wants. And it might even be possible that Hikaru, and looking at the time he has remaining on his clock, he probably didn't look at this position for too long and just concluded that it's very complex. And let's not forget that Duda, when you make a bunch of calculation mistakes in a tournament, it starts getting to you. And you start putting less faith into your ability to evaluate complicated positions. So Duda is definitely aware of knight takes e4 and d5, but because he's made all these calculation mistakes, he might be less inclined to go for a position where he doesn't know what the evaluation is, because those types of positions obviously engender more calculation mistakes, and Duda might want to prefer something simpler. But if you don't take on e4, then you allow the possibility of white's knight from h4 jumping to f5, and you might say, well, that's not a big deal at all. I can take that knight. But then you give up complete control over the light squares. The computer usually says these positions are equal. I personally have never, as a knight or player, I've never liked them for black.
And I'm guessing one part is this hook again, g4, g5, if white is going to castle queenside, can be very useful to break it open. And the control of the d5 square, Almira, that's never fun for black.
Well, I also wanted to point out that from the psychological perspective, this is also very important. You are calculating knight e4, and you will probably, Duda is probably going to spend like, a quite serious amount of time on this. But then he decides not to go for this variation, then we'll get a slightly worse position, and he will be well behind on the clock.
That's a really good point, because that's the worst possible outcome. You spend a lot of time, and then you make this move, and you're worse over the board, and you feel uncomfortable, and you burn so much necessary.
Sunk cost fallacy applied to chess.
Yeah. And I guess, Almira, as we're talking about this, it's not good to be down the clock. But to Danya's point, Hikaru Nakamura has been very well prepared in this tournament. So knight takes e4, this feels like the move that you have to be considering and calculating. But it's not like these positions are clear. We see that d5 is a very reasonable move. The evaluation bar is just at zeros, so of course it's completely even. But then you have to worry about this g3 move that Danya mentioned. Queen h5, to my eyes, looks very sharp. And I'm guessing that Duda's thinking about this, and he's like, okay, I kind of trust Hikaru because he wouldn't play this for no reason, but I still need to calculate for myself. But it does feel like it's a position where, it's so tactical, so many chances to unleash a vicious attack that he might not want this, and he'll eventually back down and just castle.
Well, and everyone saw the game between Fabiano Caruana against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It was a Petrov, I agree, but we had this knight on h4, bishop b7, and then the best move in the position was to play g3 and allow, this terrible pawn structure, and white has a clear edge after this line.
Yeah, you can learn from your fellow competitors, and g3 is possible. it seems hard for me to believe that he would accept this type of position. It's very much up Hikaru Nakamura's alley. Duda, he himself is a great tactician, but the way he's thinking here, we've talked about body language and saying we can't read too much into it often, but just the fact that he spent already 7.5+ minutes on this move, it's only move 11, and the position is only going to get more difficult to solve.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there are essentially two candidate moves, castles and knight takes e4. So you're spending longer than 3 minutes. It's quite obvious that you're spending most of your time on knight takes e4. And you can see here that, it's a skill to force your opponent to make difficult decisions. There's nothing that fatigues you and frustrates you more during a chess game than a situation in which you have two candidate moves, both of them have their pluses and minuses, and you just have no clue which one you should choose. You know that the computer probably evaluates them equally, but whichever one you choose, you feel like you're going to regret not choosing the other one.
And one more thing to mention is that after castle, there's also this move knight g6 that you have to consider, right? Because this pawn on f7 is overloaded. if you take this way, your bishop on e6 is lost. So it's a moment where Jan-Krzysztof, he knows he wants to do something, but he probably feels frozen. And then you want to play the best move. You always want to be objective. And then, as you've been saying, like, you second guess yourself because of your previous days and you question your form. So he needs to just pretend like this is round one. He needs to calculate, because I could see this getting out of hand quickly if he continues to spend time and then enter a position with murky waters.
Well, and if you play a simple move like there are a few candidates moves. So let's say you play rook c8, then you can simply take on e6 and then play knight g6 here.
And no more castling for black.
So you have to react. It's not that you can allow yourself to make a move like rook c8.
Yeah, you can't pass.
And of course, the Eval bar says, oh, it's only slightly better for white, but no human really wants to be in a position the rook is doing nothing, the king can't castle. So with the understanding that knight g6 is coming, and even if black does castle, I was mentioning that knight instead of rook c, castling is possible. Knight g6 is also available because you can take on b3, and then you have to not calculate, but sort of visualize this position and see, is d5 solving all my problems? The answer apparently is yes, but we have the benefit of the engine off the side of the screen, whereas the players, they don't know with 100% certainty. But though, if you get d5, and you're also often very happy as a knight or player.
Well, you have the benefit. I don't see anything.
Yeah, well.
By the way, Ding, I think, is going to play for a win.
Ding is going to play for a win? All right, let's go to.
Gotta look at that. Yeah, that game has gone haywire.
Oh my goodness. Wait, how many?
Is that the same game that we started with?
Black is down a pawn, though. Okay,
yeah.
So black has given a pawn, Ding's given a pawn, but it's kind of what we were talking about before in that position where the rook was in the second rank. White could be up a pawn, but can't make progress with it. Ding Liren, it almost looks like he's up a pawn.
Well, he's going to bring his king to the center, king f6, king e5. He can play c5, d4. This is a very dangerous position. Of course, computer assesses it as equal, but only black can play here.
He can also play f4 immediately.
Oh my gosh.
And the problem that white faces if he does that is that the threat is f3. I mean, you don't want to allow that.
And you don't really want to play f3 yourself because then you have a protected pass pawn.
And you don't want to take on f4 because then your h2 pawn becomes incredible. Well, not even here. I thought on the previous move, same thing. The h2 pawn becomes really weak. Black has, a clear post for the rook. How did this happen?
Let's go back in time to figure that out. So we left off around rook e5,
yeah,
bishop g4, h5. Okay, so this move gives up a pawn because of exactly what happened in the game.
Yeah, I saw that, but I thought Alireza would never. I thought Alireza would play bishop f3. So it was a very astute psychological ploy from Ding to give Alireza this temptation to unbalance the position. Because Alireza wants to win a game, another game. So
he certainly does. And bishop f3, I guess h4 could have been the reply and just trying to take up some space on the king side. But yeah, this just looks really nice for black, even though white is the one up a pawn. So as we see, bishop e2 has been played. f4 is not yet Ding Liren's choice, but f4 does look very good. And all right, on the flip side though, white is up a pawn. So if white can withstand the pressure that's about to be built, that's an outside pass pawn. That can be annoying to deal with, maybe not even just for promoting purposes, but as a decoy, just making sure that black's pieces are keeping an eye on the h-pawn while white goes to the other side of the board.
However, it's not so difficult to just stop it, especially with the opposite color bishops and the rooks on the board.
Yes, it's very true. So it's a long story for that pawn to be relevant. And as the move f4, a very natural move that can be played, it just feels like this pawn could be in trouble sooner rather than later. So let's remind everybody about who Ding Liren is, the #1 player from China.
It took some good fortune, but Ding Liren arrives at the candidates with some very legitimate reasons to think he can secure a bid to challenge for the world title for the very first time. A visa issue originally kept Ding out of the last opportunity to qualify. But when a spot opened, Ding was next man up based upon his hot streak of late. The timing couldn't be better for Ding. An entertaining and unpredictable player, Ding enters the candidates rated higher than any player in the field.
The chat went nuts. They love their man Ding Liren. We said this is a ninja move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move.
The strongest player in China's history, Ding is the only player from that country to earn a 2800 rating. Launched by an undefeated streak across 100 straight classical games, Ding has sat amongst the world's top 5 for the past 5 years. Once out of the tournament completely, Ding now aims to bring China into a World Chess Championship match for the first time in his native land's history.
Much has been said about Ding Liren's absence from over-the-board play during the pandemic. He got off to a slow start here in the 2022 FIDE Candidates. He lost in the first round. But Almir, we've seen a new Ding Liren in the second half. He won 3 games in a row before what might be the worst game in Candidates history, potentially, against Timur Rajabov.
Well, we've seen a very inspired Ding Liren. We've seen also very tired Ding Liren at the beginning of the tournament. I think this is just the way the tournament goes. So he still has his chances. He has a shot at the second place, and well, he's definitely doing everything, in this tournament. Everything what is possible.
And Danya, we were just talking about this endgame here. It definitely seems to fit Ding Liren's style, how he's been playing throughout this event. He won an endgame against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That was a very long game. The game against Richard Rapport ended up in an endgame where he understood that he could give up in exchange for an outside pass pawn. And then against Fabiano Caruana, it also happened to be an endgame. So it feels like Ding Liren feels very much at home in these long, grinded out battles.
Yeah, and the other thing we should remember is that Alireza was not expecting a combative endgame. When he played the 4-Knight Scotch, he was expecting, let's be real, he was expecting a risk-free position where he would, make a few token attempts to play for a win and then take the draw. I think that's what it is. And all of a sudden, you have an unbalanced position in which you actually, you have to use your brain. I still think the likeliest result by far is a draw. I think it's very hard for either side to make progress. You're going to get a fortress one way or another. Alireza might play f4 here and prevent further progress of Black's king. But nonetheless, I think Ding is doing everything he can within the framework of the opening line that Alireza chose. And he's got the most chances that he could possibly dream of to actually win this game.
Right.
Robert, and you were saying that every kid in America knows this line and actually consider this is something like not to do at home, because how important is to have at least a little bit of counterplay in your position. Here, there is none. I think that even though I completely agree with Danya, there are enough of defensive resources here for White, but it will be a very long game for Alireza.
Yeah, I think that it's probably a bit of a surprise, in fact, that you're up a pawn, but you're the one defending. That seems like it shouldn't be the case. But Alireza, he's trying to figure out how to properly respond to King f6 and this King march. But somebody who is not just going to make a quick draw, did not come to split the half point today, is Fabiano Caruana. We see in the bottom right, he has up 20 minutes on the clock, and he's currently down 2 pawns with a 3rd pawn on the table. So, wow, a solid opening by Timur Rajabov has become anything but solid. This is immensely complicated. So Fabiano Caruana, is it a bluff? Is it some real preparation that he has looked at 25 moves deep? Because he has bluffed in this tournament. Against Jan Nepomniachtchi in game 2, he played his knight g4 move, which he himself said, it's not very good if you know what to do. And right now, where White's up 2 pawns, but down all sorts of development, this is a critical moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very, very obvious that Fabi is playing for a win. And to play for a win with Timur against, something like the Catalan, you need something extraordinary. And Fabi has produced something extraordinary. We're being told that this is not technically a new position. There have been 2 relatively unknown games still in the database. I wonder if White took on b6 in either of them. And I think that is the question that we should answer first. What happens if White accepts that 3rd pawn? Because it might seem to some people that a queen trade is inevitable in that case. And then Fabi's entire concept totally collapses. But in fact, a queen trade is not inevitable if White takes on b6. But I think you might want to explore something earlier in the game.
I just want to show how we got here. Okay. Because people were like, wait, you guys are talking about this solid approach.
How did he lose the first one?
How did the first one
He was up a pawn. He lost 4 of them.
So b6 was played. Bishop takes b4.
There's number 1.
Bishop a6, throwing an intermezzo, hitting the queen. But here is number one. The queen simply retreats. That's the first pawn. C5
Two.
is the second pawn. And after knight
Three.
C6, here comes option number 3. So queen takes B6 has not been played in the predecessors. I doubt it was preparation in those games, but queen D2 retreating, saying, I'm just going to run away from the queen side, because after queen takes B6, this queen can move over to, say, C8, and immediately we see a threat. If you castle, not only is your E2 pawn hanging, but rook B8 traps the queen. Can't go to A5 because of the knight, can't go to A7 because of the knight as well, and all the other squares are controlled by black's rook and queen.
That's a pretty incredible concept. So you'd have to go queen b3 instead of castling. But that queen's very vulnerable, and black could play e5 here, trying to push the knight off of f3 in order to pave the way for knight d4. And the very important thing to point out is that just because white castles doesn't mean he's out of the woods at all. So let's say white castles here. You might say, well, the king is safe. What else is there to talk about? A lot. E4, knight moves somewhere, and then knight g5 or knight d2, knight d4. E2 is hanging with check. C2 is accessible to the knight. C5 is hanging, and white's pieces are passive. So this is completely contrary to Rajabov style. I am fully expecting him to decline the pawn. So you might ask, well, what's he thinking about then? But there are multiple ways to decline the pawn. You can go queen d2, you can go queen h4, and I think those are actually the main candidate moves to which Rajabov is investing his time.
Almira, I think that top players, they tend not to like having 3 pawns extra if it means that they're not castling anytime soon.
Well, I agree with this completely. And once again, Fabi goes for a very rare line. I'm thinking about his game in the previous candidates where this strategy backfired. He sacrificed a few pawns against Ding Liren, actually, and he lost with black. But it was such an interesting and tense battle. You know, like Ding could never castle, by the way, in that game. But finally, he navigated through the through this game and managed to beat Fabi. Here, I think the main strategy is to push Timur Rajabov to, like, at every position he needs to calculate another very concrete line. So he wants him to be, well, in a time trouble very soon and eventually make a mistake. Because in this game, every mistake would be fatal.
Yes, one mistake could end the game on the spot. And actually, Garry Kasparov, he did an interview with the St. Louis Chess Club that I watch, and he was talking about how interesting the opening preparation has been. And I think that Fabiano Caruana, despite some of his struggles in the second half, he's had the most creative opening repertoire, where he put his knight on g7 against Ding Liren. He lost that game, but you don't see that very often. And just the way he played against Jan Nepomniachtchi, bringing his knight out to g4, he's played adventurous chess, and this game is just another one of those games in that style. And Rajabov, it really is a difficult choice, because he may be looking at this queen takes b6 and just dropping the queen back and saying, I have 3
The
extra
saliva
pawns.
might be trickling from his mouth.
Yeah,
That is a lot of pawns.
3 extra pawns. So even if you win my knight for another pawn, then I'll have 4 pawns for the knight. And just to show a sample, we'll bring up the analysis board, because maybe there is a variation where after queen c8, the queen has to go back, as we were saying, so it doesn't get trapped with rook to b8. And after e5, like maybe there's a situation where I, in fact, give up my knight on f3. It's not actually easy to figure out a way to do so, but if I pretend the e2 pawn isn't hanging for a second, and you take here, and I just simply take back with my knight, or even actually with the queen, maybe this is possible.
Yeah, because you can't really move the knight.
White has 4 pawns for a piece. Not easy to evaluate this position, because sure, black can defend the knight and the game goes on, but that material imbalance, 4 pawns, is worth more points than a minor piece. But with so many pieces on the board, those minor pieces can team up together very nicely. So maybe Timur is just trying to figure out a future like this, where instead of running back, he'll just grab all the pawns he can get and then give something back in return.
And how many variations and positions he has to assess during, his thought now. I think it will take him another 20 minutes. What do you think? Is he going to play queen d2 here and try to trade queens?
I think he might be attracted by queen h4 because opening preparation that has been very interesting. I think because the queen is very safe here, and it's not safe anywhere on the queen side. And after bc, he might want to go knight c3, and then castle essentially by hook or by crook, regardless of what black does. Knight d4 castles, rook b8 castles. And he waited for me to say that, and then he dropped the queen back to d2. But at least I was right in that he was I think deciding between those two candidate moves.
And
Just to prove you wrong.
Just to prove me wrong. Yeah.
And just
Couldn't you have played it before I said that?
Just to conclude the point, as Fabiano does take on c5, we just see his hand reach for the
Get
pawn.
back to your chair, Timur.
Castling isn't going to be always easy with the e2 pawn being loose, and it feels almost like a Benko gambit, where black gives up a pawn on the queen side and then starts just causing problems for white down these files. So if you trade on d8, and I just take back with my rook here, I could put maybe this rook on b8, and this knight can come to b4, or maybe to d4. So we acknowledge that white is up a pawn, and with precise, pinpoint precision, completely accurate play, white can claim an advantage. It's really difficult to be perfectly accurate in these types of positions where it's dynamic play for black and white first warding off the threat and then trying to come up with more active ideas of his own.
I'm a skeptic, though. Generally, I'm very amenable to these types of ideas, and I think this would be great in a rapid game. But first of all, Rajaba doesn't have to take on d8 yet. He can castle. And then you might say, well, black can actually restore material equality, take on d2, take on e2. But that's the problem with sacrificing so many pawns, is like it takes a while to take all of them back. And in doing so, you're giving your opponent a lot of tempi. So as you're pointing out, I think it wouldn't be in the spirit of the position trade queen. Queen b6 would be likely, but after something like knight c3, white can push that b pawn up to b3 whenever he wants. And I just don't really see black having quite enough for the pawn here. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Benko gambit player myself. It just feels like that type of position where you're claiming that you have sufficient compensation for the pawn, even though the engine always fights against you to the very end. They're like, nope, it's +1 for white.
+0.5.
Yeah, at least, right? +1, +0.5. You're never getting full equality. But Fabiano, he did this for a reason. He must believe in the position and the depth that these super grandmasters with their supercomputers look at these positions is just way more than us analyzing with the engine on here. And I think that's something that sometimes fans don't recognize is they say, well, this opening is bad. Why would
did
you
Fabi
do
choose this?
Yeah,
He knew it was 0.5.
Why would he give away a pawn and it'd be worse for him? But just they have supercomputers that help them out, and they have a different evaluation than the ones that we have. And the surprise factor can really play a big role in these games. So Timur Rajabov, as he fiddles with that pawn, I think it's a pawn, could be a more valuable piece, but he's usually fiddling with a pawn, as many chess players do. We're going to look at, wow, the Hikaru Nakamura game, because, oh my goodness, Duda in the top right over here, he let the knight into g6 and put his rook on g8. So Hikaru seems confused. I'm confused. Almira, are you surprised that Duda allowed this?
Well, is he going for knight e7, queen e7, and then g5 at some point?
That would make a lot of sense if this knight moves out the way.
This is a very peculiar line, I must admit. Knight e5, bishop b6, f takes c6, and knight g6. Because that wasn't the move that we were looking at all.
No, but maybe he wanted this position, right? He forced it.
I don't think it's that as much as he was worried about the position after knight f5, because the point of knight a5, I think, is that it's primarily aimed against knight f5. And if white had played knight f5 here, just really quickly, bishop f5, knight b3, and then black pushes the pawn on d5. So knight a5 is a prophylactic measure against d5. He disliked that position so much that he's willing to allow the position that's on the board, which I'm going to be very clear, I don't like for black one bit. And I feel like white has in store the move f2, f4. It's going to blast open the center. I don't see where the black king is going to go in the long run, because if Lex king ends up on f7, it doesn't have easy access to the king side. You're going to have to move the rook one more time to f8 to complete the castling by hand. And you might simply not have time for that if white's already rearing to go. Therefore, this is Hikaru's type of position. I wouldn't overstate it. I think black is okay, but Duda will have to be very precise in this early middle game.
And a lot of this is going to come down to some kind of d5 break at some point. You can't do that easily with a knight on g6, because don't forget that pieces move backwards. And knight c4 is going to be a nuisance, but if white starts with queen d3, let's note that his bishop can't move anywhere, so we shouldn't rush to capture it. We can capture it next move. Maybe queen to d3. Black might play b5 or rook c8 to get this knight to c4, but I'm going to start putting pieces on the d file. And perhaps this king is going to have to take on e7 just to keep d6 protected, but then it's going to be a wild one.
But on the other hand, it's a very interesting positional decision. Allowing bishop b6, f takes c6 also brings this very important pawn to the center, and, well, you no longer have the control over the d5 square.
That's right. And as we were saying, black might also try to play d5, but very important, Almira saying the knight doesn't get the d5 square, so you feel better about that. Almira, whose style do you think this position better suits?
Duda's.
Yeah? Okay. Tanya, you agree?
I'm gonna have to go with Hikaru.
I'm gonna have to
Just because
I don't know.
Just to be contrarian. We have to have three different opinions, otherwise it's not interesting.
Wow. No, I mean, so Almira, let's unpack that a little bit. So what is it about this position that you think suits Duda's style so well?
First of all, I think that even though that Duda has been quite solid during this tournament, I think that there are no concrete targets in this position for black. Only, well, I can think about the pawn on d6, but other than that, there is no longer a visible attack. So you will have to switch, well, Hikaru would have to switch and into something very positional. As I've said, queen d3, maybe a long castle, and maneuver his pieces, well, into better squares, especially the knight on c3.
Yeah, well, this is an excellent point. I mean, you're right, there are no concrete targets, and for Duda, he actually can play some concrete ideas in response. So the evaluation bar likes Hikaru. Hikaru, I'm not sure if he likes his position. He seems a little stressed at the board.
If Hikaru likes Hikaru.
Hikaru definitely likes, oh, I hope he does. We all hope that everyone likes themselves, but Hikaru's going to have to figure this one out, and we'll leave him to figure it out because it is time for our first break of the day here in the round 13 of the FIDE Candidates. But while this event is coming to its conclusion in just a few days, I want to remind everyone of an event on Thursday, July 7th. The I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship Finals are set. The razor-sharp FIDE Master James Kane III takes on the always tricky, ever-resourceful International Master Eric Rosen in what will undoubtedly be a thriller. So tune in on Thursday, July 7th at 10:30 a.m. Pacific, right here on Chess.com. So as we see the players, they are thinking hard, trying to figure out what's to do in their positions. We are going to head on over to break, so please don't go anywhere. As you see the Spanish commentators, we'll be right back for more from round 13 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Champion Nepomniachtchi is back at the Candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the Candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo were not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
So we're here today at the candidates. We're in the media room with Ding Liren's notoriously large chair, and Fun Master Mike is having a battle of his own to become Food Master Mike. We're gonna see how he's getting on.
Lydia, don't make me eat anymore. This is like a pizza simul. Please be done. At least get some water or something. It's terrible here.
¿Qué le dicen a los de Cádiz? Ay, Lorita, ni todo el pueblo. ¿Qué le dicen a los de Cádiz? Ay, que cuando vende la libra de la Sarene, de la Nay. Ay, que cuando vende la libra de la Sarene, yo pegué un tiro al aire, caso la vena, que confianza del hombre nunca la tenga señora, nunca la tenga, que yo pegué un tiro al aire, caso la vena.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at Chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
And we see all 4 games on the screen here. 3 players just hanging out away from their boards, their chairs, very tall. Only Ding Liren has what I consider a normal sized chair. It's been one of the biggest talking points of the event. And we just remind everybody that in studio in Madrid, International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and 1 hour and change into the round, we have some really exciting battles, and no games have been decided yet.
Of course, and this is, I think, incredibly exciting. You know, I'm looking at the board between the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Richard Rapport. It's extremely complex, so no draw for you today.
No, and Richard actually just made a move after a very long think in that one, and you know he's playing. He didn't just make a Berlin draw with the black pieces, and this has been a position that was incredibly popular about 2, maybe 3 decades ago. And Report spent a lot of time thinking. Yes, indeed.
Timan Lubojevic in Tilburg in 1974.
If we go bring up the analysis board, that after h6, the bishop actually retreated to the f4 square, putting pressure on the d6 pawn.
So there's that T again.
There's the T. Must be happy. And d5, queen slides to e1, exploiting a pin down the d file, a potential pin down the e file as well. And bishop b4 helps solve the issue by creating a pin in return. So after e takes d5, knight takes d5, you can't, you would love to take on d5 with your knight, but you lose your queen. So that's not available.
But this is such an interesting positional decision. You develop your bishop, you give up your pair of bishops, and you finish your development. So what do you think about this, Daniel?
But I don't think he did it willingly. I think Jan is just a demon, because the move a3 is so tricky. If you play bishop a5 instead, I think that might be a blunder. Now, I'm not sure about the move order, so don't quote me on this, but you can start with, the point is, you start with b4, let's say bishop b6. Now you take on d5, and you might think, no big deal, knight d5, bishop d5. Black has sufficient number of defenders despite the e-pawn being pinned, but c4. And all of a sudden, despite the white king being weakened, I don't think you can save your bishop. Rook c8, you can just play king b1. Now, it turns out that this is not the end of the story. It's more complicated than that. I think after b4, bishop b6, ed, black can actually take with the bishop on d5. But anyways, Richard Report spent a while calculating this. He didn't like it. And I think as a consequence of that, he decided to take on c3. But I think this is music to Jan's ears.
I just want to point out that bishop c7 fails because of this pin down the e file. Because if we count, it looks like we have 3 pieces defending it, but we only in fact have 2 because the e6 pawn cannot legally capture. So just to show that quickly here, that the trade happens, the rook takes, and that rook is immune from capture because the pawn is pinned. White would win a piece. So what we're getting at is that white was threatening to win material in many different ways if this bishop retreated to a5. Now, as you point out, Danya, to show that if e takes d5, you'd have to make quite a counterintuitive move. With bishop takes d5, we typically don't enjoy losing our bishop for a knight, but here that saves material because after knight takes d5, and c4, which tries to exploit the pin, there's this move queen to f6 at the end, threatening queen a1 check, threatening queen takes f4, so black would be able to survive.
But if we continue this variation, bishop b5?
This is actually why you won the knight on d5. If you had a bishop here, you wouldn't have bishop e3 check.
Oh,
now the knight defends e3.
Yes, so it's just a long tactical sequence where the knight protects the bishop, you have to take with your queen, and then we see a position, I have to skip the move because you take this, and you take this, and black could take the knight on d1 and give up some more pawns, or just take this, and we get a messy position that apparently is completely level.
Yeah, and so on the basis of these simple lines, Richard Report took on c3. Now, after queen c3 castles, the good news for Jan is that I think he has this move bishop e5, which might forcibly lead to a trade down the long diagonal. Bishop e5, then pre-move bishop takes f6.
But there's one little trick.
Yes.
I can move my knight because the g7 pawn might not be hanging.
Yeah,
right?
you can play knight e8. But
why can't I play knight d7?
Oh, you bishop g7, queen g5 check.
Sorry, friends. I'm not going to be so friendly in this tactical line because the bishop is lost on g7.
If I miss one more of those tactics, just like Magnus, I might retiro from chess. Now that didn't. The pawn was better when I applied it to Magnus.
But can you play a simple move rook c8 here after bishop b5?
Okay. Then I take an f6, and I look pleadingly at my opponent. Please allow me to win the candidates.
So you're just saying that the queen should take as the g pawn takes, the king is undoubtedly getting in trouble, and after this, it's not that black is worse, it's just that black can't really play for a win at this point. White is too
But
solid.
I think this would be incongruent with Jan's overall strategy, which is to play for a draw by playing for a win. So Jan might play g2, g4, and just decide that, hey, guess what, Richard? You don't want to play Berlin? I'm going to wipe you off the board. White's got 2 bishops, well-placed queen, hook on h6. I would prefer white here, but as long as there's opposite side castling and black wants to go rook a8 to c8 and bishop a4, your heart is going to be beating pretty fast here as long as the queens are on the board.
And we should remind everybody why we are talking about this game in the way we are, that Report playing for a win, Jan being happy for a draw, because Jan Nepomniachtchi has 8.5 points with this game and tomorrow's game to go. So Jan just needs one draw today, and he has made his way through to qualify for a World Championship match. So Jan, he's sipping his tea. He's trying to make sure that he's fully focused. And Almira, do you think he's happy with the position that he's obtained after 14 moves?
I think that he's a bit nervous, especially that when you see his result, 8.5 points, even out of 14, would be sufficient to win the tournament. For the moment, that's still not sufficient, like out of 12. And he's going even for an historic score. If he makes 2 draws, for example, he can win a tournament with a score which we have never seen before. But I can certainly feel tension here.
Danya, we see Jan on screen here. He's also spending 35 minutes for 14 moves. We know how quick he plays in the opening.
Well, I think he's been a Zen master this tournament in terms of his emotions, but he's also human. I think he's obviously nervous. I don't even think that's up for debate. I think it's also important to point out that even if, let's say, Jan loses, and let's say that Ding and Hikaru both draw, he's not going to be happy. He doesn't want to win the candidates with a whimper, right? He doesn't want to win on the strength of other players holding Hikaru and people in second place back. He wants to win by getting 1.5 points out of the last 2 games.
And he wants to win with a Chess.com pin on his jacket, because I just saw him move, and that looks like a Chess.com pin.
Snappy.
Yeah, how come I don't have one of those? Danny, I know you're watching the show. I don't own a Chess.com pin, so I guess Jan is, he deserves it, and we don't here.
I don't know. He didn't really. Also, not really achieving anything.
Is Jan like singing to himself? It felt like he was vibing to some kind of music, and now he's going back to calculating.
It's actually one of the questions that I still have for Jan or for Richard's report, if what kind of music they listen to while they're preparing for their games.
I was listening to Mozart, but okay, there's my Spotify, and okay, a song stuck in my head, and okay, during game I just took myself down. I listened to some music, some Johann Amadeus Mozart, Bach. Okay.
He's like, where's my voice coming from?
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. What am I saying? Oh, Johann Sebastian Bach. I got my composers confused. I hope Jan doesn't have his candidate moves confused here, because this is a very complex position.
It is. No, it really is a tough one. And Jan doesn't look very familiar with the position either. So Richard Report spent a bunch of time in his last 2 moves. Jan doing the same. Nerves are undoubtedly playing a part. But if we talk strictly about what's happening on the chessboard, and this isn't an easy position to figure out, because right now White has the bishop pair, but the d5, e4 tension is very important. White can push that pawn to e5, but then that allows Black free play on the queen side, where only White's king is. So Jan, he may be nervous, he may still be stoic. He did talk to us about his mentality. So let's remind everybody about what he said.
In general, overlooking at all your games here at the candidates in Madrid, what do you think so far has been the reason of your success?
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep, my head calm and not, let, any emotions drive me. So trying to do my job more or less. And this could be the difference with the players who play their first candidates. The tournament is nothing over, so it's still I have 2 games which could be extremely tense. And so far, once again, it's good, but it's too early, to give some promises.
I feel like when Jan says that there are 2 games left, very tense, I think he's reminding himself, because one of the biggest storylines of Jan Nepomniachtchi before the previous candidates in 2020/2021 was that he is impulsive. He plays too quickly. Even when he has good positions, he doesn't slow down to calculate. So I feel like, as he said when he joins the studio, that the candidates tournaments are different for him. The level of preparation is higher. He feels like he's in the zone, and I think he keeps himself in a narrow line, and he only walks that line without venturing out, and that's why he's trying to keep his composure and keep his emotions in check.
And chess is also, it's a very strange game compared to the other sports where you can express your emotions freely, while during the chess tournament, like you observe almost a religious silence during the games, then you go and prepare like for the next game. And I'm pretty sure that maybe after winning a game, Jan's soul is jumping like a unicorn inside, but you do not allow yourself even to feel that until the tournament is over.
Yeah, it's a must. Remaining objective at all times. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has done a masterful job of that throughout this event. Right now in this position, it's not looking very easy. He's been thinking for a while. But as we get to the other boards, in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, Ding Liren against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza has the white pieces, up a pawn. But look at those pawns for black, c6 all the way to e4. It feels like Ding Liren, he's trying to figure out if he can play for more. And as I say that, I look at the top right, and Hikaru Nakamura, he may have played the best move of the tournament with pawn to h4. Danya against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he plays d4 once again, h4, once again.
A very interesting, unorthodox decision, but the intention of that decision is crystal clear. He does not want Jan-Krzysztof to move that knight off of g6. He is going to bring that pawn up to h5. The pawn will be supported by the queen. The pawn itself supports the knight. Now, that is obviously a very time-consuming plan, and it allows Duda several tempi to improve his coordination. So king f7 is a very helpful move for black.
Okay, we'll analyze this with king coming to f7.
Right.
Would scare a lot of our viewers, but king f7 makes a lot of sense.
And then after h5, black wants to play a move like queen c7, or maybe even rook g8 to e8 to prepare king g8. And the reason I'm a little bit iffy on Hikaru's strategy is because he has given now Duda a chance to either coordinate his rooks or to castle by hand. And if Duda makes his king safe, and I think Almira's earlier point will be very pertinent, black has great control over the center. Let's not forget that. The knight on c3, it's restricted by black's pawns. The knight on c4 is a very good one. So from the perspective of the non-knight on g6 pieces, one could make the case that black has better control over the position as a whole. So a very double-edged decision by Nakamura. I won't pass judgment on it yet. Let's see how the next 3 or 4 moves go.
And I think that the logical continuation after h4, h5 would be for white to support it by playing f4. But in this position, I'm not sure you want to do this because you give up the e5 square, potentially the g5.
And the b2 pawn is a problem
the b2
too.
Pawn, exactly.
Yeah, just to put that here, rook e8, f4. It looks like a very natural move because the king's in f7, but you see the evaluation bar say this is really bad stuff. After bishop takes f4, the pawn on b2 is lost. The pawn on b2 might be lost anyway, tactically speaking, because if you take with, say, the rook on f4, I can still take your pawn on b2 in some positions with queen b6 check to follow and grabbing the bishop down here on b2. So you have to be very, very careful here for white. And even if I just make a calm move just to get out of a pin with king g8, black's position is fundamentally more sound than white's. Isolated pawn here, overextended pawn there. Problem on b2, you can't really move because the c3 knight is loose. So this is how people with the white pieces play a little bit too ambitiously and then lose quite quickly because they can't protect all their pieces.
Just to come back what I said previously, that's what I was thinking, why this position suits Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
You think he's French now?
Yes.
Jean-Christophe Duda, yes, very good.
Better, because even though that he has a very solid opening repertoire, he's striving for the dynamic play very much. He's a very dynamic player.
Right, and he can obtain those dynamics without doing anything wild, right? He can just make king f7, rook e8, and already the position calls for it from white's perspective. So after king f7, h5, let's say rook e8, are there any other ways white can play besides f4? We know that Hikaru is likely looking to play for a win, but Hikaru tends to be quite objective in his plans, right? Against Timur Jabov, he regretted how adventurous his opening was and the consequence of it. But is there a way he can play maybe more solidly but still have hope that he can outplay Jan-Krzysztof?
Well, b3 is my initial inclination to get rid of black's strongest piece, but that is an obvious downside. After knight b6, actually 2 downsides. The first is that the knight on c3 hangs. The second is that black, and consequently the pawn on e4, as you're showing. But the possibility of d6, d5, especially after black plays queen c7 first to protect e5, is now a distinct possibility. And once black's pawn phalanx in the center starts rolling, there might be hell to pay for white. So queen f3 is probably called for here. Queen f3, queen c7. You're experiencing problems on the c file. knight, the pawn on c2. This is not up Hikaru's alley, and I think we can only be talking about a black advantage here.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
This is yucky.
No, and if the knight wants to take this bishop at some point, you have to actually put pressure on d6, but you're so far away from doing so, and black at some point can look to play d5. So this queen often goes to c6 to maximize the defense of the d5.
Yeah, you don't even have to go d5. That's just an idea, but you can play without it.
And this is actually one of those positions for white where I might say, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what is my plan.
And I would say, I also don't know. So I don't know how to help you.
I think time pressure might play a serious role in this game. It doesn't seem that way right now because it's already moved 16, both players well over an hour. But I could easily see both players spending 10, 15 minutes per move, like the next 4 or 5 moves. And I think if time pressure becomes a factor, we kind of know who that favors between Hikaru and Jan-Krzysztof, with full due respect to the Polish players' blitz skill, which is nothing to sneeze at all. But Amir, I could sense some pushback from you.
Well, Jan-Krzysztof almost won the World Blitz Championship. Last year he lost against MVL on tiebreaks. He won the Superbet Warsaw Rapid and Blitz tournament, which finished almost before the candidates. So I'm not sure who is the favorite in this match.
He also eliminated Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup. I would say that ultimately, if you had to put some kind of winning percentages, Hikaru has to have more than 50%. But you're right that Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, he's right there amongst the best players, slightly behind Hikaru.
I agree that Jan-Krzysztof might have chances in a time scramble, but I wouldn't super bet on it.
Oh, goodness. On that note, we're going to go to our 4-game view. That way I have more things to distract me from Danya's mistimed puns. So we did see Jan Nepomniachtchi play your move bishop e5. So that's probably just him continuing to make good moves, solid moves, and rich reports on the clock. But I'm looking at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Timur Rajabov, look at the clock situation against Fabiano Caruana, where Fabiano has spent very little time. Rajabov is down 50 minutes at this point. And we have that kind of Benko Gambit compensation where black is just targeting the queenside pawns, and white may not be worse. In fact, maybe the pawns just get traded off. Somehow it's equal. But that would be a success for Caruana in many ways. The black pieces, no real stress in this game. That feels like a good result as he tries to vie for second place.
That's a very successful opening preparation, I think. And the more we look at this position, we understand that there is no easy way to castle for white now. What are you going to do with your a2 pawn? There is if you castle, I can always take bishop b2, knight a2, then rook b3, and maybe at the end we will come down to a rook endgame, 3 versus 4.
Yeah, no, Rajabov certainly doesn't want that. There's actually a very tilting line for white, which is if you castle here and you say, okay, I'm going to give up e2 and a2, but I'll take c5 and it'll be a draw. This is what Almira is saying, rook e1, right? Okay. After bishop f3, bishop f3, knight a2, your rook was defending b3, and rook c5, rook b3 is white's worst nightmare come true. Like, you want to avoid this kind of endgame like the plague if you're Timur. And I think the way you do that is you start by eliminating the pawn on c5. Now, this is very scary because black has this weird move, rook b5, if Robert can ever manage to take the pawn. Then after rook takes b5, it's checkmate, knight c2 and rook d1.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, out of nowhere.
Just distracting the rook off the c file, leading to a back rank checkmate. Only move knight e1, rook takes e1 is mate. Yikes.
So that means after rook b5, you have to move the rook and stay on the c file. But where do you move it? I would probably go rook c3. I think all other squares are bad for various reasons. And after knight takes a2, now you can move the rook off of the c file. You move it to e3. But black has knight c1. Castles, knight takes b3, and sign the peace accords. I think we're going to see something along those lines.
Wow. Yeah, it does.
If not that exact line.
It does seem very likely that even if black wins those 2 pawns on the queen side, white will grab c5. And if white doesn't lose his e2 pawn as well, then that should be quite straightforward. But that's what Timur Rajabov is thinking about. He is trying to figure out, how do I trade my A and B pawns for black C pawn without also losing my e2 pawn and being able to castle. And that often is easier said than done. So he is trying to be really accurate here. He can play rook takes e5 as you're indicating, but he's probably a little bit nervous about that because of some of the tactical sequences.
Yes, but let's analyze those tactical sequences, because after rook c5, maybe I can take knight a2.
Okay, well,
if I'm not losing a piece after rook a5, then this line works for black.
Yeah, no, rook a5, you can bring your knight back to b4 if you're worried, but knight c3 is even stronger.
Ooh.
Because speaking of checkmate, there's one there. This pawn now is under attack twice, and this is what Timur clearly doesn't want, because all the threats are against his
even if by some engine method he's still fine, like knight d2, but
his rook takes b3.
Yeah, no, nobody.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
take my bishop.
Oh, beautiful.
Check. You have to take my rook. You know
Gorgeous.
Moves, and then rook d1 mate.
Right.
Wow,
I think this is like one of my favorite moments of the commentary when I hear it dynasty.
Well, I reserve it for
these kind of
special moments.
Oof, that would be quite an ending. So yeah, it's not easy for Rajabov to even defend any of the pawns because of the tactics against the king. That's why we typically don't like having the king in the center. And do you like coffee or do you like Timur? Oh my. Oh my.
A man after my own heart.
Yes, seriously. Someone ban this person from chat, please.
That is a genius pun.
That chatter is not getting a diamond membership. I see my producer.
That might be one of the best I've ever heard. I think that deserves a platinum, gold, diamond membership. Whatever, name the precious metal. I think a membership tier should be named after this person.
And is this like a joke on boysenberry? Like, is that what's happening with their username?
Everything this guy says is a pun.
Yeah. That hurt. That really hurt to read out loud. I regret it immensely. Let's be honest. Raj's performance has been quite impressive in this tournament, says Save Nature 47. Yeah, it has. I think, Amira, you were mentioning this, that the expectations for Rajabov were zero. Like, everyone thought he might just get last, he might lose a lot of games, but Rajabov has been playing excellent chess.
Actually, before the tournament started, he was one of the underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I just think chess is this weird thing where players are often influenced by the fact they know a player more. So what do I mean by that? Firouzja, he was on everybody's mind, right? For like the months leading up to the tournament and his climb to 2,800. And yes, there were high expectations attached to him, and for very good reason. Rajabov might have been a little bit less on people's minds. He played less, but that doesn't mean he's less strong. He's 2750, for goodness sake. You don't hit that rating coincidentally. And as I say that, knight f3 to d2 is his choice, closing down the d file. What do we make of this?
I think you just take the pawn in a2, and feels like it's just a trade, and he's protecting b3 with the knight.
It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think he's stabilizing, and that way he can make a draw. But Rajabov, as he is tied for 4th place right now with the player he's facing, Fabiano Caruana, he still has a chance of 2nd place, and he shared his thoughts about what should happen if there is indeed a tie for 2nd.
Well, the tie breaks are good in general. I think it's the right way. And also for the World Championship format, I think also Carlsen was proposing this. I think the World Cup format is a good thing, like all this, knockout matches and so on. It's a very good thing, I think, in my opinion.
So you would prefer knockout matches for the candidates rather than a double round robin?
You said knockout or naka?
Both can be true.
Yeah. So the knockouts, I think, are a good thing. Also for the people like watching. It's fun all the time because until the very end, it goes like in the candidates, for example, if you started badly and then you have to play for 14 rounds and you are like -4 and there's no chance to win the tournament or something like this, it's like useless tournament. Everybody's trying to beat you and so on. So it's a bit tricky thing, I think. But for the World Championship, I think can be used the knockout system. In general, it's also a lot of fun and it's normal, I think. I think it's a good.
So one thing about Timur is he, of course, has been a streamer himself, but he really pays attention to the broader gaming atmosphere. And he said that he feels the knockout format is more exciting for fans, and it also will make it so that people who are having bad tournaments they're eliminated, right? If you play a bad tournament and knockout, you're gone. So Almira, what do you think? What's your take on knockout tournaments?
Well, that's an interesting point because if you come back to our discussion before, what I said that you would not see the players putting up like less resistance in this case. So knockout tournaments are very interesting, and it happens that like for the first time in many years, I accepted to play this year in the French Championship. Well, the French Federation has changed the format completely, and we are going to witness for the first time a knockout tournament. So I really wanted to try it, and I find that it's also it's a tournament which is very interesting to watch for spectators.
Yeah, and Danya, on the downside, the closing ceremony has just 2 players there, and everyone else has gone home. But on the upside, one player's result can't hurt somebody in a different match, right? If Richard Rapport in this tournament, his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi the first time around, that loss hurt everybody in the field to the point that he apologized to Fabiano, who at the time was right behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that seems to be another benefit.
Yeah, you could argue that the knockout format is a lot more pure precisely for that reason. Another downside, though, is that people watch tournaments for different reasons. Some watch them for the sporting element, but others watch them because they're fans of a certain player. And if that player gets eliminated, then certain people might be less inclined to watch the rest of the tournament. But I would counter that by saying that there are a lot more fans of the game of chess. There are a lot more people who might be disappointed if, let's say, you're a fan of Alireza and he's eliminated from a tournament. But those people are going to keep watching because knockout tournaments are super compelling. And let's be real, if you're a chess fan, you're going to watch this tournament if 10 other super GMs are playing. So I'm a big fan of the knockout format. I think it needs to be thought through very carefully. But I definitely think that it's part of the future of chess.
And it's also part of the past because the FIDE Candidates used to be knockouts. When Timur Rajabov played in 2011, it was a knockout event where there were 8 players trying to make their way through, and you have to win 3 matches. Not easy against this level of competition. But I think that Timur, he has a good sense of what fans want because he not only streams himself, he watches the streams. He told us he watches Hikaru's recap videos.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, he's not missing any bit of information, you know.
Yeah, from a sporting aspect, that could be smart, just because you can hear Hikaru's thoughts about his openings and how he played. But it just is clear that Timur, he said just to us that he believes the knockout is the better format, and some of the other players have voiced similar thoughts. And I do believe that that it could be good. And we see, first of all, this person is all about elimination formats because their name is Illuminator.
And then the little symbol is Illu. And
yeah.
What about double Illum?
What about double Illum? So it's a good question. Double elimination.
That's a pretty illuminating question.
Those formats are being used more. It's pretty exciting. They're used in other esports for sure, in other gaming. So, Almira, what do you think? That way people get 2 chances.
Well, I only tried this format when I played in poker tournaments. This is completely different, so I'm not really sure that I have so much experience or at least expertise to talk about this subject. I was thinking maybe gone are the days where the candidates were playing 28 rounds in order right. To qualify for the match. So talking about the purity element, I'm not sure that this one is suits chess best.
Okay. Danya, the recent American Cup had double elimination format. Fabiano Caruana won that event. What did you make of it?
I liked it. I think it's promising. I'm not going to be talking about the same caliber tournament as the candidates, but I did play the Bullet Chess Championship. Chess.com's Bullet Chess Championship. It was a double elim format. And I liked it a lot because it took a little bit of the pressure off of the initial matches because I knew that I would still have a chance if I lost. And I think it eliminates the sort of role of coincidence because if in the World Cup this becomes a problem sometimes. You make one little blunder, and because it's just a 2-game match, you're already eliminated. And one might argue that that's on you, and blunders are a part of the game. So I think there's a place for a deep philosophical discussion on what caters to the purity of chess more. Double elim should certainly play a central role in that discussion for sure.
Yeah, more elimination events could be fun. The World Cup is so popular. It only happens once every couple of years, but a lot of spectators have voiced their approval.
Every couple of years?
Yeah, exactly. Every couple of years. Didn't actually make a pun. We see Hikaru Nakamura, who doesn't try to become a meme, but he often does when he looks at other people's games. He makes one of his faces. He's like, what's going on in this one? But with this game being so level, I don't think that he has too much to look at. And we're going to take a step back. We're going to look at our 4-game view as all 4 games are in session. Richard Report trying to figure out his endgame, as we see in the top left. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is undoubtedly thrilled. No risk for him with the white pieces. He can probably lock this tournament up without too much effort, and Report he's trying to solve his problems. But Hikaru Nakamura, he brought his queen out to f3 in the top right. I like Liren still trying to fight for an advantage. Which game should we go to? I know that's usually my job, but I wanted someone else to pick. I'm giving you all a choice too.
Ooh, you're putting us on the spot. I mean, Elmira.
Well, I wanted to have a look at this very interesting endgame, although it's still very equal. But against Firouzja against Liren.
Okay, so we'll bring that one up here because Liren tied with Hikaru Nakamura for 2nd place entering the round. And Amir, we have the endgame. White's still up a pawn, but black with great pieces.
And what I wanted to point out is that Alireza came, he found a very active plan. So he wants to play h3 and g4. And then if you allow him, he will play g5 and then h4 and h5. And those pawns actually will become very dangerous.
Uh-oh, that does seem like a bit of a problem. And
that's what Ding's move was aimed against.
Bishop e7. Okay, so you played g4. You're saying he'll put his bishop on h4, but then the bishop could get locked in here. There's no way to trap it.
Yeah, but it's like it's in a prison, but it's got high-speed Wi-Fi and endlessly refilling cookie jar, and White cannot get to this bishop. And you mentioned something much earlier, Robert, that I think some people might have rolled their eyes at and said it's never going to happen. The Black King. I'm talking to the Black King getting to c3. It's become a lot more of a reality now because the king is only a few steps away from it. And let's not forget about the possibility of a well-timed bishop sacrifice on g5 because black has quite the phalanx of pawns in the center. And this is a very complicated position. It's a 3-result position. All zeros by the computer because if both sides play precisely, a situation where neither side can make progress should arise. But there's a high probability of an inaccuracy from either side here. So this has gotten a lot spicier than I've expected.
And Alireza must be pretty happy because you're pointing out this plan that even once you get here, you have a passed pawn, a protected passed pawn. So Alireza probably feels like instead of just waiting to see what Liren's going to do, he now has chances to play for a win himself.
I'm not so sure about this. Have a look at this bishop on h4. It is certainly trapped, but in a long term, it can also attack the pawn on f4 if you trade rooks. And it takes so many squares away from white's pieces. You can no longer play king f2, king f3 if you want. Your rook cannot transfer anywhere.
Yeah, no, it seems like white is very much locked up here. It's so strange to put a bishop on h4 because if you just gave white a knight, this king would go over here, and the knight would try to come to g2 and take the piece. But with opposite colored bishops and no rook able to go to a square like g4 because of the pawn, the bishop is very, very safe here.
So what are your moves here? Rook d1, rook f1?
Yeah, I think only black can really try. I mean, if you play c4, God forbid.
Oh.
Yeah, c4, d4.
Just to show you, this is...
So black's king can chill on c5. And I want to make one more quick point to piggyback off of what Elmira said about the bishop. Visually, we think only the bishop is trapped. But in a sense, the white king is also trapped. Because the moment it moves, the bishop can jump to g3. So we don't think of the king as being tied down or trapped, but really it is. Because in order to keep the bishop trapped, the king is also essentially confined to one little space.
Yeah, and if you try to push the pawn to g6, you'll have to make a move, let's say king d6, like move like bishop h5, but that's a really awkward
bishop takes
spot
g5 already.
Oh, well, okay. let's move my king first, but that's a good point by Danya. Bishop takes g5 is possible. Actually, this gets very dicey with bishop f7. Danya's point was that after pawn takes, rook takes, black gets this bishop right back and has an extra pawn and wins the game. But after bishop f7, which is fortunate that white has that, and you get this situation, I see that it says even. Oh, it's not sure, but it says even. But this looks very scary for both sides because there's passed pawns here, passed pawns there, and to assess this is very challenging.
Yeah. Dvoretsky would probably give this in one of his books as like a 1-star difficulty problem. Yeah, Vlad Kremnik didn't get this right, and I told him he had no future in chess. In any case, complex position, still a draw is the most likely, but bishop e7, such a classy move by Ding. Such good prophylaxis, not panicking at the prospect of g4, understanding that the fly in the ointment is that it weakens the h4 square. And Alireza deep in thought here.
And we can just show Almira's point, right? Like, if you don't play bishop e7, let's say I make bishop c7, and then g4 happens, and I just go back thinking there's no big deal, you already see the difference. Your bishop is locked out. King g3, pawn h4, pawn h5 at some point. I can't play king g3 too early because I dropped my pawn, but that's what the h4 move is for. I'll start with h4, bring my king up, and I can even play h5 and so on, and how are you going to stop my pawns?
Danny, I was also wondering if Ding played bishop b7 with the intention of playing bishop h4, if you will not play g4
Quite likely, to force white to play g4.
Oh, that's annoying. So if I move my rook somewhere random, bishop h4, your pawn is pinned, you have to play the move g4, otherwise you lose, and now we're...
And now king d6.
Yeah, we're the same exact territory as before, so likely g5, and white is frozen.
Yeah, and c3 is a move that you might look at the engine and say, oh, white should just play c3 and stop black's king from getting to c5. But the danger of just parroting the computer is that you fail to appreciate the difficulty of playing certain moves. Look at this from another perspective. This makes it very possible for black to play c5 and d4. And the moment black establishes a pawn on d4, the game could end in like 3 moves, right? So as easy as it is to just say that white should just stop king b4 because the engine says so, there's human difficulties associated with all of these moves.
Yeah, I just want to show the difference. By playing c3, you allow black to create a passed pawn, whereas with the pawn on c2, if black ever played the move d4, let's just go back over here and make this move d4, then you're not actually going to get a passed pawn because white has the square under control. So there's a lot here to work out for both these two players, but the point is the bishop comes to h4 and black is holding off white's passed pawns. So yeah, this is a position that Alireza has a lot to work through if he intends to play for a win. So let's have a quick look at the hall there. Oh, look at that familiar face. That is Viswanathan Anand, the former World Chess Champion, the 5-time World Chess Champion. He is commentating in Spanish. So go on over to twitch.tv/chesscomes to hear Vishy's thoughts on these candidates as he speaks to our Spanish commentators on site. That is such a treat for all the viewers. Look how many people are sitting there in the audience.
Mesmerized by the legend, who also happens to be a polyglot.
You know, but Vishy lived in Spain for so many years, so he's so fluent in Spanish. And of course, this is such a present to the Spanish audience.
Yeah, Danya, who speaks Spanish, maybe you're going to go on a break and go listen to the...
I would love to. Yeah, you can take over. I don't really commentate anymore.
Yeah, no, it is really a treat, and we've commentated with Vishy before. Anytime you can hear such a luminary's thoughts, you should check that out. So again, twitch.tv/chesscomes for the commentary by the Chess.com Spanish speaking team and the former world champion Viswanathan Anand. So these players still trying to make their way through the round. Richard Report doesn't look very entertained by his game in the top left. It's an end game. Black's pawn structure a bit compromised. White with an extra pawn on the queen side over there. So Report, he's probably just saying, maybe I should call it a day, so maybe I should try to make a draw.
Well, Nepo's tasting that glass of champagne that he might be having tonight. And, I mean, I don't see too many universes in which black wins this game. I would caution against assuming that white is much better because of his improved pawn structure. The thing is, if you look at black's f and e pawns, they're quite mobile. If the king gets to f6, which is what Richard is trying to do with his last move, e5, e4 becomes a serious possibility. So there is still life in this endgame. Nepo has to be careful. But if you told him that you would get a slightly better endgame after 21 moves, and you need a draw to win the candidates, I mean, he would accept that with open arms.
Well, we have established that we have a multiverse pattern in our commentary. So I wanted to ask Danya, well, in those universes, like, how many dimensions do you have?
Ooh. If only
And how does a chess game look like in those universes?
Sadly, I'm not a science fiction fan. Just that question already makes my brain explode.
Well, I'm looking towards like, well, a 10-dimensional chess game.
Wow, if chess weren't complicated enough, 10-dimensional chess game, oh my goodness. And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi is happy that it's not to that point, because the way he's playing chess as the game currently exists, it's good enough and it's fantastic quality, and he's seemingly just a little while away from locking up his second consecutive Candidates Tournament, pour some of his puer
Non-existent.
into the...
I've never seen any liquid actually come out of that thermos, like ever.
So you're accusing Jan of lying to us.
I think he might be. And then to complete the act, it's that careful sipping as if there's like hot liquid in there.
May I say something? Actually, I like very much this move, King G7. First of all, he's bringing his king on F6. Then he's going to play Rook G8. Is he going to force Jan to play G3? But then you have this potential play associated with H5, H4. And you can even bring back your rook to Rook H8, play H5, H4, second rook on G8.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess, like, let's say White makes some random move B3 and you play King F6. I think White can always bring that rook over to H4 just to be a nuisance over here. You're going to have to...
But okay, King G5.
Yeah, then I move my rook back somewhere this way.
Well, then Rook G8. I don't know.
Yeah, but if we start trading rooks, I think White is happy.
Can I start with H5 here?
Aha, so Almira is trying to get this pawn going, get a rook to G8, put pressure down on G2. Yeah, this is the start of something, right? This has the look of a position where Black can try and play for a win. So
you shouldn't stop watching. The game is far from over.
Yeah,
it's a 3-result position. I'm not out of line if I say that.
No, it's interesting because I think that we want to just chalk it up, Jan win the tournament, and then you start realizing with these double pawns, inherent to having double pawns is an open file. So this G2 pawn can become a target, and Jan needs to play accurately. That said, maybe Jan's accuracy has to be on the queen side because he can start pushing pawns of his own. So he is up a pawn on the A through C files. So let's look to push those pawns there. And can Black get E5? That really weakens the F5 pawn. It also opens up the 6th rank for the White rook. So it is a bit of a mixed bag right now. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he doesn't want to take risks here. So maybe he'll find some move that eliminates the option to play King F6 and Rook G8.
And another thing we shouldn't forget about, the fact that Jan has the additional onus of constantly trying to find lines that lead to simplification and a draw. And that's an additional burden on his clock. That's an additional burden on his psyche. I remember when I needed to draw for my second GM norm, which is basically as good of an achievement as winning the candidates, comparable. But I had a similar situation where I had like a slightly better endgame with Black. But all I could think about, all I could look for were lines that led to trades. And ultimately, that desire to simplify was so overpowering that I just forgot I was better and traded into a 3-on-4 rook endgame, which I had to defend for another 60 moves. I eventually made the draw. But it was crazy how much that influence distorted my thinking. And Richard doesn't have that. I mean, he's just playing this like a normal land game. He's got nothing to lose.
It's a good point. Right, the pressure is entirely squarely on Jan Nepomniachtchi's shoulders, and he may see what Richard's up to. Almira's plan, bring the rook to G8 and King to F6, and he may say, "I need to stop that." But when you only look to stop potential winning ideas for your opponent, you may stop also looking for your own ideas. So Jan has to remain objective.
What does he keep looking behind? He's looks at that direction 1,000 times.
Well, hopefully it's not people distracting him, because even a small footstep.
Oh, it's Hikaru's position. Because remember, Hikaru and Ding both have to win their games in order to make Jan's result meaningful.
Oh, that's true, because if Ding and Hikaru draw their games, then it doesn't matter how Jan Nepomniachtchi does. He is the champion of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. So that's a good point. But you don't really want to be glancing at other people's games too much.
It's actually such a powerful image. It means and it proves how nervous he is.
Yes.
Because he's not strictly focusing on his own game.
And this affects him gratefully.
Yeah, no, he clearly is looking around, and maybe he felt Hikaru making a face, so he just he was ready to make a face of his own. Both these players, they wear their emotions on their sleeves and on their face. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think one move that I'm considering, because we keep talking about black trying to take over the G file, is this move rook to h4. Like that way you can't play king f6. I don't think you can easily play king g6, because then I push my pawn to g4 to exploit a pin on your king. So rook h4 feels like a really annoying move for black to deal with.
But this is such a strange move to make on the other hand, because it looks completely artificial. Let's say if I would be black, I would start with rook d8. Then I will try to take control over d file. You will probably play bishop e2.
Absolutely.
If we are looking for the lines which allow you to trade a few pieces and to reach a draw in endgame. But here, now that your bishop is on e2, maybe I can play king g6.
Right. And I guess I'll happily trade. And did he just play bishop e2 first? Okay, so he's opening up the d file. But yeah, I was just looking at a position like this and like, all right, come beat me. Show me what you got. And if you bring your king up, I can just put my pawn on g3 and defend my rook. And it's one of those ideas, like I was saying, where you're just stopping your opponent's plan, but it could get you in trouble because it does feel very artificial as a way of dealing with the pushes on the king side.
But of course, this is by no means a better position for black, but we have a game.
Right. For sure we have a game. And I think Jan, his move bishop to e2, laying claim to the d file, so no rook d8 for you. And maybe he could play g4.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to deal with this pawn on g2 being a weakness. And if he starts trading off pawns, even though it's a double pawn, he may feel like his position becomes easier to play.
Or g3 to once and for all, or at least for the foreseeable future, fix the problem of the open g file, rendering rook g8 ineffective. It takes some time. It's a little passive, but we also have to realize that the move e6, e5 comes with a hefty price tag. It weakens the f pawn. It weakens the 6th rank. The rook could, metamorphose into a monster. And it's likely that Richard plays this move at some point, but he's got to choose that time very well.
Yeah, and then as we've been looking at some point, White can push forward, but I don't think that Jan feels any need to, as a draw suits him just fine. And Richard still calculating, trying to work his way through this position. Let's get on back to our bird's eye view, because Liren in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, he has planted his bishop on h4, and that seems to stop almost all of Alireza's chances to throw his pawns forward. And then I'm just looking at the top right game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because the king on f7, is it safe? Is it going to be attacked? Is Black's foundation so strong that White is going to be worse if he doesn't find some sort of initiative? Those are the big questions that Hikaru and Jan-Krzysztof have to ask each other.
Actually, I am so impressed by Hikaru's play because he grasped the essence of the position. He understood that the knight on c3 is badly placed, so he played knight d1, probably knight e3.
Right. The knight on c3 was just in the pawn's path and couldn't move if you allowed Black to line up on the c file. So the knight on e3 does, in fact, protect this pawn on c2. It also aims at the d5 square, and maybe it goes over to g4, because if you're not careful, we could already see certain sacrifices on the king side. Like that could be very scary for Black to deal with.
Yeah, and Duda almost immediately responded with knight d7, solidifying the knight on f6. I think that he still is prioritizing the manual castling of the rook e8 and king g8, but I think Hikaru has made a lot more progress than JKD.
I'm already looking at c4 as a move.
Binding the center and b3, bishop a3. Let's not forget that White doesn't sacrifice anything. Hikaru isn't under an obligation to go for mate. He could go for central pressure, attacking the d6 pawn, maybe attacking the e6 pawn if the king moves from f7 to g8. So it seems to me that Nakamura just has a better, as Elmira is saying, a better grasp on the position than Jan-Krzysztof. And it's hard for me to pinpoint a single move where that has manifested itself, but just taking a snapshot of the position 5 moves ago and the position now, it feels like Hikaru's making moves, and he's literally making moves as he plays your move, c2, c4.
And if we bring up some analysis board here, we'll soon get back and look how we got to this point. But if we analyze the current position after c4, it may look like white can get in some trouble. So after c4, this knight can come to c5 and put pressure on this e4 pawn, and it doesn't look easy for white to defend it. So we'll dive into this position here. Knight to c5, right? That attacks this pawn on e4. And, well, with this pawn on e4 under attack, how do you defend it, right? Because there are 2 pieces covering it. And I guess you just don't defend it.
You give it away.
Wow.
You give it away.
Yeah, so how are you going to give it away?
Rook e1.
Rook e1, and after knight takes e4.
Oh, I must have some... Well, maybe actually I don't have any tactics here.
I was thinking...
Knight g4.
Yeah.
Ooh, and then bishop takes h6 maybe.
That's the idea I was mentioning before. There could be like a knight takes e5 tactic.
And I think it's important to remember, again, that Duda didn't go for that knight takes e4 line early in the game. Presumably because the position looked too scary. I feel like Hikaru's doing a great job of using Jan's anxiety about his form against him. And there we see it. Jan didn't put any thought into knight c5, instead preferring to go after that knight on g6.
Could be just great understanding by Jan-Krzysztof. Let's get that knight out of there. He certainly is.
Knight e7, b4.
Right.
This is a really uncomfortable position for black.
You can take with the king just to get out of the pin. And as you're saying, b4 is possible. b3 is not bad at all, just to bring this bishop either here or here. But b4 just to extend your pawns, and watch out because a move like c5 can shatter black structure.
And I'm talking a lot about psychology, but the last thing I'll say on that topic is that Jan is going to get more nervous the more Jan-Krzysztof's position declines, and he's got to be very careful not to let that affect him, not to get tilted and start asking, why can't Jan-Krzysztof just play one good game, you know? He's got to put that out of his mind and focus on his own game.
And what did Hikaru do? It looked like, did he move his knight back to h4?
No way.
It looks like he just
He didn't take the bishop? But isn't there knight h7 and knight g5? Oh my land.
Yes. Wow.
Wait, how does white stop that? Because if you move the knight from e3 to open up the bishop, let's not forget that c4 is going to hang.
Right, this knight now is doing an important task of protecting the pawn here.
He rushed that.
Because now knight g5 not just forces the queen away from the f3 score where it's pinning, it also puts pressure on e4. So
maybe he wants to play knight g4 here. It's like dancing with the knights.
But rook takes c4.
No, I cannot sacrifice.
And bishop takes h6 has lost a lot of its luster now that all of your pieces are confined to the king side.
And you could even take it, right? Because while you get this rook on g8 here, black has all these pieces near the king. This knight is under attack. Black has 2 minor pieces for rook and just 1 pawn. So it's a material advantage for black, whose knight is coming to g5 next move, and e4 might fall as well. So that's a retreating move to keep more pieces on the board, but it could cost Hikaru Nakamura badly because he's entered the round in a tie with Liren. So as we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's trying to figure out what to do here. Knight h7 does look very reasonable. This camera shaking is making me nauseous. So hopefully
the camera is nervous.
Yeah, the camera's nervous for the players as well.
Right.
But either way, we are going to leave the players to do their thinking as Jan Nepomniachtchi's rook went to h4 in the top left, and we're more or less in expected territory across the 4 boards. So we're going to take a break, but before we do, we want to remind you of an event taking place on Chess.com after the Cannes concludes. It is Blitz Champs, which is coming your way July 9th and 10th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So watch your favorite stars, including Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald, the All-Pro linebacker Micah Parsons, the new Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper, and top 5 draft pick and new New Yorker Kayvon Thibodeau. They're going to duke it out over the chessboard rather than on the gridiron, coming your way July 9th through 10th at 1 p.m. Pacific. And as we see the four boards here, not all players at their chairs, but all players thinking hard here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Chess.com's coverage will return in just a few minutes.
You can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Apparently, this is the horse she rode in on, literally. Queen Isabella herself on a knight, a noble steed, you know, changed the world forever. It's why everyone in Madrid knows the game of chess. They know that the Candidates is here. They know that, that this is one of the capital cities of our great game. And it's all because of that lady right there on that noble steed. Now that's a knight. Thank God for Queen Isabella changing the rules, right? And giving the Queen her powers.
I know that in the filming we're really running with this, but in my head it was the Queen of France. So that begs the question, who is the Chess.com historian, and can I fire them?
Well, you'd have to fire yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's called as an outtake, I believe they call it in the business.
Outtake. So read it. Mike's going to say it was the Queen of Spain next time. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
We got to find more about this lady and find more about what the people know here. You guys excited for the Candidates? Hey, can we talk for a second about this? Here we go. To the plaza we go. Which way's the plaza? You guys play chess?
Yeah.
Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the Candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You
don't know what it is?
I do. Actually.
Okay, what is it?
We've watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me
I
too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, like on your phone? What are you playing on chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be like 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's gonna be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our...
Yeah, I'll go back to it.
Yeah, all right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
Crazy.
Yep.
Magnus. He's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah, so this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have fun. See ya.
Great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
and then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? Are they already
Yeah,
talking?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
Oh, and look at Ding. He knows it's over. Ding never quite felt comfortable.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
And a little sip of tea, you know what that means? Satisfied, he's got a draw in his pocket.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them.
Yes, amigos.
The next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Spam those Richard Report emotes. I know you loved his rendition of Mis Amigos. I'm here with my friends. We have International Master Elmira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Nermitsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we are in the midst of round 13 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Richard Report, he gives the fans what they want. He was on the staircase. He did kind of look like the Joker there.
So what did you use as a token of negotiation, to make him do this?
I had nothing to do with it. I didn't even know about it until today.
Okay.
What did you do to make him do that?
Oh, gosh. Well, that sounds really bad.
Okay.
Come on, Don.
Get your mind out of the gutter, man.
Gosh. Well, I think that their minds are made up in the bottom right between Timur Rajabov and Fabiano Caruana. The pieces are traded. It looks very close to drawish territory in their game, which is good news for Ding Liren, as his game against Alireza Firouzja continues, and Ding Liren entered the round a half point ahead of Caruana and Firouzja. And of course, we have the person playing for first place, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He wants to wrap up the tournament by getting a draw at least against our new Mis Amigos announcer, Richard Report, and Hikaru Nakamura. When we left, we were on his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the top right, and Jan-Krzysztof just stole a pawn in the center of the board. And will Hikaru literally care about that?
Well, I mean, it's the e4 pawn, and we're analyzing lines where you sack that pawn, but I don't think he's got the right ingredients in place to prove compensation. That knight on e4 is very stable. You can't exactly play f3 because of the fork on g3. And if you dilly-dally, black's going to start setting his own pawns in motion. d6, d5 has already become a realistic possibility. So I don't know if Hikaru missed knight h7, underestimated it, but whatever it is, I feel like Nakamura needs to be very, very accurate in the next few moves if he wants to obtain any compensation for this pawn, which he can.
Look at how quickly he's moving, though. So this feels like a pawn sacrifice rather than a blunder. If we go back to remind you of how this just happened, after the move knight f8, trying to trade white's best piece, and white can trade it for either this bishop or the knight. Instead, Hikaru backed up that knight to h4, and the quick knight h7, followed by knight to g5, won this central pawn. Now, without that pawn on the board, the good news for Hikaru is, this diagonal opens up, so his queen may be able to venture into enemy territory and put pressure on this king. On f7 and d5, while in many positions black may want to play that, with the e5 pawn being targeted and potentially with tactics, after takes, there could be just knight takes d5 here, because when this knight moves to take the knight on d5, the queen just snatches the knight on e4. That's a trade, and that's not good news for this king on f7.
Well, on the other hand, Hikaru didn't really have a choice after knight h7. He had to give up a pawn. Of course, it was probably a positional sacrifice. But what I don't like is that those knights, knight e4, knight f6, they can become very mobile. So even if you play f4, my knight on g5 is going to be a very active piece.
Right, so f4 not really
No, I mean, like, if you will manage to do so, like, I will have a very pretty outpost on g5.
Right.
And I can also play rook e8, king g8.
True. This rook can already go to, as you're saying, and castle by hand. So white has hopes of compensation. The question is it sufficient? Because Hikaru, when he went knight h4, it feels like he anticipated this position. I don't think he just blundered, because his moves have been very quick.
Or that's what he wants Zuda to think.
That he blundered, and then it's like, no, that was a sacrifice, right? That's what you should always call your blunders.
But, I think I mentioned a couple
if it works, it's
a sacrifice, right?
Yes.
If it doesn't, it's still a sacrifice. Jonathan Rosen, Scottish GM, one of my favorite chess authors, he's written a few books on chess psychology, and in one of them he talks about what he calls storytelling. And I found this so relatable. He was talking about a game he played against Victor Korchnoi, and he blunders an exchange in the opening. But during the game, you already start spinning the yarn. You start almost telling yourself, no, I saw that. That was a sacrifice. And, when you come out of the game, all of your friends ask you, wait, why were you down in exchange? Oh, I sacrificed. I just misevaluated the resulting position. So sometimes the line is actually blurred. And if you tell yourself enough times, you believe it. And I actually think there is a sort of a utility in that, where during the game, you don't want to start criticizing yourself and castrating yourself for making a simple blunder. You want to roll with it, right? You've already done it. And I think Hikaru is incredibly good at adjusting to the current set of circumstances. So let's follow carefully how he tries to garner compensation for the pawn. But I really like Jan-Krzysztof's last move. He finally moves his rook away from that cursed g8 square to vacate that parking spot for the king.
And black's just up a pawn. The h5 pawn can become a target later. So let's go to the game between Rajabov and
it's about
Caruana.
to end.
The game is about to end, and we see them repeating moves. It is the third time the knight has gone back and forth, as the king has done the same. And it looks like these players who are tied for fourth and fifth place before the round began, they have drawn their game, which is great news for Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, who entered the day a half point ahead of these two. So Fabiano still has never lost to Timur Rajabov, but Almira, he never, despite his creative opening play, he never really had hopes of an advantage in this game.
No, but he never stopped fighting. I was thinking that you're going for this. He can tell himself that he tried it all.
Yeah, it's true. He could take that home with him, but it's not the result he wanted, Danya.
No, and I agree with Almira. He did what he could. He played an opening that was a measured risk. It was not crazy. And in retrospect, it's always tempting to ask, why didn't he play King's Indian, or why didn't he play this opening? Well, hindsight is perfect. Fabi did what he could. Timur took his time. Maybe could have gotten an advantage. Maybe it was half a bluff. But as it stands, Timur found a way to trade queens. He was in a little bit of danger. He was very patient, accurate, and a draw is a very fair result.
Yeah, and I believe that both players probably not unhappy with the result. The game was likely scary for Timur Rajabov, who did not expect Fabiano's 3-pawn sacrifices. So he gets out of here with a draw. He stays tied with Fabiano Caruana. So let's reset here for a moment. 4 games take place every round. We only have 3 remaining thanks to that draw. So as we bring back the bird's eye view and check out the game still in progress, we see that the bottom right, we don't have to look there anymore. That game is concluded. And if we look at the top right, Nakamura's knight has re-entered the g6 square. So a very confusing sequence in that game. The other 2 boards, the status quo remains with Jan Nepomniachtchi in the top left with the white pieces. He's just holding down the 4th rank, making sure that Richard Porte can't push his pawns. And the bottom left, we have that bishop on h4, but Ding Liren's king starting to walk towards the queen side. And if that king on d6 enters through the dark squares, maybe we'll start talking about winning chances for the Chinese number 1.
Yes, and we will show another triumphant king march. We showed a game between Nigel Short and Jan Timman, where the king successfully marched towards the h6 square. But here, if the king comes to c3 and then black pushes d4, plays rook d8 and d3, this is almost a winning position.
Yes, and we'll pull that game up as Ding Liren. We have him on camera. The last one played rook to b1 by Alireza Firouzja. And as Almira was saying, if this king can get to c3, where it not just puts pressure on the c2 pawn, but helps escort this d pawn up the board, that could be disastrous. So after king c5, the move c3 kind of has to be played by Alireza, and in doing so, he keeps that king out. But at the same time, if this pawn gets to c5, now we can create a passed pawn. But b4. Let's not count out White's chances either. Right? We keep looking at this from both players' perspectives. White pushed pawns to the king side so that bishop on h4 had to lock itself in. We're looking at the queen side where Liren had the advantage, but if he oversteps, maybe it will be Alireza who gets an outside passed pawn of his own, and we can't lose sight of the fact that Alireza is up a pawn to begin with, which means that if both sides are getting extra passed pawns, White will have one extra passed pawn at some point.
We saw Ding failing to adjust to the objective demands of the position last round. He has that on his back, the fact that he really, really wants to win, and he's got to be careful not to let that negatively impact him once again. To my eyes in this position, d5, d4 looks scary for White because apart from the king's invasion to c3, you also have to watch out for the king invasion to e3, because once the f4 pawn drops, then the entire king side drops. So d4 has to be properly assessed by Alireza, and I think he might be intending your move, b4 check. And you might look at this and say, wait a second, ab, cb, and don't I get those coveted connected passers on e4 and d4? Well, you do, but after king d5, there is, I think, a very astute defensive resource, rook d1. We talked about black sacrificing a bishop on g5, but what about white sacrificing a bishop on d3? And I guess the engine, it frowns heavily upon that move. So maybe instead of rook d1, is there a better way to make that happen? Or is there a better resource?
But I think we should show your point that in this event of the sacrifice, this isn't why black has an edge. There must be some kind of move order thing that allows black an edge, because if we get to a position like this, we can go rook d6, we can hunt pawns, we can push our g pawn.
Exactly what my idea was. I think I understood my mistake. Black can start with rook b8 and hit the weak spot, and if you play b5, then c5.
Oh my!
Get that out of my face.
Oh my goodness! I don't think I've ever seen this many clear passed pawns in a Super GM game. This is, it's over, because White's pawns are going nowhere, even though there's a G and a B and an A passer, but D3, C4, all the pawns going forward, and White's position is looking pretty hopeless at that point. So, the piece sacrifice is what White may consider in some lines. It doesn't quite work. So in this line that we're looking at, D4, B4 check, takes. This is the kind of pawn race where either side could lose, either side could win. This is certainly a position playing for 3 results, Almira.
I agree with this. Maybe we should prepare the d4 push and play rook b8 first.
Okay.
What do you think? First rook b8 here.
So just to keep an eye on this b4 square, put pressure on b3. It looks reasonable.
But then you have a chance to play bishop h5 and bishop g6.
Good point.
Oh, going after this f5 pawn as well. So if d4 is played, then White can even take. And after king takes d4, maybe this bishop f7 move, it's not out of the question that White's pawn is about to run to the other side. So,
well, it gets ridiculously sharp. King e3, G6. And then even some sort of king takes f4, g7, e3.
Oh my gosh!
And it's a wild position.
Yeah, no, we see what the eval
bar laughs at me, but you get what I'm saying. But I wanted to repeat really quickly before I let you talk the point about Alireza not expecting a position like this when he went into this endgame. He might still be reeling from the fact that he even has to calculate any of these lines. This is totally not what his plan. If he wanted a position like this, he would have played something with some more teeth. So I think the psychological edge here is on Ding's side, and this game could go in one of a million directions.
And we see in this final position of this kind of ridiculous line in analysis that White is better, but the players not only to calculate this far, which it looks like it's about 8 moves down the line or whatever it is since the game, and then they have to assess it properly. So it's very difficult to even see it in your mind's eye and then find the correct answer to the question of who is in fact benefiting from the sequence. So if they got here, you gave it as a puzzle, they're like, yeah, White's winning. I'll just stop your pawn before it gets to e2, and then I'm going to get my queen, so I'm very happy.
King f3.
Yeah.
There's this brilliant move, rook e1, actually.
Oh,
you give up the rook for the greater good of eliminating black's bishop, immobilizing the pawn, and then promotion is unstoppable.
Wow.
Sorry, continue.
No, but
just thought that was
No,
instructive.
but that's exactly it, because the only winning approach at this point for white might be rook to e1, because rook b2 to stop the e2 push allows bishop f6, hitting that rook and hitting the pawn at the same time. So look at this. So you have to get here. It looks very scary because black's king is so advanced. The pawn is about to push. Queen looks like it might just be a draw. And then to see rook e1, not when you get here, you have to have calculated this 10 moves beforehand. Wow. So this is how difficult high-level chess is. And for Ding Liren, he's still trying to figure out, can I get this king c5 move in? Do I need to play something different? If my king goes to the queen side, am I going to have to wonder and worry about the king side over here? It's not like black gets 5 free moves to come into c3 and white's not going to do anything. Of course, white can choose to play with c3 or alternatively on the king side.
And can we start, can we make one more attempt and play c5 here?
Aha, so c5, trying to get the pawns going. That looks like a perfectly reasonable move. We can look into it. So c5 from black here, and so many pawns in this.
Is it rook d1?
Rook d1.
You're trying to take.
Ooh. But king e6, rook takes d5. There's rook takes g5 potentially. I'm not in the mood to analyze that, but or even bishop takes g5. It gets wild.
Okay, we can play d4 here.
Yeah.
Even though I've given a few squares.
Yeah, and it might be hard to make progress.
Yeah, just shuffling pieces back and forth because neither side can really do much of anything. That's sometimes how these positions go. Even though it looks like white is happy with the pass pawn and black is happy with these pawns here, may not be able to make any progress indeed. So Ding Liren did start with rook to b8. He doesn't want to commit to his king march just yet. And well, c3 still possible for white, but now I switch and I play c5 rather than king c5, and that's a huge difference. So we often talk about what it means to have subtleties in chess and nuances. This is a big difference. The king isn't already on the square, so c3 trying to go b4, now I have the b4 square covered, and if you make a rook d1 move to stop d4, you drop your pawn on b3, and if you try to close the lane, then I can already think about this d4 push. And if you start swapping pawns here, thank you very much. I have 2 passed pawns. And just like white sacrificed in exchange, don't be fooled when black does the same so that these pawns can march to the other side.
And compared to the other variation, there is one more subtlety, is that your king is closer to the f5 pawn. So your king from d6 can protect the pawn by playing king e6. So if bishop h5, I'm always in time. I can play king a6.
Right. No, this is a great point. And from that perspective, Ding's move it's incredibly flexible. He's keeping Alireza guessing. And again, I don't like to overanalyze body language, but Alireza just seems uncomfortable. He seems like he might be thinking, like, am I actually in danger of losing this game, which was supposed to be unlosable after my opening? So this is danger time for Alireza. He's got 9 more moves or 8 more moves to make until time control. He doesn't have forever. And we're going to keep a very close eye on how this game continues to unfold.
I thought that you were going to say, is it actually me playing this, who's playing this position with white?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Ding seems to hold most of the winning chances here, but we'll leave Alireza to his devices. We'll let him think. We'll zoom out for a second. There are transformations in a couple of the games, but in particular, I've got my eye on Report against Nepo because there's been a major pawn structure transformation on that board.
Ooh, and that's good news for Jan. For Richard Report, it's like, all right, now I probably have to just sit and wait until the draw happens because black's double pawns are now isolated. With that e-pawn, there's potential to spring free a passer. Here, the bishop on e4 is marvelously placed, but you can't land any sort of checkmate threat, and white, from all intents and purposes, is up a pawn because we see a 3-on-2 advantage over here on the queen side, and eventually when these pawns start going, you can create a pass pawn. Black doesn't have the same opportunity.
Let me ask a dumb question.
Okay.
What if white just goes rook h4, rook f4, rook h4? How on earth are you ever going to make progress here?
You're not. And you can do rook h5, rook h4, rook f4, or you can just go back and forth.
Every square is defended, d3, d2, d1. Pawn majority on the queen side. You don't even have to push. In fact, if you push c4 too early, you might give up the d4 square. If Nepo had to win this game, he would have undoubtedly taken up the challenge and played a4. As it stands, I'm fully expecting something along the lines of rook h4, rook f4.
Almira, you think we're just going to get some kind of repetition like this?
Sadly.
Sadly, but let me try and find something.
Okay. And you always do that, which I appreciate a lot. You're like, let me dig in. Let me see if there's something outside the box that we can come up with.
Okay, rook h4.
Okay, so black's turn.
Rook d6.
Rook h4, rook f4.
Mm-hmm. Rook g6.
Okay, rook h4.
Okay, king f6 now.
Rook f4.
Mm-hmm. King e5.
Rook h4.
And now, yes, I want to push f4 at some point.
Yeah, but I'll play king d2, king e3
yes,
if you're not careful.
Yes, that was the only problem with that maneuver, that I cannot keep controlling the d file and
and prepare for
at the same time. So.
And we have a comment from Zipley here. If Report goes down in a blaze of glory trying to checkmate Nepo, it's a good end to the tournament. Chaz Michaels would probably agree with you. So we'll see. I don't think that there's much for Richard Report to try, as we just showed. The rook can slide back and forth for Report. For Jan.
I would caution chess fans against pushing back if Richard repeats moves, because you have to understand that, like, you can't will yourself to win the game. If Richard does something foolish here and loses, that would be a completely unreasonable decision, and it would be completely unreasonable to expect him to do that. So Jan's played a good game, he's played a solid game, and I'm fully expecting a repetition before move 40.
But what do they say, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So he already was fooled once into playing on in a position he shouldn't have, and I don't think he's going to do the
Jan
second time around.
Smell it.
Oh, as you know me, I found something. I want to play.
Okay. All right.
Found something. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Almira has a variation that may allow Richard to play on. What is it?
Well, there's this bishop transfer. I want to play bishop g2, bishop h3, bishop g4, and then play h5.
But I'll wait for you to do that, Almira, and then I'll play h4 check after bishop g4.
Okay, so we'll even allow it to happen.
Bishop b2, let's say.
Let's go back and
forth.
g1.
Okay, but now you're playing bishop d2, bishop b2, bishop b1.
And it's h4.
Yes.
King h5.
Yeah, that's not abiding by the rules.
King h5 saves the g4 pawn, but it loses the bishop because of the pin here. So this is actually nasty. And if you go back, you just lose the pawn. The bishop takes g4.
So my idea was to play bishop g4 when your rook is on h4, but you stopped doing this.
Okay, I'll put my rook on h4. So rook h4, and now bishop g4 is Almira's idea, and my rook is trapped over here.
Well.
Okay.
Ooh.
In an ideal world.
Yeah, no, you found a position where white could lose. So it's good to think in these ways, but I think that this rook is not going to go back to h4, even though we did say rook h4, rook f4, rook h4, rook f4. So you were counting on the pre-move now that you're playing some blitz chess.
It's like, as black, you should try to negotiate and say, like, if you don't move back and forth, then I'll play bishop g2, bishop h3. It reminds me of a story I've told on stream before about Mikhail Tal playing a game against the Yugoslavian GM and bishop c2. We'll get to that in just a second. Petar Trifunovic, who is an inferior player. So Trifunovic gets a much better position. Tal offers him a draw. And Trifunovic famously said, I'll take this draw if you can promise me that you'll give me a draw in the next 3 times that we play. Tal was in such desperate straits that he accepted. And if you look at their games in the database, sure enough, Tal stuck by his word, and the next 3 of their games ended in a draw.
So in other words, you just told the whole world that Tal and, what was the guy, Trifunovic, that they cheated.
By the way, bishop c2 by Jan, rook e7. I think he might play bishop d1, implicitly offering a draw.
Normally I like to shoo us back to the chess, but in this case, you just told the story that...
but this is a well-publicized story. It's
no, I know. I'm not saying you spilled the beans, but that goes against the quote-unquote code of ethics, even though we know players do this all the time.
I don't like the way you're behaving right now.
I'm just saying that, you just told us of a little bit of collusion, right? You did nothing. You weren't alive. I don't know why you're taking this personally. But
personally, I never take what I'm talking about.
Well, that is a funny story nonetheless. And these players here, well, they're going to probably repeat moves, as you're saying. Bishop d1, the rook can go back to d7, and black, by the way, had to bring the rook to e7.
Oh, he gave that look to report
Yes.
that. All right, let's wrap this baby up.
Had to do it. And Jan, shirt not tucked in, he's ready to party.
And why rook d7 is forced? Because otherwise you will play king d2, king e3, yes?
Well, king d2 can be met with rook d7 check, but then the king can move to e2.
Okay, let's start with my plan, but I have a slight improvement over the variation. I want to play bishop g2 and prepare bishop g4 with h5 first. So bishop h3.
Okay. Now I'm going to bring my bishop this way.
Okay, and h5, you're going
They are
to,
repeating, by the way, so
you're going to play bishop b4, of course. Okay.
They're repeating moves. It looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is about to become the challenger for the World Chess Championship for a second time in a row. Rich Report did his best, but his best to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has lost 0 games in this candidates. I guess it's just not enough for any player in the field. And Jan, I wonder if he'll finally express himself, because he's been so calm, so collected, trying so hard not to let his emotions betray him. Will we see a smile? Oh, and there it is. The clocks are stopped. The 2022 FIDE candidates are won by Jan Nepomniachtchi. A respectful smile, and there we see it. Jan
Finally allows it to himself.
Yeah, you could see him breathing for the first time in like 2 weeks, and he must be ecstatic.
I mean, to win the candidates for the second time in a row with a round to spare. Tomorrow's round is going to be all fun for him. He has nothing on the line. He can play his heart out. And tonight is going to be a night of fancy dinners. Might allow himself a little champagne as he finishes his tea. All of the emotion is going to come pouring out of Jan today.
See, that was a good pun.
Is there such a cocktail tea with champagne?
Maybe Jan will invent it. It'll be called the Nepomniachtchi.
Instead of his, oh, nice. Instead of a pu'er tea, I'll get a Long Island iced tea and just mix it up. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is one of just a handful of people who have won the second challenge to the World Championship title. So, some of them have won their World Chess Championship match on the second challenge. We know that Vasily Smyslov, Boris Spassky, and Garry Kasparov are 3 names who won their World Chess Championship title on the second attempt. And for Kasparov, the first attempt was stopped because that match went on forever. But there he is. That's Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's your 2022 FIDE Candidates Champion. That is your challenger for the World Chess Championship for a second time in a row.
And I really hope that Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, will clarify the situation. It's very important for the players to know, and for the whole world, to know if he's going to play the match.
Yes, right. That's the big question looming over this tournament, looming over the chess world. Will Magnus Carlsen take part in the World Chess Championship, or will he relinquish his title? And then Jan Nepomniachtchi against the second place finisher here in the candidates, the winner of that will become the new world champion.
Well, I don't have champagne, but I do have coffee, so this is to Jan for an excellent performance. And you can nitpick that performance and say that he got lucky against Report in their first game, and he got lucky that Hikaru didn't capitalize on a big advantage, and he got lucky that Alireza came to the game in a very bad frame of mind. But let's not forget that this is a 14-round tournament against 7 of the best players in the world. You don't win a tournament like this with a 2-point margin by getting lucky all the time. So Jan, this is going to go down as one of his best, if not the best, tournament performances. We know that the great players, when they have their great performances, they make it look easy. They make it seem like they didn't even do anything that special, just played normal chess and they won all their games. And that, I think, is the genius of Jan's performance in this tournament. The fact that he really did make it look easy, and he made that cliche sound like the best possible description of Jan's performance in this tournament.
I think it's a good point. When people start talking about how all the opponents blundered and this and that, at the end of the day, Jan Nepomniachtchi lost 0 games. He may lose round 14. He did that last time, but he's already won the tournament, so who cares at that point? So we see the congratulations streaming in. Thank you to everybody in the Twitch community who are giving your congratulations to Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm sure he'll be excited to know that many of his supporters and fans out there, but Jan lost 0 games. And no other player in this tournament can say that. Everybody else losing multiple games. So for Jan, what an impressive performance.
Not only an impressive performance, but also he has so much experience now that he has actually played the World Championship match. He has a lot of opening preparation still in reserve, I suppose, and he can use it. And all the energy.
Yeah, no, he certainly can. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, his second challenge, we mentioned just before that 3 players did win their World Chess Championship title on the second go-around. So Jan would like to join them in that illustrious list. As we mentioned, Smyslov, Spassky, and Kasparov. But the other players still have something to fight for. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is one participant in the next World Chess Championship match. It should be Jan against Magnus. We don't know if that's the case. If we take Magnus at his word, he's not playing. If we take everybody else who's talking about it, then Magnus is playing. So who do we trust? The person himself or everybody else speculating and saying Magnus must keep his title? And I think the chess world does hope that Magnus plays.
Absolutely. We hope that Magnus plays for many, many reasons. And I'm jumping the gun here as we have a look at the format. The rules are that the winner of the candidates, Jan Nepomniachtchi, is slated to challenge Magnus for the World Chess Championship. If Magnus sticks by his word and declines, Jan and the second place finisher will compete for the World Chess Championship. But I'm jumping the gun here, okay? But I think that the narrative of the previous World Championship is fundamentally wrong by a lot of people. Jan was doing incredibly well up until that sixth game, right? Up until that 120-move 6-game loss. He had almost a winning position, I think, in one of the early games. If Jan can carry over his new emotional maturity, his opening preparation, his calmness, I think that we might actually see a fascinating second World Championship match. I wouldn't just shovel dirt on Jan and say, yeah, he won the candidates, but he's got no chance against Magnus. We don't know that, and I think that that might sway Magnus to try to reassert his dominance for a second time.
And Almira, we heard Jan in the studio talk about with every tournament with the candidates, why do you play so well here? My preparation. And if you think about it, he's been preparing very hard since 2020. Other players, they, after the last candidates, they're like, okay, I don't have a World Championship match. They prepare for their individual games, but not to the same magnitude as preparing for a World Championship. So to Danya's point, maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi, with 3 years in a row of intense preparation, in the great form we've seen him in both candidates tournaments, and even in that last World Championship up to the point where he lost Game 6, maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi has a chance even if he's playing Magnus Carlsen.
He certainly has a chance, and let's remind our audience that the previous candidates lasted for more than a year. So the players were forced to prepare, even that was such a long break. But what do? You still work on your opening preparation. You watch the games, even if you played a few tournaments online. You have only one goal in mind. So this, how do you call it, this luggage, of opening novelties, I think hasn't been used yet. And he's certainly going to to use them in the World Championship match.
And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi silenced all of his critics because so many people have talked about he's a streaky player. He does well at the start of the tournament, but he falls apart in the second half. But if we think about his second half of this event, he survived his toughest challenge with the closest competitor against Fabiano Caruana in the black side, where he was out-prepared. He did have a position that was in Fabiano's favor. He managed to draw that game. And then what has he done? He's just been stable, right? He killed game 1 of the second half, round 8 against Ding Liren. He's played just nice chess. When Alireza Firouzja went for him, he's like, I'm going to come for the king. Well, you best not miss. Alireza Firouzja missed. Jan Nepomniachtchi won that game. So how can anybody say that Jan Nepomniachtchi is just this first half player, streaky player, when in this tournament he showed that from start to finish, he's been number one?
And people say as we check out his incredible second half of the tournament, a win,
that's first half.
First half, I apologize. That first round win, it got people on notice. He beat Ding with black. So many people said, yeah, but Ding played terribly. He's still jet-lagged. Okay, he drew Caruana and Drabov. Then he beat Firouzja. Yeah, but Firouzja, he's inexperienced. Draw with Nakamura. Then he beat Duda. What do you say now? Yeah, but he's only won his games with white. First of all, no, he hasn't. Round 1, he won with black. Then he beat Rapport. People were criticizing his choice of the Petrov in the World Championship, and he silenced those critics as well. As we switch to the second half, he beat Firouzja on the black side of a Petrov. He showed that he knew that opening backwards and forwards, and he could survive in that opening even when he was out prepared as he was against Fabiano Caruana in round 9. So from whatever angle you want to criticize him, Jan, as you said, has silenced all of his critics with this tour de force performance in the 2022 candidates.
I keep saying he's lost 0 games. This is an incredible field of players. And we see, look at this, Jan Nepomniachtchi getting interviewed by Dina Belankaya. Fans swarming Jan because they want to hear from the next World Championship challenger. And I'm sure Jan, he's going to smile. You see photos being taken, the Chess.com Spanish commentary right off to the side. But everyone wants to hear from the new and, once again, World Chess Champion challenger. So we're going to stay here on this just to take, and look at that, a round of applause. You love to see that. These fans are coming each and every day. Some of them do have jobs, so they can't make it in every single round. But there are fans that are in the playing hall giving their support. And look at Jan, you can tell it means a lot to him.
Oh, he's so touched. And I wanted to say that probably the toughest opponent that he had in this field was himself.
Yeah.
He survived this challenge as well.
And his interviews, right? And as he's doing one right now, he was consistent. Like, you could tell he was forcing himself to remove all of his emotions. Chess is an objective game, right? You need to calculate, you need to look at the position in front of you. And that's what Jan was trying to do, even in his interviews. So the game wasn't just taking place over a board with 64 squares for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Everywhere he went, every single moment of every single day, he was trying to be stoic. He was trying to keep the emotions in check. And he said on his rest day, what is he going to do? I'm just going to be in bed. I'm going to get rest. I'm going to focus on the chess. And we've seen when Jan Nepomniachtchi is focused, when he is on his A game, he's borderline unstoppable by anyone not named Magnus Carlsen.
And I think people often fail to consider the universality of his style, which is really what makes him terrifying. He had performances of every kind in this tournament. You want tactical performances, his first round against Ding. You want positional defensive performances where he punished bad play. Boom, his win against Firouzja. How about a defense? Nakamura, Caruana, right? Any one individual game, you might say, well, that was a fluke. But taken together, Jan demonstrated mastery in every single part of the game, from preparation in the opening to attacking in the middle game to capitalizing on advantages to defending bad positions in time pressure. We got a little bit of everything, and that is what Jan ultimately has to carry forward if he is to play this second World Championship match against Magnus. This total and complete universality, and as you said, emotional strength.
And Almira, there's a lot of talk about when do chess players peak, right? We see players jump out to 2800 as a teenager, like Alireza Firouzja. We see other players, they are slower starters and then reach that 2750, 2800 threshold at some point. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's kind of been around for a while, but he was in that 2720 environment for a while. He wasn't a serious threat to the World Championship, but now we've seen a consecutive candidate. So is there an argument to be made that Jan Nepomniachtchi, with these two great candidates tournaments, that we haven't even seen his absolute peak yet?
Oh, he certainly reached his peak rating, I think, during this tournament. But I also think that Jan has such a curiosity in him that he can not only be satisfied by the game of chess, even though he is such a strong player. So I think this might have withdrawn his attention at some point in his career to some other fields. But here we can see that he's completely focused and he really wants to win the World Championship.
And it's paying off. 2 consecutive candidates. And just so you know, everybody, we are going to try to get Jan Nepomniachtchi in the studio. So hopefully he comes here. We know he's a busy guy. We know he's being swarmed. He's probably signing all the autographs because the chess players, they do really appreciate the fans that are here, but they also appreciate the chess. So we're going to go back into the games that are still in progress. We see some trades happening in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So let's head right on over there where Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won a pawn in this game. And now Hikaru, look at him. I mean, he is, speaking of focused, he is ready to play this game out. And black with 7 pawns, white with 6. But white's pieces, they're on very nice squares all throughout the board. Pressure everywhere. There's bishop on b2 as well. Maybe there's a future for f4. So I like black's material, Danya, but I like the prospects that white has.
Well, playing Hikaru is like a game of whack-a-mole, right? He attacks the king side. You bang that down. All of a sudden, he switches back to the queen side. He plays c4. You stop that. Now he switched to the center, and he has a very clear plan in attacking the d6 pawn. So doubling on the d file is one option. There is always the temptation, as we've discussed several times, of also playing f4. I'm not totally sure about that. That is a very weakening move. So Hikaru, with a big decision to make, where is he going to seek the continuation of his counterplay? In terms of attacking d6, you could also reposition the bishop from b2 to a3. So there's a question of move order. There's a question of which region of the board he wants to focus on right now. But I think he's doing a great job, all things considered, of producing serious and tangible compensation. He's got Duda pretty cramped here.
Yeah, Almira, it looks like for Duda, he might need to bring this bishop, move the queen, and bring the bishop to c7, but that doesn't look all that appealing. Black's pawn structure in the center, it can be targeted in a number of ways. So I guess what I'm kind of asking is, despite the extra material, would you prefer to have the white piece, or do you think that Duda is happy on the black side?
You want me to admit that I was wrong?
No, that's not it at all. I'm not certain myself, because you offer me a pawn and I don't see any concrete problems yet. I take the material, but then I don't see a plan for black, and that's making me start to like Hikaru's position.
Actually, I like this plan, and what I wanted to explain is that, let's say you play queen b6, I will play rook d1, and you will play bishop c7. Now that your bishop is not protecting the knight on f6 and it's far away from the king side, maybe I have a chance to play f4 here. Like, let's say I will bring my king to a place safe square, maybe h1. Then I can play f4.
It's a really good point, because the e-pawn can no longer move, otherwise your king side is shattered. And so black feels overloaded in every direction, right? The d6 pawn needs tending to, but as you're pointing out, f4, which we've held back from playing, now is definitely possible and scary for the black king. So I guess despite the evaluation bar slightly favoring black, it seems easier for Hikaru to play.
And I also can transfer my rook. Rook g3, rook g3. Hikaru used, another maneuver in his previous game. He played rook a3, rook g3 against Ding.
Yeah.
So this comes to my mind.
Which is why I think the likeliest move is queen f7 rather than queen b6. I don't know if Duda will, he wants to keep the queen irrelevant, but the problem with this move is that d6 is now, not as well defended, and after rook f1, bishop c7, bishop a3 is a very important tactical detail. You might say, no problem, rook d8. But because white's doubled on the d file, that paves the way for knight takes c5, and black's entire position collapses. So, as you're showing here. So if we rewind to the position before rook d8, which is erroneous, black probably needs to play d5 here, but at the very least, you can play knight takes c5, or you could try something a little bit more astute, like bishop b2, and you're like forcing black's center pawns to move, and there's a lot of holes, and white's pieces are, there we go, bishop f6, cd, and Duda's not going to like something like this. It just feels like he's much less comfortable, even when he was objectively better.
How good is that knight on g6? That h4, h5 maneuver, and then bring the knight back to h4, it is criticized by the engines, and we talk about this frequently. Like, if you just look at the engines, you're like, knight h4, what a blunder, what a terrible move. But it wasn't about the move so much as the idea, where Hikaru willingly gave up a pawn where most players would say, no way, I'm not doing that, because he felt that the resulting position would be one that is easier, more comfortable for him to play. Now, that doesn't mean that Jan-Krzysztof won't find the accurate moves, and they already are at move 30. So Jan-Krzysztof with 31 minutes for 10 moves, that is quite a reasonable amount of time, but some of these decisions are ones that are committal. If you start pushing pawns in the center, you can't take that back. So I think that's why Duda is going to calculate right now, so he's not forced to calculate when it's too late.
I wanted to show a small idea behind queen f7. Let's say you manage to protect the d6 pawn.
Okay, we'll
queen
show
f7,
this.
yes, rook d1. We will make a small move, like a3, doesn't matter.
Okay, sure.
a4, so king h7 with the idea of playing knight h5. That's how you fight this knight g6.
That is extremely clever. So I'm going to make the move rook to d3, and then Almira's plan is knight takes h5, because now you have two pieces aimed at the knight. So if queen takes h5, not a free piece, queen takes g6. That's actually a real plan for black, and you have to watch out for that if you're Hikaru.
Yeah, that's a lovely idea. One piece of chess terminology that stuck with me is a second-order threat. I think that's what King H7 is. It's a move that is itself a threat because it threatens something that can't be stopped. Like, once King H7 happens, you can basically not stop knight takes H5. I mean, you might have to go G4. And second-order threats can be very easy to underestimate because you're like, I can wait for that move and then I'll deal with it. So that puts a time limit on White's play. White has to get on with business and pile up on D6 ASAP to distract Black's attention from King H7. This will create a lot of intrigue in this middle game.
Yeah, you don't want to allow Black to just sit on his foundation here. You want to force upon a D5 or something like that that gives White some clear threats. So for Hikaru Nakamura, it just goes to show that he has no time to waste. He can't just try to maneuver. And for Jan-Krzysztof, the knight just came to D7, and it opens up the bishop. His knight can reroute to maybe a square like C5, and we'll see how this one continues. But we do have a very, very, very special guest in the studio, so we will take a pause from looking at the chess, and we have Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi, who may be better known now as the challenger to the next World Championship. How do you feel?
The traditional answer, I don't know, yeah.
Well, you keep saying,
Yeah.
next game, next game. Now you don't have to worry about the next game.
No, I surely have to because, no, but like last year in Yekaterinburg, it was quite disappointing, yeah, to lose like this to Ding, and somehow I didn't have like some real celebration, yeah, so I was like so happy after holding this game against Maxim, but holding in a winning position probably at some point with White. Holding a draw, yeah, and seeing like Grishuk is doing so good against Anish. But then I just immediately started preparing for the next game and got surprised in the opening and lost and was like very, very sad. And yeah, tomorrow I'll try hard not to let this, repeat.
So I assume you won't allow yourself a full-scale celebration until the tournament's over.
Yeah, I think this would be like more or less professional.
Well, it seems like throughout the tournament, you've been trying to contain your emotions in a box. Mm-hmm. What was that first feeling after you made the draw?
Well, I was so happy, like, okay, all these pieces went off from the board, yeah, like especially queens, like then rooks, then pawns, then okay, I saw this fortress, yeah, rook h4, rook h4, rook f4, bishop c2, bishop d1, so shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, somehow I felt like if there would be a chance, it would be, let's say the final game of a tournament, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't resist, yeah, but I guess, yeah, overall, of course, I'm very exhausted.
After Richard played the Rouser, was that something that was on your preparation radar? And when he played it, what was your reaction to his opening choice?
Well, my reaction was pity it's not Berlin. I had an idea what's there, yeah, in Berlin. I mean, somehow this temporary piece sacrifice, yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe you're familiar with
novelty.
I watched the previous game
Nakamura.
Yeah, I had quite something in the pocket. Yeah, but to speak more seriously, I think he plays, I would say, like 5 or 6 different lines, and I think he plays 3 different lines even inside the Sicilians. So he plays these 2 knights and d6. He plays Rouser, and he plays also, I don't know, some kind of Paulsen and Taimanov. And I mean, okay, I could expect everything. So of course I had to repeat more or less, okay, all these lines. And maybe Rouser is, I mean, somehow against Taimanov, take on c6 and play queen d3, get this endgame. Yes, so you're very happy. And against Rouser, the position is overall quite good for White, but it's never, it's never a draw. Yeah, so it was one of the lines we expected, and of course, I think it was maybe only line in Sicilian he didn't play yet in this tournament. Yeah, so it was, I mean, surely it was expected, but okay, I knew this f3 line is very solid, and I mean, I had this. I think I had a couple of games like this already. Yeah, okay, maybe also in Blitz, but yeah. Of course, like, if you want to win badly with White, you go for f4 every time, yeah, against Rouser, but okay, f3 is like a very solid line. So this was like somehow my prep. I mean, I think White like has very nice plans, like knight e2, knight d4 sometimes, yeah, like king b1. Mm-hmm. And I mean, somehow this bishop d7 line is tricky, but if white wants to, to be solid in the center, then white is solid. Yes, it's somehow you don't allow some big madness on the board. So I wasn't quite sure what should I do after bishop b4, e3, bishop a5, by the way, but I felt that somehow it should be good because, I mean, okay, like bishop takes c3 is clearly, I mean, I shouldn't worry about this too much. Okay, like two bishops. I mean, of course, I wanted like, another day I would probably maybe try g4, g5, yeah, because it's somehow very, very obvious ideas. But I mean, okay, he has like rook c8, bishop a4, so I'm not sure it's, I mean, even after castle, I'm not so sure it's so good. After e5, knight d7, also I close the center, so my bishops don't work anymore, so he goes bishop b5 or bishop e4 again. Well, so then I saw, okay, I can like bishop e5, bishop f6, takes. As one streamer says, yes, takes, yeah, takes, and then okay, and then takes, and okay, then it's good.
Yeah, no, and at this point, it seemed like everything was solid from your perspective, and we actually caught the moment when you went to do an interview with Dina, and everybody who was watching live applauded you and congratulated you. So, I mean, how grateful are you for the fans that come out each and every day wanting your autograph, wanting photos, and celebrating you?
Very much. I believe, like comparing, for example, to the previous candidates, which was in more strict COVID times, there were like no audience at all. There was no audience, understandably. And I think the first tournament with more or less, normal, I don't know, normal way of, I don't know, letting people in, yeah. So it was Bucharest, but in Bucharest I did quite poorly, so no one applauded to me. Yeah, so yeah, it's just wonderful feeling.
And you stream yourself sometimes, right? Chess is becoming more and more popular. I mean, what has that been like for you? Because you've been playing chess at a high level for such a long time, but it's very clear that more and more people are showing up or watching and seeing you be the superstar that you are.
You mean streaming or what?
Well, you have streamed, so you just, you're many more fans, right? Are out
last
there
time I made a stream, I think it was like half a year ago.
Okay.
So no, of course, during the pandemic times, it was some kind of, you had to have some schedule, not to go mad, yeah, just to have a goal. Yeah, okay, tomorrow I will stream. Yeah, tomorrow I have let's say Title Tuesday and so on. Yeah. And all these tournaments, but I somehow understood at one moment that it's just kind of a work. Yeah, it's not like it. If it's a hobby, then okay, then you just waste some time. Basically, so okay, you have some fun, but it's nothing more. But for example, I thought it's like completely, impossible. So at least for me, yeah, to do at the same time streaming, like let's say like Hikaru, yeah, so like every day. And doing some serious chess work. Yes, so I don't have so much energy actually. Yes, so I had to choose because okay, I had sort of experience. Yeah, like back then, like I don't know, 10 years ago. So I was trying to combine, let's say, esports and chess, and did quite badly in both. Yeah.
One more question from me, Jan. What being as experienced as you are now, having won the candidates twice, what sort of advice would you share to young grandmasters and maybe even someone like Alireza Firouzja, who of course struggled mightily in this tournament?
So I share now this advice, and next year, perhaps next time we play. Okay, he hired you a few days ago, I know. And then they beat me. Yeah. No, but seriously, at some point I thought, okay, what's going on? And I thought that maybe it's because of I started so well. But at this tournament, I was more trying to play chess upon like playing for a win. So maybe that's quite important because, for example, Ding, who had this super streak of 3 wins in a row, and then he said, okay, but I was playing for a win in this position, and it was very hard to play. And that's why, it happened. Okay, happened what happened. But I think it was, somehow the difference. Yeah. So while he was playing, playing chess. Yeah. So he was worse, maybe not worse, but okay. For example, Fabiano pushed too hard to win against him. Yeah. For example, okay, it was e6, e7 was obvious with such an exposed king. Okay, e8 never promotes. So it only, can never be worse, but still he insisted, and okay, he ended up blundering something in the time trouble because he was extremely tired. Okay, all these long games, and also another somehow was lucky factor that I think I never had like 6-hour game here. Yeah, so it was like more or less every time it was decided after. I mean, even before the first time control. Yeah, so it was like the position was already quite plain. Yeah, so it was like some repetition or some. So maybe that's the trick, yeah. So I was lucky enough not to play for a win here.
Yeah.
So I just played some normal. I mean, okay, normal openings, some usual openings. So I never was forced like to push too hard. Okay, obviously this all became possible because I started so well. Yeah, like I mean, beating like maybe the main favorite of the tournament with black pieces. I mean, despite the despite the jet lag, despite he didn't really have time to prepare because okay, he never knew he will play here. Until the very last moment and so on. I mean, yeah, maybe it was the big, I know the big handicap for me, yeah, just to play normally.
So I have a two-part question for you. Mm-hmm. So can you confirm right here and now that you will play in the 2023 World Chess Championship?
Sir, you are organizing it, yeah? Or why are you asking, yeah? Well, I mean, if I'll be given a chance, yeah.
Okay, and so second part of that question, who do you want to play in the World Chess Championship?
As they say, literally, I don't care, yeah. But no, but of course, it will be quite challenging to play Magnus again.
Yeah, and well, I guess do you think that impacted yourself during the tournament? Did you actually you literally didn't care and you were just playing for first no matter what?
No, of course I was playing for second, yeah. I knew, okay, I should like take an eye, so Firouzja won't do that brilliantly, yeah, so then, okay, then I fight for second place and then I somehow, okay, qualify. I mean, I think these thoughts could be quite destructive, yeah, so you just start to, I don't know, dividing the cake too early, yeah, so it shouldn't be like this, yeah, I mean, it's very strict. It's very it's very tough tournament, and you basically you make one mistake and everything goes the wrong way. Like I mean, for example, against Hikaru, I don't know how to explain, but I never expected e4 from him somehow. So I just didn't take a look at Petrov, and then he played e4, and I thought, okay, let's maybe deviate from some main lines, and then okay, I mixed up everything, and then I was like. Out of completely normal position, I was lost in 2 moves. So that's a good example, and everything could go different way. Yeah. So if you start like thinking, calculating, okay, how many points and so on and so on. I mean, that's probably what you're forced to do when you're like trying to catch up someone. But that's also the tough part of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, we do have a few questions from the chat. Sure. Many of your supporters, would like to ask. So, Jan, do you think that this tournament showed you at your peak chess? Or is there anything you think you could have done better?
No, I mean, I surely shouldn't like blame myself for playing here some extremely poor chess, but I can't say I managed to like hold some extremely high level through all the games. It was like some games were like really good, but I can't say it was like some game which I like played without like any inaccuracies from first move to last move. Yes. So, in general, there is always room to improve, but I feel like, I mean, maybe comparing to the match, yeah, I maybe bit up a little bit too much chess knowledge, yeah, more than, as they say, more than I could chew, yeah. So, and it was, it was really difficult, yeah. So I needed to, I don't know, rebuild my opening repertoire, maybe make some correction about my playing style and so on. So it was quite difficult, and basically I just had not enough time back then. Mm-hmm. So, and also I think I had some very poor timing of my preparation, so it never stopped until like maybe like a few days before the match, and somehow I found out that in the end I didn't have any clue why would I play chess. Yeah, okay, I had chess completely. Come on, what's going on like for like 4 months without any rest? Okay, I was working. And yeah, at some point, okay, my brain just refused to work anymore.
Well, it's the perfect segue to our next question. By Jokicinator, how does winning in chess compare to winning in Dota?
Okay, normally it takes longer. Yeah, in Dota, yeah. You need just half an hour, yeah, and especially in classical chess. It takes a while.
Well, it didn't take too long in some of your games here.
And we have just one last one for you here. Bringing that up in a second. So thank you very much, everyone who is who's getting involved.
So
and
here we go with this again.
Richard Report on our show. He did it. So can you say?
But what's the
backstory?
What's the trick?
What's the trick? No. So every show there's something with Danny where he goes mis amigos.
Mis amigos.
Yeah, exactly.
See, we got you to say it. There we go.
Okay, but I said it. Yeah.
Well, you know, you're going to be surrounded by friends, your amigos. So, Jan, congratulations. Thanks so much for joining us. And sounds like you may still need to prepare for the 14th and final round, so we'll let you go.
I should. I don't want, but I have to.
Well, this is your 2022 FIDE candidate winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Thank you to Jan, and we will let you go now. So, really, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck on the last round. Thanks, Jan.
Wow. You see the standings in front of you. Round 13 still in progress. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 9 points out of 13 games. And that is tied with Fabiano Caruana. He had 9 out of 14 games several years ago. So Jan Nepomniachtchi not just winning this event, but doing it in historic fashion. 0 losses, as you see on the right-hand side of the screen. And you heard jokes from him. Jan, he seems like now he can let it out. He remains serious about the tournament. He doesn't want to end on a loss, but it's good to see him smiling and letting everybody know that he is indeed happy.
It's not an exaggeration to say that he doesn't want to lose in the last round. He really, really doesn't. These players are professionals. Every game to them is critical, and Jan wants to end the tournament in style. I think that's a very admirable approach, but we could see him betraying some smiles. You could sense the relaxation. He knows that the victory is under his belt and he can enjoy his game tomorrow. You can't but feel so happy for him. He's played such an amazing tournament. To win the candidates with 1 round to spare, I can't emphasize how crazy that is.
Yeah, and there's still a fight for second place, and Hikaru Nakamura, Liren, they're looking to get that done, as we just saw Hikaru won today.
I might have an explanation.
You have an explanation?
Yes, in Yekaterinburg. I was there.
Mm-hmm.
In Madrid. I was there.
Oh.
I couldn't go to Dubai.
Yeah.
And he didn't win?
What happened.
Wow.
Yep.
So when you were there, Jan wins. I mean, I should have asked Jan that question. Wasn't on my list, but now for the future, I will ask him, is Amir Skripchenko your good luck charm? Well, Hikaru Nakamura, he's going to need all the good luck charms he can find because he's locked in an intense battle against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We will have a special guest for you after this break, but we are going to go to break. The special guest is no longer Jan Nepomniachtchi, it is somebody else, but we will be back shortly for more from round 13 here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in 1. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Timur Radjabov surprised Ding Liren with the unusual but effective knight to a6 right out of the opening. Ding tried to press for an advantage, avoiding drawish lines and castling and accepting significant risk to do so. Radjabov found multiple subtle but effective moves to increase the pressure. He himself particularly liked rook to b6.
But in my opinion, I don't know, after the best move from me, I think, was rook b6, because rook b6 at least gives some kind of tricks, and also his time was going down and so on, and also pressure is on him, not on me. So yeah, it seems that I'm playing better in this tournament against the players who are leading.
After Ding played the weakening pawn move, f3, Radjabov targeted the extremely soft e3 pawn and broke through just a few moves later with the brilliant rook takes e3.
And what else is a very powerful force is rook takes e3, which is on the board. No hesitation.
Taking Radjabov's rook would have led to a killing king hunt. Beautiful checkmates loomed.
King f1, bishop c5, king f1, rook takes f3, and you have a Boden's mate on top of everything else. This would be mate without the rook, the queen, and the knight.
Ding declined the rook sacrifice and tried to fight on a pawn down, but his king was too weak and his pieces too scattered. He was forced to resign just 5 moves later.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
And as we see, Alireza Firouzja and Ding Liren have split the point. So Ding Liren moves a half point ahead of Hikaru Nakamura in second place. We're live, and you are the secret guest.
Talking to yourself as usual. Okay,
You're the
fine.
special guest. And look, we have Anish Giri and his son Daniel. This is our very special guest.
Daniel,
you can wave, Daniel. Say hi.
Смотрите, ты себя видишь там. Махай. Привет, привет. Супер.
You're famous now.
Где другие? Where's your chat?
Where's our chat?
Yeah,
we don't
where
see
are
the
everybody
chat.
else?
They're all there though. They're saying hi to you.
Super. He was asking why you have so many screens. I couldn't really explain. I think you can like cut the budget a little bit because too many screens. Basically, they are not really used for much purpose. Like these two show the same position, to be honest. I don't see like in that as well.
Well, how do you think it gets to the big screen? Does it go through the monitor?
Like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Там чего нету? You see, very smart. He says that there is no knight here, but here it is. So the FIDE logo is edited artificially.
Oh, well, you know,
he plays this to find 5 differences.
Hi to him.
Oh, hi. Кто-то говорит привет. Like he plays this game with 5 differences, you know? You have to select, and like the picture on the screen and the background is slightly different. So he's giving away the secrets. Also, he's going to be asking like, why is there a Chess.com logo instead of a Chessable logo? Like, what went wrong there?
Well, we won't get into that right now, but we might have to switch Daniels if that's okay.
Yeah. That's good. Oh, he's trying to hide from this camera. He's like, there are many cameras. Bye-bye, thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring another Daniel in
He loves to stream. No, he loves to, he always wanted to join my stream, but I didn't stream for a few days. He's like, when are you going to stream that? When are you going to stream? This is going to be my stream.
Well, Anish, welcome to the chair. Everybody, this is Super Grandmaster Anish Giri, who came to Madrid. You won a pretty decent Blitz tournament yesterday.
It was not the plan. I was promised sort of like a little work holiday or whatever. And then they told me there is a Blitz tournament. And I thought, what's the easiest way to like get out of that? And I said like, yeah, but you know, Magnus is also there, and he's not playing. So like, and like, why would I play? You know, like not like we are equal, but still, like I just thought, you know, if Magnus, this is a good excuse. And but then they told me yesterday, like Magnus is playing, so see you, you know, at 7 o'clock there, and I was like, okay, fine. So my excuse was not there, so I ended up playing a tournament, but it was fun.
Well, you won, so of course it was fun.
Yeah, Magnus. Yeah, and I was like, the thing is, sometimes I do things like too quickly, like without thinking them through. And when I saw you, I was so excited to see you yesterday in the park. I was like, oh, come, there's going to be a Blitz tournament. And as I said it, I was thinking like, oh, it's going to be even stronger. Now I'm probably going to lose to you as well, and it's going to ruin my tournament. But I already said that, so I was like, yeah, see you there at 7.
It was too late. Once you alert me of a Blitz tournament, I'll travel 500 miles to make it.
Yeah, I was supposed to have dinner with him, but then it got delayed because of that. So
I wanted to hang out with the cool people. You know,
but
Magnus.
Anish, you know, we have one game remaining in this round. First of all, you know, Jan Nepomniachtchi, big storyline. He has won the Ken second time in a row. So as we get into the chess, I guess I got to ask you, are you the least bit surprised by Jan winning the candidates, and especially with such a monster score?
First, the blunder is rooks to bishop d6. Yeah, that's a nice one because I see the bar swinging and I wonder what he missed. Yeah, the bishop d6 intermezzo is going to be very nice. But let's just get that out of the way because people are very curious about that.
Rook c2 looks good, but you're saying that d6?
Yeah, bishop d6 also, like all kinds of resources were missed there.
Oh, the queen is under attack.
Yeah.
So you take my queen, I take yours.
Yeah, a lot of queens, a lot of things were missed. But in terms of Jan's play, for sure, like a fantastic result. The second candidates in a row that he's dominating. The previous one as well, he finished with 1 round to spare.
Yeah.
And that's really an incredible achievement in a field like that.
And he said that he takes it more seriously. He's focusing, he's preparing all the time. Oh.
Yeah, but you know, that's kind of, I mean, it's not a moment now to start, start arguing with Jan, who's like showed an insane level. But that story that, you know, normally I don't try hard, and when I try hard, I crush. That's a typical story. But okay, you know, like someone who tried hard all the time, I can tell you, like it's not so simple. It's not only about you trying hard, you also need circumstances to work your way. And they did for him. But yeah, for sure, he is great. And especially there's been a shift in the last 2 years in his play, in a sense that he started to work so much more on chess. And now he's one of the best prepared players in the world. While before he was banking solely on his practical skills.
After he won his first round game against Ding, did you sense that he had very serious chances of winning the tournament?
I said one thing, and that came true. I said that if he's not going to lose a game until it's like really late, like last one or the round before, my son's really into your setup. And I mean, he likes cameras and all that, but he's like, okay, this is some cameras, some high-tech stuff, which is a little distracting. But yeah, basically, I thought that but the thing that can go wrong for Jan is that he loses, let's say, a game in around 6-ish, and then he can tilt because he has like nothing personal, but he just has history of tilting.
He's never lost an important game 6 before.
Oh, like yeah, I didn't even say it on purpose, but yeah, like he has a history of tilting. I don't know if he would overcome it now, maybe, but maybe not. But I thought if he's not gonna lose a game, he is probably going to win the tournament because like racking up wins when he is in shape, that's not something he hasn't done before, so he's known for that. And it kind of came true. He generally is very good, like in one wave, one breath, you know. He's not really the player who like plays well, then that wave gets broken, and then like by a loss, and then like the second wave starts. He's not really that. I mean, Magnus and Fabi, they do that sometimes, like they, but Jan is more like one huge wave, and it either goes that direction or it goes that direction. And so, yeah, this one it just went like that. And when Jan is in shape, is either the best player in the world or a close second.
Well, you say best player of the world or close second. He's playing a world championship match. The best player in the world, Magnus Carlsen. You know, I don't want you to have to give away private thoughts or if you have personal conversation with him, but what do you think?
No, I didn't have that personal conversations, and also I don't think like he values me more than a random journalist. So he'll be like, I'm not going to tell anyone but Anish, come here. So the thing is, here's the deal. Actually, I'm thinking to BS a little bit and then play. And the idea is we're going to get a bit more money, a bit more press. It'll be really nice. No?
Yeah.
But no, I don't have any insight. Magnus doesn't tell it to anyone, I guess. But I think he has the right to like decide until the deadline. That's always nice to just drag it out. You know how it is. When you guys getting your Chess.com contracts for commentary, you are like, yeah, Danny, I'm going to sign it. What's the deadline? Then like Wednesday. Yeah, I'm going to sign it on Wednesday. You never rush these things. You wait till just to see. Maybe Chess24 will offer a better deal.
Milk it for content.
Well,
Yeah.
his decision to suggest that he might not play is open up second place in this tournament, which
Yeah,
is
that's very
the first
interesting.
time for the candidates. So as you see here, Ding Liren, he's in clear second for the time being. Hikaru is still playing
Yeah,
his
in
game.
And Ding is finished, by the way. He drew.
Right, Ding Liren drew his game, so he's in clear second for now.
For now, yeah. But it's if Hikaru draws, he's also second.
And
But
they play each other.
what Magnus has done in any case is he has brought life back into this tournament, because had he not had that whole thing with not playing the World Championship, we would by now have lost all the intrigue, right? And there would be nothing to talk about. But now that the second place might be up for grabs and might bring something, suddenly the race is still on in the tournament, and we are really excited following today and tomorrow.
Who's your
as well.
favorite for second place?
Favorite in the sense who I want or who I think?
Who you think? You can also say who you want.
Right, both.
So I believe if they draw both the games, then it's Hikaru that. So if all the games for now finish in a draw, then Hikaru takes on the tiebreak, right? With
I believe
Ding.
so.
Yeah, so that makes it probably mathematical favorite right now, because like it's the most likely outcome in any sense. But his position now looks, after Bishop d6, looks kind of nice. Duda started to lose the thread. He's been doing it before in this event, so Hikaru might even win today. But even if not, like tomorrow, draw is a favorite, and then. I mean, I don't know what happens if Teimur or Fabiano win the last round, because I think that's also there, and then it creates a different dynamic. But this I didn't look into, but it's all possible. I think that yeah, Hikaru would be kind of. I would feel that Hikaru is the one who played the tournament in the most steady way from all other players. He's had lesser highs, like he has never been like clear second in the event, but he's also didn't do anything outrageous. He's been like very steady, you know, like one game, one recap. One game, one recap, going to park, another recap, upload, another game. Like so, like very steady, the same routine, no ups and downs. Bishop d6 was missed. Bishop d6 he sees, he makes it. So like very steady play. Hikaru is better tiebreak if all draws. That's correct.
Yeah, this is a situation. So Hikaru will get black tomorrow. But a question for you, Anish, is because this is like the first time where second place actually matters, they didn't put a playoff in the rules. So if there's a tie for second, then someone just gets second place, and then they get, if Magnus doesn't play, then they get to play Jan. So Hikaru, Ding, everyone who we had interviewed said that there should be a playoff. What do you think?
Not necessarily, because actually tomorrow is very fine. What you get tomorrow, if Hikaru draws this game, you get a showdown between Ding and Hikaru. And Ding has the white pieces.
Yes.
And he knows that, okay, if a draw, he doesn't qualify. So Ding gets a chance, which is like you get white against Hikaru. If you win, you get your second place. While Hikaru also has like Hikaru if you draw. So basically,
Like
what I'm saying is that essentially the situation is clear, and both players have a chance. It's in their hands. So it's like an Armageddon game, exactly. And I think they could already see this tiebreak. Tomorrow is that tiebreak that you want them to play.
But this is exactly what FIDE changed, right? Because the fight for first place, if there was a tie like we had with Karyakin and Caruana, that was a tiebreak, right? Because Karyakin the better tiebreak.
Yeah, but now you have that tiebreak before the tournament finishes. Basically, tomorrow is tomorrow is that deciding game between Ding and Hikaru, where if Ding wins, he gets it. If Hikaru holds, he doesn't. Even if Hikaru wins today, if Ding wins tomorrow, he will take that second place. So Ding has a chance, Hikaru has a chance, and they have to sort it out tomorrow.
And if they draw and Rajabov wins, he gets second place. And if they draw and Fabiano wins, Fabiano gets. Hikaru still gets a better tiebreak. But
so Fabi's out of
Fabi
contention,
is
assuming Hikaru draws.
But Fabi's out of. No, if Yeah, Fabi's out of contention.
But
that's correct.
is that, you know, I think chess is so easy to have a playoff for, right? You just go over, reset the pieces, and go play.
It's not so easy, you know. Sometimes there are like draws and draws and draws, or like 1-1.
Yeah.
And it goes on, and then finally, you know, like you can say it's tricky because you say, oh, playoff is fair. You have sometimes such playoffs where like it's so close, and finally it's decided by some stupid Armageddon blunder or somebody.
Wouldn't know about those, would you?
No, I've played my fair share of Armageddons and had my fair share of blunders. I can tell you that these tie breaks, like it sounds fair on paper, but like finally it's all can come down to circumstances.
Okay, how about format decisions? So the candidates, now it's a double round robin. Before it'd been a knockout. Some of the players, Rajabov, saying it should be a knockout.
Of course.
Well, part of the reason why is if someone's having a bad tournament, they impact other people. Whereas if you have a bad tournament knockout, you just remove, you know, you get eliminated and that's that. So what's your take?
I think every player, you should never question on any decision. I think you should never ask players on the time control and these formats. Well, they think that they do now, but in a way, every player subconsciously has a bias towards intuitive. Like I feel like, yeah, it would be kind of nice, you know, I feel like to have no increment, like, and I don't know why, but actually then I think like, yeah, because actually I did well in events without increment, and I play of course better without increment than, I don't know, Grishuk and Rajabov and so on, so because they are more often in time trouble. So every player has that bias, and Timur, of course, he has other reasoning that he tells you, but subconsciously the bias is that he's won the World Cup, which was a knockout event.
Yeah.
And of course, subconsciously, he doesn't even think of it maybe, but that World Cup victory speaks in him and makes him suggest that I can even predict you which player will want which format based on their past experiences. They are all biased, including myself. So yeah.
And what are you biased for?
Yeah, I haven't won the World Cup actually either. I've maybe come the closest in the candidates because last candidates I was close. So I'm kind of fine with the tournament. Yeah, it's better because I like the fact that when you lose a game, you have a bad day, you have a chance to come back. I'm also, I believe, like less likely to tilt. I'm also less likely to go on a huge score streak. Like I don't recall when it happened ever, but I'm less likely to tilt. So when I have bad games, usually I'm like, I don't have a tendency to keep losing many more in a row or something. Unlike, let's say, some other players. So for me, the tournament is fine as well. I think this tournament's been, just the fact that, okay, somehow Jan manages to win twice with a round to spare, that just tells more about Jan. It shouldn't be like, it should be very close normally. Just I don't know why like he shows such dominance. He's not supposed to. It's supposed to be like the best players are there supposedly. Like Fabi is there, Ding is there. They're supposed to be really good and they are, but somehow he just wins it with the margin.
And one of the big reasons why was Fabi's second half collapse. Do you think there is one particular reason that you identified behind his collapse? And if you had to name the biggest reason, would you say it's more fatigue-based or psychology-based, or chess, something within his play that you noticed?
Yeah, it's not fatigue at all. I think Fabi puts in so much effort always that the whole stamina thing is out of the question. I think that's a good aspect. I think the mistake he made, and the one that he might regret really a lot potentially, is that he somehow focused so much on the first place that as soon as he lost the chances for that, he kind of, felt the tournament is over. But he might really regret that, because even when he lost the fight for the first place, he was in a good position to be second. And had he maintained his composure like deep inside, of course he maintained composure on the outside, and he tries. I know myself, I've been in these shoes, like you try and you feel like you do your best, but deep inside, you feel it's all over. And I think that that might cost him very badly, because I think he was still in a position to finish second. And if somehow Magnus does really not show up, he's going to be thinking like, what was I doing actually? Why am I not second and not playing a match? I mean,
to counter that, do you think though that he may find that a match without Magnus is almost meaningless? Obviously, you want to become the world champion, but do you really want to?
Especially since he wants revenge.
Would you want to become the world champion if you didn't beat Magnus?
Rather yes than not.
Sure, but if you were in that situation, would you?
I mean, I'm really happy with my yesterday Blitz tournament and stuff, but I would also be really happy. Like, no, I mean, it's better to, of course, it's better to beat Magnus. It's like better to have dinner with a dessert, but it's also good to have like McDonald's if you're starving. Like, you know, like it's better something than nothing. It's better to have that match, and also keep in mind, okay, you have the match without Magnus. If you win, you're some kind of world champion. Okay, fine. But of course, very likely that Magnus will want to play you then at some point, and then you'll get that match with Magnus. Plus, you got all the cash that you won in that cycle. Plus, you got that World Championship title that anyway goes into the books one way or the other. And you know, it's like the World Championship title has as much value as your own level of play. Like somehow we've got some World Champions like from knockout events, like Ponomarev. I believe, and Kasimdzhanov and Khalifman, also Vichy was first knockout world champion. I believe that, and Topalov also won this tournament, right? But Topalov like later proved with his play that he can be dominant, right? So Topalov is still felt like one of the world champions, one of the legends, right? Even though he won it not in a match. So I feel that if, let's say you are Fabi, imagine, and then you win a match without Magnus, and then you go on to dominate a whole year, winning all the tournaments, becoming world #1 for a short period of time even, then still people will acknowledge you as a world champion, Also, you could argue, you know, even like Kramnik, Vichy, Topalov, like you can say, okay, if Kasparov hadn't quit, they would still be not world champions. But nobody thinks like that. Everybody acknowledges them. Yeah, there was Vichy, there is Vichy, there is Kramnik, there is Topalov. Kasparov just quit. We think it's okay. But you can also say, use logic that no, Kasparov would still be now the best player until Magnus, you know? But it's just kind of, we are now in the moment where Magnus dominates, so we are focused on that. But if you take a bigger picture and what people will think in 10 years, it will be maybe a bit different.
But Kramnik beat Kasparov. So that's
Kramnik
the big
is a special. Right. Kramnik is a special case. But then Anand and Topalov are better arguments. Yeah, like Vichy, let's say, when Kasparov was around, he won that knockout. But let's say he never beat Kasparov head-to-head in the match. But okay, he won so many titles that he's more than legitimate. He's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, chess legends of all time. But what I'm saying is, a world championship match, world championship title without Magnus is also worth a lot. Especially if your career later collapses and you're not even in top 10, the way somehow Ponomarev's career turned out, then okay, it slightly gets overshadowed. And nobody really knows why Ponomarev didn't go on to become one of the top players, because he was very promising as an 18-year-old world champion. But yeah, basically it's in your own hands to make your destiny after you win that match. And still you would, I don't know what kind of matches it would be, but I guess some kind of good prize fund and so on. There were like, in chess history, there are many interesting instances, like for example, the Kramnik that you said will beat Kasparov, but he of course lost the qualification match to Shirov. Yeah. That's a fascinating story. Yeah. Also the story between,
Kamsky and
you know that story, Kasparov-Kramnik, I heard that there was also some talks about Kasparov playing Anand instead. And
Kamsky Topalov.
And there was some kind of potential. Some of the matches were created, and Topalov also was maybe supposed to play Rajabov, and there was such talk. I've heard some sort of rumors, let's say, and you know there are rumors until they are kind of happening, like this Kasparov-Kramnik thing happened. So sometimes you can there is of course, now we are again in the period where everything is like logical and following the order, but there were periods when there was chaos and it was fine. And Kramnik is more than legitimate anyway. And also there's like boxing and all with all kinds of federations. So it's like we shouldn't be like too much, maybe we shouldn't be too much inside our own box and like unlimited with our thinking. You know?
And there was a whole Kasparov short thing. I have two related questions. You can answer neither or both. The first is, do you think there is someone in the candidates field or elsewhere other than Anishgiri who Magnus feels particularly uncomfortable playing?
Lately, lately, definitely not me, for sure. What was the second question?
The second was, this is a bit cynical, but Magnus's tweet about not playing anybody other than Alireza. Do you think his choice of Alireza specifically might have been at least partially motivated by the fact that he wanted to put additional pressure on Alireza because maybe he was worried about facing him in a world championship match, or do you think that's way overthinking?
No, I'm thinking, okay, first of all, I think the best opponent against Magnus right now would be an in-shape Ding, an in-shape Wesley So, an in-shape Fabi. I should have mentioned Fabi before those, by the way. And Nepo, but without losing somehow. If he manages, it's not funny, right? Just literally. Yeah. It could have happened.
Yeah, Nepo in this, if he had not lost game 6.
Yes, right. That would be still a tense. So that's there. What I think is with Magnus, I think he is beyond our mindset. We are trying to achieve certain things, and he has already achieved his legacy and all this kind of stuff. And he maybe really is evolved. His mentality is evolved. He doesn't just want to win the match. He actually wants a challenge, right? Because for us, becoming world champion is a challenge, but for him, he's beyond that. So his thinking is different. His thinking is not as miserable. He's not like, oh, let me mess up his, let me mess up. Like, we are miserable. But he's like beyond that. He's more like, he would want to play Alireza at his best. He would want to play the strongest opponent because he has already he's beyond that. His thinking is beyond that. And understandable because he's achieved so his mindset is different. And I think that whole putting pressure on Alireza thing, it happened maybe as a as a byproduct of that. It was definitely not an intention. And I think he genuinely thinks that, because he also likes chess history a lot, I think, and he knows, it was Steinitz, Lasker, Capablanca, and all that, and then it was Fischer, Karpov, Kasparov. And if you look at that timeline, of course, it's always usually it's a guy from the next generation with a different style, and Karpov, Kasparov is a good example. And I think subconsciously he sees himself potential Alireza in his mind, the image of Alireza that he built for himself, not the Alireza that we have right now maybe. But he sees a future Alireza as sort of a Kasparov to his own Karpov, maybe in a way, even stylistically, subconsciously maybe. And he feels that subconsciously, if there is someone who could logically be his successor, that would be that kind of Kasparov to his Karpov. I think that subconsciously. So I would imagine that that's the reason he genuinely thinks that this is the best challenger.
So he's trying to write history in a way, and I know we should let you go in a second, but about the chess, right? Hikaru Nakamura, he's the biggest chess content creator. So many fans out there watching him play this game. It was looking not good for him before. Now we have a few moves to time control, and
I see W's in the chat. What's about the flower to give Hikaru power?
Power,
yeah. That's there. Hikaru Jam, Cat Jam, all this stuff is there. No, it's looking good. I already told you, Duda, he's let the game slip.
Ooh. Whoa.
Whoa.
I was thinking about this the entire time we were talking, by the way. I don't know what conclusion I came to. Knight d3, d7. I was thinking about that. Yeah, rook a8, rook d3, bishop d8.
Okay.
No, then take knight e7, knight c6. That's easy. Bishop d8 is very stupid.
So you have to allow promotion.
You have to allow. So you go rook
takes a2.
Okay.
Rook takes a2, d8, or e4. Wait, e4 was the move I was calculating mostly, but e4 was the move I was calculating, I think.
Okay.
Rook d6 or something. And I was calculating that. I didn't know what it is.
Duda didn't take the rook, by the way.
Oh my gosh, Duda went backwards. He went knight to d7.
It looks like he didn't even consider it.
He trusted Hikaru. Oh, but now just bishop a5 and
just take this one
and just penetrate with the rook and then knight c7 check. You've got if rook c8. But Duda is totally gone in this game.
He doesn't believe in himself at all. That's the feeling you get.
No, when so he had that move 33, right? So move 33.
We'll go back. Move
b5,
33.
bishop a3.
To analyze that, yes, bishop a3.
So there is this b4 move, right?
Yeah.
Why not, by the way? I see the comp says it's good, but why as a human also? What could you miss here?
Maybe didn't want to lock up the queen side and thought that his position would become worse.
But he's a pawn up.
I agree.
All right.
I'm just, ask me why. I'm trying to help.
Okay, so he goes d5. He misses, of course. He blunders a bunch of things. First of all, bishop d6, also d6. He blundered bishop d6, and now he already thinks he's worse, and he completely tilts. He just tilts. And he also trusts Hikaru, of course, on d6. He trusts him on that.
Yeah, knight back to d7.
He had a little time. He put 0.
But that doesn't matter that much, by the way. So all the sunflowers in the chat are nice, but it will come down to tomorrow's game between Ding and Hikaru anyway. So it doesn't matter so much for Hikaru what he does today, in a way. Even if he wins, he still has tomorrow to...
But if Timur wins, we were talking about that. So now it...
Okay, that's out of the way at least for him. Yeah, but some scenarios, of course, it's better to win than to draw. It's always the case in chess. I learned it the hard way. But basically, the situation is fundamentally the same. Tomorrow, his aim is to hold against Ding. It's not easy. Ding is good player.
Especially with the shape he's been in the second half, not including the game against Rajabov.
Though that time Ding was in the master against Rajabov, it went badly. But, not always, Now Ding will learn from that game and play less kind of direct chess. I think he will play it more slow.
Yeah.
So if I was Hikaru, I would think of some Catalan setups to rehearse.
For sure. Well, we're going to let you go. It was an honor to have you, but more importantly, your son on camera.
Well, my second one also woke up now, so we should go. Yeah.
But the last thing before you go, can you say mis amigos for the fans?
Mis amigos.
Yeah.
Hey. That was the best pronunciation of anybody who said it so far.
Yeah. The camera to your right. You got to say it into it.
Mis amigos, hola.
There we go. All right. Well, we had Anish Giri here in the studio. We'll let him go as Hikaru Nakamura takes on Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So thanks, Anish, and have a good rest of your time in Madrid.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I'll see you in Chennai.
Good seeing you. Thanks again.
Well, that was always fun. Good to have Chess's best tweeter hanging out in the studio, Hikaru Nakamura, the biggest content creator for chess on Twitch. He is trying to take this one home, and his fans would want nothing more than to see him take down Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has 6 minutes remaining for just a few moves, but he's been making several mistakes. First comes allowing bishop d6, then comes believing in Hikaru's d6 pawn push, and we had Anish talking to us that Jan-Krzysztof, he might just be on tilt, Mira.
Well, let me see. Let me have a look at the position, because that was such an interesting interview and the moments that you spent with Anish Giri. Now that I've seen him pushing a stroller, I can say that I've seen it all. Yes, this seems like Hikaru is...
It is shocking to me that Duda is going for this line. Absolutely shocking. Bishop b4, rook c3, rook c7. What the heck?
Yeah, the rook is just infiltrating.
Looks completely lost. I mean, the engine gives some chances, but...
But how did we get there? Because I missed like...
So as they're approaching time control, so we'll just leave it for the moment. But we had right here, big moment where Duda could have played b4, closing off this bishop from its attack on d6, and that's a very good move. Instead, he plays d5, likely missing something in this variation, in the move bishop d6, because if the queen were to just move somewhere, let's say queen f3, then this pawn can go up to b4.
But even here, like DE, I mean, seriously, rook d6, this just looks, even this looks completely unclear.
Yeah, this bishop is trapped, so maybe he was just going for the piece, but you're right, this does not look clear
Rook
at all.
d7, e7, I mean, it's totally anyone's game. White's king is a lot safer, but okay, he goes for this, Hikaru, gives him a pretty big chance there by sacking the exchange. It turns out to be a great decision by Hikaru.
And then he doesn't take this pawn. So
and knight f6 equal.
He could have taken this pawn, played knight f6. I mean, it's equal by the evaluation, but these pawns are falling, and there could be a passer for white, and e5 is loose. So the evaluation bar tells us something, but that doesn't actually get us into the mind of the players and what they may be fearful of. So that was an opportunity, but knight c5, and then going right back to d7, there's no way that Jan-Krzysztof wanted to allow this pawn to go to d6. So if this was the future that the position held for you, of course he should have taken on d5 at this moment, because right here, there's no way you want this pawn 2 squares away from promotion.
I don't know what to say, because I try to be as reserved as possible in my criticism of players, because as commentators we have the great privilege of sitting on our comfortable chairs. We've got the eval bar in front of us. But, I mean, I think Anish was holding himself back to not even spend a minute on knight takes d3. And it's not one of those things where you can play knight d7 and okay, the position is equal. It's very clear that black is much worse after knight d7. Right. So you're basically conceding any chances of winning the game, but leave that alone. You're accepting a miserable position for the rest of the game. And why do you do that so quickly? And why do you give up hope so fast? It's crazy to me.
You must think that this position is lost, but we do have the benefit of the evaluation bar. We had Anish here, so that's another benefit.
Yeah, that's basically an eval bar.
Super Grandmaster Anish Giri.
2 eval bars.
And the point is that this rook comes to 8, and even if you get this queen here, and black takes, and white takes back, I mean, this is not an easy position to assess, because this king could definitely get in trouble with a knight on g6 here. How great is this passed pawn? I want to play a4, and after we trade, this is looking very good with a rook in front and a rook behind. But maybe there's attacking ideas. If this bishop takes an e5, it stops the pawn and threatens the g7 square, and this rook is going to land on d7 as well. So you could see, as we get to the position that we have on the analysis board, this could have scared Duda to the point like, I'm going to lose this position because my king isn't very safe. So I can understand it now that I've played it out, but you should spend some time. You're absolutely correct that if you were so worried about this, you should still calculate it, because the game position is that terrible. Like, there's no active play for black. Duda spending his time here. he is this pawn blockaded, but not when this rook simply slides up the board. This looks really bad for Duda.
This could be potentially over in like 4 moves.
Yes, and well, I didn't know that there was another draw. So if Hikaru wins this game, he would be on the clear second place.
Clear second place.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And Anish was saying it doesn't really matter how Hikaru does because Ding will have to beat him regardless. So that was his point. But for somebody like Timur Rajabov or Fabiano Caruana, if Hikaru wins this game, they're eliminated from second place contention. It will be a showdown. Ding Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura for second place. And then we won't have to worry about this discussion that we've had about tie breaks. What if you're tied for second? Because it won't be possible, mathematically speaking. It'll be Ding or Hikaru, and those are the only 2 players who can possibly find their way into a World Chess Championship match if Magnus were to decline. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the World Cup. He is the #1 player from Poland, but this has not been his tournament, and this certainly has not been his game, even though it looked like it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, to me, of course, Firouzja, we've talked about him many times, but Duda might be the biggest disappointment of this tournament because this is someone who's beaten Magnus in a match, beaten Magnus in individual games, has phenomenal opening preparation. He's young, he's tactically alert, he has good time management normally, but he's been a complete shell of his former self this tournament, and it seems like he got into his head really early. The body language, the clear negative self-talk, all of that has affected him tremendously, and it's stayed with him for the whole, for the last 7 or 8 rounds, and it seems to be impacting him once again as this game nears the time control.
One move to make. Dude, it's 54 seconds, but this isn't a gimme. It's not like my opponent's going to capture my piece and I recapture, I make it to the time control, I get to go to the bathroom, all is good. He's going to have a difficult choice. And Hikaru, he's so experienced at blitz chess, at bullet chess, that he knows instead of just trying to flag my opponent, there's only one move to make, let's find the best move, because the best way to flag your opponent is not to move quickly, but to make the best possible move that says you have 5 different options and I'm just going to beat you over the board no matter what after the time control. So, Almira, something that Anish said about Jan Nepomniachtchi, that as long as Jan doesn't lose, he's maybe a top 2 player in the world, and we've seen him win the candidates twice in a row. For Jan-Krzysztof Duda, maybe it's the same. He drew his first 5 games, and then he lost that game to Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then it seemed like after that, he wasn't really in the tournament until he beat Fabiano Caruana. So maybe losses affect him more than other players.
Well, actually, that's the topic we don't tackle about very often. How do players cope with the defeats? Because especially the chess tournaments, they have their own specifics compared to the other sports. Because even if you lose, you still have to analyze your mistakes and to play the next day, whether somewhere else you will be having a mental coach who will try to prepare you for the next tournament. You will have enough time in order to grieve, first of all, and to be a stronger player. So I think that the players have to pay a lot of attention to this problem.
Yeah, and sports psychologists are hired for a reason to deal with adversity in the profession. And some of these chess players, maybe they do work with people, but it does seem like Jan-Krzysztof, after he lost that first game of his in the tournament, then he started losing a bunch. And he beat Fabiano Caruana. That was a huge result for the standings. Fabiano, as Anish was saying, as Hikaru himself said, maybe he took it like he had to win first place and nothing else mattered. But, Duda kind of helped remove Fabiano from the competition, and he still, though, has seemed shaky, right? Like he's had these games against Alireza Firouzja look like he was well on his way to victory, and then he's miscalculating things that's not typical of the Jan-Krzysztof Duda that we know, Danya.
Not even close to typical. I mean, these aren't oversights on move 6. You missed some computer move, but these are, grander oversights. Even this game, it's not even bishop d6 that he missed. There was like 4 different moves. That's not an exaggeration. That lead to an unclear position. Against Alireza, there were multiple blunders, and pretty obvious ones at that. So something's just really, really off in this tournament, and it's sometimes you don't even know what the matter is. Sometimes you feel fine, and you seem to be doing everything the same way as you do in previous tournament, and yet the result is completely different. So I don't want to overstate it here, and I don't want to pretend like it's all about psychology and it's all about your mindset. A lot of it is based on skill and the way that you actually play. But this confluence of factors has really made JKD a non-factor in this tournament.
And Hikaru Nakamura on the other side, I mean, you can just look at him, right? He is searching the board for a win right now. He knows that this game is his for the taking, and we've had him in the studio a bunch. He was criticized for not trying to take down Jan Nepomniachtchi, but look what's happening. It was the perfect result for him. A quick game before the rest day. It allowed him to go to El Retiro Park and play some blitz against fans, which we know he enjoys that. Hikaru Nakamura has been a different person since he started streaming, and people were saying it's the end of his chess career. He can't play classical chess. But as we've seen here, and as Anish said, he believes that Hikaru Nakamura would deserve second place based on the stability from his play in this tournament. So Hikaru, he's seizing the moment. He did take chances early in this game. He sacrificed a pawn, but we did realize he had compensation for it. And now as he slides his rook over to the c-file, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has to deal with all sorts of threats, including a move like rook c7, exchange sacrifice here, just to get this pawn one step further. 43 seconds counting down for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He does not look ready to make a move because his position after the time control might just fall apart. In fact, I think rook c7 is a pretty deadly threat.
Well, if we can establish the parallel between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura is that both players have a very high quality average move.
Yes.
They simply don't make that many mistakes.
It's true. And oh my gosh, Duda down under 20
seconds.
He's
And
got
bishop e6, and that was the idea of bishop d8. But that does not properly respond to this massive threat of rook c7, which is what I think Hikaru Nakamura will play, checking that move 40 has indeed been made. Always something you need to do, and plenty of time. But I don't know if Nakamura will take too long, because having played rook c3, you're basically, you almost have to play rook c7. You can't double back now.
Well, if you find a better move to start with, maybe there's rook c7 is not going anywhere, but it is good to double check your line. So Hikaru is, he's a brilliant calculator. We've all seen his videos, takes, and all the arrows, and that's often seen as funny. But in all seriousness, everybody in the world, Magnus Carlsen, through the last chess player on the planet, they know how phenomenal Hikaru Nakamura is calculating, but he's doing the right thing here, right? He is not wasting his chance because he knows that whether he makes this move in 2 minutes or in 20 minutes, or even he's going to have over an hour on the clock, so he will have so much time to calculate that you just don't want to spoil it. So Hikaru, he's going to think, he is going to, try and win this game. It is the last game remaining in the round. To remind everybody, we've seen 3 draws that clinched first place for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hikaru Nakamura trying to leapfrog Ding Liren the standings after Ding Liren drew with the black piece against Alireza Firouzja. So this is a really, really important game if, in fact, Magnus Carlsen does not play in the World Chess Championships. The battle for second place is real. Ding Liren, his game ended in a draw. We actually didn't get to see that, so maybe we should analyze how Firouzja and Ding ended that game, because we spent a lot of time during the round, then we had some interviews. So let's go to the game between Alireza Firouzja and Ding Liren just to see how the game actually ended. And we left off around here. Move c3 was played, and after c5, bishop b5. So this is, the fact that this ended in less than 10 moves is almost a bit surprising.
Yeah, and the reason it did is because Ding decided that this was as good of a moment as any to push that d-pawn. And an idea we had discussed in a previous position essentially saved Alireza, because without this, Black's pawns essentially finished the game. So rook d1 is a critical move, and a good job by Alireza to not panic and calculate accurately at the right moment. And the idea, of course, is to force d3 and to sacrifice a bishop on that square, eliminating Black's connected passers, getting 3 pawns for the piece, and a dynamically balanced position that soon petered out into a repetition.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to ask, because if he would have played king c6 here, because the problem is that you cannot play bishop b1 and activate your bishop in any case, because there is rook e3. No, just after the sacrifice.
Okay, yep.
Yes, king c6.
Oh, sorry, king c6, you're saying?
So then after c4, you can still have the opportunity to play bishop e1. But then you will play rook d5.
Just quickly note that the Hikaru Nakamura Jan-Krzysztof Duda game is on the top left of your screen. That's the live position, where we just go through the final moves of the game between Firouzja and Ding Liren. Sorry, Almira, what were you saying?
No, I was looking at the variation rook d5, rook b3, rook f5.
Oh my goodness, these pawns are scary.
Good luck evaluating this.
Zeros, of course.
Of course.
Always is. Now, for the players, this is really freaky to have. I understand completely why Ding Liren brought his king to the other side, because giving up 3 connected passers seems like too much. So he brought his king to e6, still the same plan by Alireza, and then the king went to g6, so stabilizing in front of this pawn. Rook c5, rook takes b3, and now we saw a repetition by the check. So I think some people would wonder, why can't I just take this pawn over here on a5? And the point is that rook g3 check is so annoying. You have to bring your king over, and this rook comes to f3 to attack this pawn f4. And if you don't make the draw now by following the king with the checks, you lose the game, because once f4 falls, so does g5, and white doesn't have enough remaining pawns for the bishop.
Rook a6, king h5.
Oh gosh, go here and checkmate. That ends the game. So your king would have to go back. And don't go king f7, because then the rook comes to f6 and wins this pawn, and then white gets to play for a win without any problem. So you go g7, process of elimination, couldn't go to h7 either, because this check would have won the bishop, and then you give this check, and the king, if it starts trying to run away, maybe I push my pawn as well, and I have like all these pawns that can go up the board, so black taking the draw made a lot of sense, and the half point was split, which is great news for the man you see on the screen in front of you, Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, the results today have perfectly gone his way if, in fact, he is able to win this game. And he's thinking with his ear, as he's been known to do. Oh, that looked like a nod of approval.
And he's hesitated about
moving his king
8 or 9 times now.
He's moving his king.
But he's done that motion like literally 8 times. So he wants to play king h2. The point is he wants to induce rook takes f2 and then play rook c7. He feels that move order is more accurate.
And there it is, king h2.
And it is.
Oh my gosh.
Hikaru,
king h2, he just gets out of any checks, gets off the diagonal. Oh my god.
I mean, when he smells blood, it's like a lock. You know, you just don't feel. It's like a pilot in control of an airplane and there's no turbulence. It's just like smooth, you know. You can sense that he feels that he's got it in the bag. And for a lot of players, that makes them nervous, right? You feel like you're winning, you start getting nervous. For Hikaru, you feel like it fuels him. It makes him search even harder, even more carefully for the best conversion. And once Duda played knight d7, Hikaru, like a shark that smelled blood 1,000 miles away, he knows this game is in the bag if he can play it accurately for the next couple of moves.
And what a choice.
What a move.
I think we can explain it a little bit, because after, we'll bring up an analysis board so we can show you the reason behind his decision making. After rook takes f2, you still have this move rook to c7. And after bishop takes, because you don't really want to move your knight, and you can play rook f7, but then white keeps this rook hanging out in the 7th rank, pressure against this knight. Knight can't move because the bishop moves, this pawn is also under attack. So it feels like with knight e7, about to disconnect the rook from the knight on d7, black's position is about to fall apart. And if you take this rook, after pawn takes here, this knight moves, and then this rook can land simply on d8, and there's never an opportunity to bring your rook over to a8 to help with the second rook, because your rook can only go to f8 where it gets captured by one of white's pieces. So knight b6, the rook comes to d8, and in another position, in another life, you could play rook to a8 as maybe a potential way to try and save the game. So
and here king f7, knight takes e5 check?
Yes, in fact, knight takes e5.
Cherry on top.
Forces the king away from this rook, so you win that. So these little things. I mean, I'm sure in this position, Hikaru could have just played rook c7 first, but chess players, they want to be perfect. They often, you say, oh, Hikaru, what a great game you played. And he'll be like, it wasn't that great. I think I gave my opponent more chances than they deserve. They're always focused on these little moments, because in order to be your absolute best, you have to make sure that you fix those little errors, because in this game it might not matter, but the next game it will. And king h2 is just a
mic drop.
Beautiful move.
It's a mic drop move. There's one more detail I wanted to show.
Go for it.
After rook f2, rook c7 takes. After dc, you could say, well, let me go knight f6 so that the rook on e8 is protected. And the most accurate here for white is rook d8. And you might say, oh, rook c2, and black stops the pawn. But you can never ignore the king position, and that knight on g6, it's been the hero of the game all game long. And it's only fitting that that knight delivers the crushing blow after take takes. If you want to win the brilliancy prize, you promote first, and then you pick up that rook, extra piece, and a win for white.
The knight went back to h4. After getting into g6, went back to g6, causing black all sorts of problems. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda's problems continue here at the Candidates. I mean, he is struggling mightily. And in this game, I think that he knows that Hikaru Nakamura is going to take home the full point, because rook c7, you mentioned being a pilot without turbulence. That's autopilot. Like rook c7, almost pre-movable. I guess you have to rook a7 for black. What a sad move to play.
Yeah, but then rook a7. The sad thing, to your point, is that white is not in a hurry. White can improve his position. You can play f3, rook dc1. At some point, rook dc1 and rook c8 is going to come. There's too many weak squares and too many entry points. So black cannot keep all of them covered, given how passive he is.
Black can't really do anything.
No, this is resignable, essentially, this type of position. So I think Duda, is he going to go rook takes f? Could he resign here? I mean, that's how miserable it is.
Just king h2, what a move. I mean, again, it's
such a lovely move.
It's something that is lost upon even myself sometimes when I'm quickly scrolling through games and it's like the position is completely winning and it's like, all right, whatever, you're winning anyway. But like those moments, king h2 is a move that doesn't come to my mind naturally. I think that's why I appreciate it so much. I'm so focused on this pawn here and this rook c7 idea, but just to have the patience to play king h2. Hikaru Nakamura showing why he is a superstar, not just because he's popular online, but because of his play over the board in classical chess.
Yeah, I mean, the name that I come up with in such cases is type 2 prophylaxis. Type 1 prophylaxis is when you defend against something directly. So if you retract king h2, some people, if you just go back one move, half move, some people might be tempted to go rook f1 or rook f3 and say they become enslaved to the threat and they say, well, I need to defend the pawn. But type 2 prophylaxis is a lot classier and a lot more effective in many cases. You take the sting out of the move. Why is rook takes f2 dangerous? It's because it creates the threat of discovered check. And by taking that threat away, you free yourself up, and that's what makes rook c7 possible. If your king was on g1 here, rook c7 would walk into rook f4 check or some other discovery. By taking the sting out of that move, you are totally rendering black's play and black's pieces meaningless and ineffective. And it produces the most aesthetic effect to me when the threat is seemingly ignored, but actually it's far from ignored.
And it produces this kind of reaction from Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I mean, look at
again, how many times have we seen it? Have we seen this in the candidates?
It hurts to watch, right? This is a young player, a superstar from Poland. He's received awards of the highest honor because he has brought chess not just into the public sphere in his native country. He's won the World Cup. He won the event in Poland, the Grand Chess Tour event in Poland, a Rapid and Blitz event. But here he's left shaking his head because he can't get out of Madrid soon enough. His rating is going to suffer from this event. I think maybe his confidence could suffer. Although Almira, we know his interview where he said he believes that he can become world champion one day, ever since he was a kid.
Well, but this also helps us understand that players, how difficult it is to play the candidates, so it could affect you psychologically. And this was maybe a simple realization of how difficult it is to play at such a high level and to win even a game in this tournament. So maybe this is all, what is it about?
Yeah, and for Alireza Firouzja, who's so young, who everyone talks about, people just automatically assume, okay, he had a bad first event, he'll get it next time. For Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I don't think people have the same expectations for him. He's very young. He's in his mid-20s. He won the World Cup. We can talk about all of his greatest games. But I think people, when they see his result here, they just immediately dismiss him as he can never be world champion. And that's not fair to the player we know Jan-Krzysztof Duda can be. He's the one who ended Magnus Carlsen's 125-game unbeaten streak, and he's had great results in recent years. And as I mentioned, he was awarded the Golden Cross of Merit in his native Poland. So at just 24 years old, his brightest chess could be in front of him, but I don't think people extend the same kind of excuses or the same kind of explanation for a player like Jan-Krzysztof as they do for Alireza Firouzja.
But imagine the amount of work also that players have done and everything that they have prepared in order to play the candidates. And I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda worked also so much. He beat Magnus in the World Cup. And then he comes and he plays this tournament, and game after game, he is not being able to show his true potential.
Right. And then people chalk it up. No, that is his maximum, right? We talk about potential. They say, no, these are the results. But we know as longtime chess players and lovers and students of the game, and that student every single day, that we know that when Jan-Krzysztof Duda is at his best, it's much better than the performance he's shown here in Madrid.
Well, this may be very primitive logic, and I know it doesn't tell the whole story, but I'm always a firm believer in the fact that if you can give Magnus trouble, whoever you are, that means in an ideal world, at your best form, you have what it takes to become world champion. And in streaming before the tournament, I did mention that I think Duda, people are sleeping on Duda. He's a dark horse. And if he starts the tournament well, he's got a serious chance, a chance that people are underestimating. I ended up being wrong, but I stand by what I said. I still think that Duda at his best is a lot scarier than a lot of people realize. But in this tournament, things went catastrophically wrong. And in this game, I really can't believe what I just saw in the last 15 moves. I mean, he was much better. Yeah. B4, there's no way he loses the game. And if he plays accurately, he probably wins it. And total self-destruction. Not to take anything away from Hikaru Nakamura, who keeps his foot on the gas pedal, found one creative idea after another. Well-deserved victory, but both things can be true at the same time.
Right, and I think Hikaru will be the first to admit that. Hikaru is very honest, and we'll bring up an analysis board just to talk about this critical moment once more, because when that pawn on d6 was under attack, Jan-Krzysztof, after bishop a3, Jan-Krzysztof made the move d5, opening the position up, whereas he could have kept things closed with b4, forcing this bishop back, and then he has all sorts of moves. Knight c5 is a very normal option. a4 can be played in the near future. So the move b4, I believe if Jan-Krzysztof was watching somebody else play, his response would be in 3 milliseconds.
Yeah.
b4, of course, just keep things closed.
How can you make another move, right?
And I'm sure that was his intuition in his own game, but with the kind of the weight of the game on your shoulders, the repercussions are entirely yours. So he plays the move d5, and the repercussions of this move are particularly bad for black. So it's really just a bad moment for Jan-Krzysztof, who had the upper hand had he played b4. So, so much can be said about his play in the tournament, but in this game, it's really this moment that got him out of hand. And then Hikaru Nakamura, as you said, played well, and then Jan-Krzysztof believed him, went knight back to d7, and this is where mistakes come in pairs. And now Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the live position, he's in big trouble. So we're going to leave Jan-Krzysztof to consider his options. He's going to think for a while because he doesn't want to resign, even if he's feeling dejected. So it's going to be another not fun day for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but it will be a fun day because today is Sunday, which means that Chess.com's Global Championship, the Open Qualifiers, they're every Saturday and Sunday. So get verified today. The prize fund is $1 million, and you will have your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title. So be a part of chess history by entering Chess.com's largest event here with the Global Championship. The non-title Open Qualifiers run every Sunday through the end of July. Don't wait. Go to go.chess.com/CGC and 2022 and sign up. But for now, it's not about the Global Championship. The player from Poland sits, he thinks, and he ponders his next move. So we will leave him to it. We'll return shortly for continued coverage by Chess.com of round 13 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
El ajedrez puede ser jugado por todo el mundo y ese es el enfoque primordial de ajedrez con cabeza, demostrar que todo el mundo, aunque no sepas nada de ajedrez, puede acercarse al ajedrez y disfrutar del ajedrez.
Pues en este club ahora mismo hay 300 personas de socios, entonces hay de todas las edades, de niños que van desde los 4 años hasta señoras y señores que tienen 85.
We always say we are a family. The people who come here say that it is like being home. Everyone is very comfortable here.
Empezamos un grupo de amigas y empezamos sin saber nada. Y ahora jugamos mucho y estamos súper enganchadas al ajedrez.
Me he salido muchas veces a jugar por las calles de Madrid con el Club de Ajedrez con Cabeza y hoy, por ejemplo, pues en la primera inauguración de este club no me la podía perder y nada, pues estaba aquí esta mañana pues jugando con todo el mundo.
Tuve, la verdad, el honor de ser invitado a la fiesta de inauguración del torneo de candidatos. Fue un auténtico privilegio pues, ver a los jugadores y estar a menos de 1 metro de ellos. Cualquiera de los 8 jugadores yo creo que puede dar la sorpresa y retar a Carlsen.
Everyone wants to know, what do the commentators do on their day off? Grandmaster Robert Hess attempting the unbelievable. Oh, did not stick the landing. Gonna lose a fractional point for that. Robert, better luck on the broadcast.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at Chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
And we see inside the beautiful Palacio de Santonia, the artwork, just lovely. The players, they are playing their games in this absolutely wonderful building every single day. They get to walk around, enjoy the sculptures, the statues, the paintings, and we get to enjoy the audience we have every single day. International Master Elmira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and to remind those of you who have not been here, not paying attention, or just forgot that Jan Nepomniachtchi has locked up the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. He drew his game today, and he has won the tournament. So we know for a fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi will be in the World Chess Championship match.
Yeah, what an incredible performance. Whichever way you look at it, to clinch it with a round to spare, and to do it very confidently. Even today's game, he drew from a position of strength. And as I was saying earlier, he demonstrated every skill in the book. Look at those stats: 5 wins, 8 draws, and most importantly, no losses.
And Amir, you said it from the very beginning. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was talking about not losing. You were saying that you agreed completely. And everyone else has minimum 2 losses, while Jan has 0.
Well, and how painful those losses are during the tournament. I was thinking, like, every time I'm thinking about the defeat, it's like a small death, because you're literally dying on the board. So Jan didn't have to deal with those problems during the tournament, and I think it's one of the key elements to his success.
That's right. And, you know, Anish was talking about Hikaru Nakamura and his fight for second place, because second place could be very important if Magnus does not play for the World Championship. Hikaru, 3 wins, 2 losses to this point with 7 draws. He's looking to get his 4th win of the tournament, and some moves just came in quickly after Hikaru pushes his pawn to f3 to save that piece. Duda retreats his rook to a7. Not a fun move to play. Its sole purpose to stop the white rook coming to c7. So
the rook's going to settle for c6.
Yeah, the rook can just go to c6. Threatening moves like knight takes e5. This knight is needed to defend the bishop. If this rook slides over to defend this bishop, then that, amongst other things, opens up the a file. The bishop can just go over here to win this pawn directly. Black can only hang on for so long.
Yeah, it's interesting that Hikaru, sort of held himself back from making a move, which I think is rook c6. Rook dc1 also looks very good, intending rook c8, keeping the options open. It's just a completely winning position.
You just want to go for checkmate.
Yeah.
I agree. There's a knight on g6, protected by pawn h5. You usually should look for checkmate in a position of this nature.
Okay, here he goes. And I feel like he's about to grab the rook on d1.
Oh, you think he's going to play rook c1 here?
I can't tell, from this angle which rook he's about to grab.
So then be like Danny and pretend like you know his exact hand motion.
All right, so this is Hikaru pose number 17. Therefore, it's rook dc1. Yep.
Okay.
Foolproof calculations.
And is Danny watching us right now?
Oh, Danny,
he would be proud of me. I'm his protege.
Yeah. Or you could say, it looked like the way his hand was going to grab the piece, he was going to grab from the top, which means a rook slide up the board rather than a rook sliding to the side.
Well, I did think rook c1, but then it's side against rook c6.
Rook c6 is just, very straightforward. So rook c1, how could you complain about that? But you're spoiled for choice here, and Hikaru knows that. Jan-Krzysztof probably doesn't want to look at the position, but he is digging deep. He is trying to stay in this game. And Hikaru, he knows how big this moment is, because he came in for the interview after his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, which he drew, and said, if second place means something, I want to have a chance at it. And if he wins this game, he's not just going to have a chance. He has the inside draw. He will have more points than Ding Liren. He will be in clear second for the first time all tournament. And that could mean, if Magnus doesn't end up playing, that we have Hikaru Nakamura in a World Championship match.
And Hikaru, as you said, realizes the gravity of that. And I loved Anish's description of his game against Giri, assuming he wins this game, which is essentially an Armageddon, because there's an Armageddon format built into it. And no, actually, it looks like rook c6 is the move.
I thought so.
That he's intending. Yeah. Well, why didn't you say something? Huh?
Because I wanted you to impersonate Danny of the same first name. So yeah, rook c6 is one. That's a quizzical look by Hikaru.
Right. I wonder if he's saying, is this too good to be true? Is there something crazy that I'm missing? But it's impossible that he's missing something. Just look at Black's pieces.
And how quickly this happened to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He didn't play b4 earlier when he could have. He then brought the knight to attack a rook, but didn't take the rook, just moved his knight back. As Hikaru looks away and calculates as he stares at the ceiling, he knows that this game is in the bag. You just can tell by Hikaru. He's still working, still calculating, but he doesn't want to have this game be like his win over Caruana. Where remember, he had to win that game a few times. Completely winning position. Fabiano shocked him with his h3 pawn push, and then Hikaru had to find a way out and into a winning position. So that's the last thing you want when you have this overwhelming advantage. So Hikaru, he is not going to move until he is 100% certain that it's a good choice.
Yeah, he's switching poses there.
I was wondering if Hikaru would have played rook c7. Rook a7 was Duda's intentions anyway.
Ah, interesting. So just to try to trade rooks on the 7th rank? Probably, yeah. That even if this rook went
instead of king h2, you know, if rook f2, that would be a transposition, but if rook c7, then Duda would have played rook a7 anyway.
So rook c7, you're saying maybe rook a7 just to get this piece off the board. But I'm guessing you can even just take here and then go back to the c file with this rook. It's just, ugh.
I think rook c7 probably was winning, but maybe Hikaru was worried about. That's actually why Duda kept his rook on a2, bishop takes, and then knight b6. And again, the key is to me rook d8 with rook a8. And Hikaru's the kind of player who just doesn't want to, you know, you don't want to get your hands dirty here. You don't want to unbalance the position unless you absolutely need to, even if there is a win here. So Hikaru is trying to win this game with minimal chances of, you know, a second Fabiano moment, as you said, happening.
That's right. So we see rook c6, threat, knight takes e5. This bishop would love to sit on d4, protecting the e5 pawn, closing the d file. But as soon as the bishop leaves, this rook can just slide up the board to c7, amongst other good moves. And the problems are everlasting. It's just there's nothing that Jan-Krzysztof can do. And probably the worst part is he's not even up material for his troubles. It's even pawns. Black's pawn structure is worse. White has a pass pawn. The knight on g6 is amazing and will help threaten all sorts of checkmates. So for Jan-Krzysztof, it's just one problem after another. And yeah, you could look at him. I think he just kind of slapped his elbow and there's nothing here for him.
I mean, that's why I found knight d7 so unbelievable, because it would be one thing if Hikaru had sacrificed a piece, and, you know, Jan-Krzysztof thought, well, if I can consolidate my material advantage, then I'll be winning. But because material was equal, he knew what he was signing up for. There's nothing that has changed structurally in the last 7 moves. I mean, Hikaru has made a bunch of super accurate moves, but this can't come as too big of a surprise for Jan-Krzysztof. Maybe it is the case that he just underestimated the speed at which Hikaru would impose this complete and utter domination over him. But resignation is becoming increasingly likely, even on this move.
Yeah.
I mean, do you even need to say anything when you have that angle?
And if we play bishop d8 back in this position, just to resist a little bit longer.
Rook c8 maybe.
Rook c8 pinning everything looks good as well.
Rook c1, rook c7 is also a huge threat here.
But knight b6, rook b8, knight d7, you simply take on b5.
Yeah, I can just start taking everything.
Vacuum up the pawns.
Then this one's next, and that's the problem for Jan-Krzysztof's position, is maybe he can stop one threat, but he's not up material. So as soon as he loses one pawn, now he's down a piece, and then the second one is hanging. These are double isolated e-pawns. Oh my goodness.
I feel like Hikaru would win this even if he had 1 minute on the clock. Without increment.
Just, 17 moves to make in 1 minute. It feels like White's play is so easy here. And for Jan-Krzysztof, he knows that the position is worse than bad, and he also doesn't seem like he really wants to make another move, but he's trying to will himself to do so. And, well, it's going to be a really big result for Hikaru, because he has, if with a win, he will be able to take control of his own destiny, go into clear second place. And we actually have an interview that Ding Liren did with Dina Belankaya before he knew how Hikaru's match was playing out.
Ding, appreciate you joining. How frustrated were you when you saw this squash for knights on the board?
Yeah, he played the opening very quickly, and when I saw knight c3, I guess he might go for a draw, and actually, yeah, he followed the game played by Nebo, but I derived from this game and I tried to play something new, and yeah, h5 was risky, but I think after sacrifice a pawn, I shouldn't be worse, but in the end it became very tricky, and it seems neither side have the way to pressure until he played c3 to actually allow me to have the pass pawn, and he sacrificed the bishop. Instead of c3, maybe he can also play bishop h5, and maybe I have to wait, and I don't see any progress made by both sides.
To be honest, our commentators were praising a lot the way how you played the endgame, and indeed you managed to create a lot of chances to outplay your opponent, so to be out of nothing. Were you expecting the bishop sacrifice at the end?
Yeah, when he played c3, maybe the bishop sacrifice became the idea of his. Otherwise, if we take on d4, it might be very dangerous for him, but after sacrifice the bishop on d3, it's a clear draw.
Do you have any particular last words to say from so far, let's say, compared to the candidates of the previous edition?
Well, he played as good as last edition. And also this time, he saved 2 worse positions with black pieces, and then all his plays well and sound, and yeah.
All right, Ding, thank you so much.
We heard from Ding Liren, who currently sits alone in second place, at least until this game of Hikaru Nakamura finishes. But no matter the result, Ding Liren controls his destiny. He gets the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, and with 3 wins already in the back half of the tournament, he's going to look to make it 4, Almira.
Well, but for the moment, he has never done it. Well, he never won a game against Hikaru, and I think that Hikaru will be so inspired after today's game that he will be literally flying.
Well, Danya, no wins for Ding Liren against Hikaru, but this is a different Hikaru. Seems to be a great form Hikaru, but Ding Liren, he knows what he has to do, so he's going to go all in.
He's going to go all in, but and he's going to try to learn from his very painful experience with Timur. I think the opening tomorrow has yet another incredibly accurate move, is blitzed out by Hikaru, eliminating Black's only good defensive piece. But he's going to learn from his lesson. He can't force it, and the opening is going to be the most important stage of the game tomorrow, I think. If Ding can get all he really needs is a complex position. He cannot expect to get a big advantage given Hikaru's amazing preparation. So Ding has to strive for a position in which his king is safe, a position that caters to his strengths, and if he can do that, I think he's got chances to win the game. But Hikaru's play has been supreme in the second half of the tournament. This entire tournament, really.
The first time those two played, Hikaru Nakamura had 25 moves of preparation. Ding Liren played perfectly in response and was able to make a draw with the black pieces. And speaking of perfect play, as Daniel just mentioned, Hikaru has made his move. He played the move bishop from b4 to d2 here against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, as Hikaru wants to win this game and go to 7.5 points. But bishop d2, I mean, just perfect move by Hikaru. And the reason why, as we bring up some analysis here, is the bishop goes to d4. Hikaru wants to follow that bishop to c3. Now the bishop can't really move elsewhere because you lose this pawn right here on e5. And if you trade bishops, then you're never going to control the c7 square. e5 still remains a problem, and actually you can pre-move rook c7 because there's no way black can stop it.
Yeah, and again, that knight on g6 just towering over the whole position. As my first coach would say, like, the position would be unclear without the knight, without one of the rooks. With equal material, there's not much to talk about.
But why can't you play bishop c3 immediately? What is the difference between bishop d2 and bishop c3?
So playing it first? You probably can.
Yeah.
But there's no threat of knight takes e5, at least for the moment,
there's
because of bishop f4.
So you'd have to move your king out of the way first, and bishop d2. There's a funny line, like bishop d2 if black plays bishop d4, then you play bishop c3,
right.
Black can play bishop e3, but now you've gotten that position up a tempo, and you can play king h3, and then e5 falls, and the whole position collapses.
And just another example of how in this particular game, the single tempo probably isn't so meaningful, but the players, they still want to be as accurate as possible. So Hikaru Nakamura plays bishop b2. As soon as he sits down back at the board, we expect him to bring this bishop to c3, offering the exchange of bishops, and then his rook will land on c7 when the time is right. If you start with rook c7, this bishop can come back to b6. White is still winning this position because you can trade rooks, put your rook on c1 and go forward from there, or even play bishop c3 right for this pawn. So Hikaru, he's spoiled for choice, but he doesn't want to give even a semblance of counterplay to Jan-Krzysztof.
And there he goes with bishop c3. And you know what I really like about the way Hikaru is playing this, also for our sake? He's not taking too long. Hikaru is very confident, but he takes his time, he checks stuff, he double checks stuff, but he doesn't go overboard. And I think that's what also makes him so scary to play. He plays certain moves fast, and very, very rarely does he blunder because he's played too quickly. That almost never happens. So it's just impressive to watch. It's a well-oiled machine, and his time management is just one of so many skills that makes him such a difficult opponent for virtually everybody.
And when Hikaru wins this game, he's going to have 7.5 points out of 13 rounds. That's an incredible score. That'll be +2. And in most other candidates, that would be a fight for first. But it just goes to show how amazing Jan Nepomniachtchi has been. His performance is historic. 9 points in 13 games. And as you were mentioning earlier, Danya, you could call some of the games luck, some individual moments this or that, but his overall tournament performance should be lauded. I mean, it was unbelievable from Jan Nepomniachtchi that even when Fabiano Caruana had 5 points out of 7 games, that normally is first place, Jan Nepomniachtchi had more points. Hikaru Nakamura about to have 7.5 out of 13, a great showing against this caliber of opposition, not even close to first place. So Jan deserves the most amount of credit and then some. And for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's sitting here shaking his head, thinking about what could have been, because in round 1, he was kind of gifted the best possible position you could ask for in the first 10 moves against Richard Rapport. He was not able to win that. He still was playing good chess, but maybe that was almost a foreshadowing, a sign of things to come, that when he needed to be accurate to keep his advantage or to hold on, this tournament is so tough that if you don't find those moments, you're not going to get a second chance.
And also an interesting fact, that Jan Nepomniachtchi, if we take his results before this tournament, he was scoring only 50% against the field. That's why actually, he was not given that many chances before the tournament to win it. But let's have a look now.
I think that he's telling everyone, look at me now, because the first one wasn't a fluke. And no more can people say Jan won that 2020, 2021 candidates because the tournament stopped. He wouldn't have won if it hadn't stopped. That was the storyline. That was the undercurrent before the World Chess Championship. And now, 14 rounds in a row, a grueling format, playing against superstar chess players, and he said, I'm going to leave you behind in the dust.
Well, anger and, the desire for revenge is a great motivator. And Jan's obviously very a great guy. I think there's many things that fuel him and motivate him, but all of the talk after his world championship against Magnus, this has got to feel so good for him. Just proving everyone who jumps to conclusions on the basis of a tiny sample size, proving those people wrong. And once he won that first game, I think he already could smell that he could prove those people wrong. So it motivated him throughout the tournament, and it's got to be just a grand feeling for Jan to prove, A, this first Candidates Tournament wasn't a fluke, and B, that his match against Magnus wasn't the Jan Nepomniachtchi that is at his best, and wasn't the Jan Nepomniachtchi that he wants the people to know and remember.
And Anish said that, once Jan Nepomniachtchi loses a game, it's a very different Jan compared to when he's on a streak. So his highs are as high as anybody on the planet, honestly. Magnus Carlsen, with a tremendous amount of respect to him, you couldn't expect him to come in here and go 9 out of 13 against this field. He would very likely win the tournament. He is the best player on the planet, no arguments there. But nobody can expect any player to come in and go with this kind of score. I mean, 5.5 out of 7 against the field to start, that's unheard of. It was actually the first time this has ever happened.
Well, and if he draws tomorrow, I think that will be the best result ever in the candidates, achieved in the candidates tournament.
It will. So, just so much to talk about with respect to Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I guess the one question we should have about this particular game is Jan-Krzysztof even going to make another move? His body language suggests that he wants to resign. Yeah,
but then he makes a move.
Yeah,
he seems like he's going to resign for like 8 minutes.
But look at the chair. There's no jacket on the chair, which means Hikaru's wearing it.
What jacket might be?
Yeah, we know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on, the game is over. So Jan-Krzysztof, he can stare at the board, he can stare across that chair, but now that Hikaru is wearing that jacket, he knows what time it is.
It's time for Duda to resign. I mean, there's simply nothing left to do. And Hikaru has left the board. He's bored. He's left the board because he is bored. He knows the game is over, and he's waiting for Duda to resign, walking around the playing hall. It's never.
No, I wanted to say that he already has his headphones on.
Yep.
He is running to his.
He's got his car keys in his pocket. Yeah, that's it.
To his hotel room, and he's streaming.
It is a really great feeling, though. I mean, on the opposite side of heartbreak, often is this great feeling of playing a game where you overpower your opponent, and that should bode well for his chances tomorrow against Liren. He has the black pieces. He needs to hold a draw. But the type of chess Hikaru has played in this tournament, he had the first round against Fabiano Caruana, just a good game by Fabiano. You can criticize Hikaru's decision to castle, sure, but a really nice game by Fabiano. His loss to Rajabov, I think a great opening decision by Rajabov, and then Hikaru didn't quite recognize how much trouble he might be in after the pawn was lost in the A-file. But those two games were not great, but not terrible, right? He hasn't had these terrible moments. And, as we see on screen now, he beat Fabiano in the second half. He beat Firouzja, and he hasn't officially won against Duda, but you might as well pencil that in because Duda is about to resign. So, yeah, Jan-Krzysztof, he plays bishop e3, but he knows that this one is about to conclude. But I was going to say that for Hikaru, I mean, he has really played excellent chess, where you don't look at a single game of his and respond with, what was he thinking there? There obviously were moments that no chess player can play perfectly, but I think the overarching theme of his tournament has been strong, stable play.
And also, what a great feeling is that you're playing for so many people who are watching you. It's Hikaru's community is growing fastly, and he's not alone.
No, and every time we leave the Palacio de Santonia, there are so many fans there waiting to swarm the players, to get autographs and photos, and most of them are for that man there, Hikaru Nakamura, and he's been very generous with his time and with the fans, and he, after his short draw on Friday against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he didn't have enough chess. He went to the park and played against anybody who wanted to take him on. So
can't resist a good old-fashioned park session.
Exactly, right?
None of us can.
Especially growing up in New York, you love to play people in the park, right? That's what he grew up on. So
did we talk about a certain Judith Polgar who also played in the park?
Yeah. We talked about she made the opening move and she beat Magnus Carlsen in just 19 moves yesterday in the park. That was awesome to see. So anytime Judith plays, we know she's retired, but we're always happy when she comes out of her retirement to take on certain world champions.
But Hikaru, he's established his dominance over online chess, and one thing he's mentioned in interviews that cannot be underestimated is that the reason his fan base and his viewers give him confidence isn't just because they celebrate when Hikaru succeeds, which is most of the time, but that they support him unconditionally and that they enjoy watching him for who he is, not just watching Hikaru when he wins. And I think that is a feeling of great relief. It's a feeling that tells you, I can do badly in any individual game, and I'm still gonna come home to a group of people hundreds of thousands of people that support me, whether I win or lose. And that really has elevated Hikaru's play to the next level. And you can just see the confidence in the way he's moving, the types of moves that he's making, the way he plays in bad positions, even in this game. It seems like he's winning even when he's losing.
Yeah, he sacrificed a pawn early on, and he had compensation for it. No one would deny that, but he shouldn't have been better. And something went wrong with Jan-Krzysztof's calculation, with his decision-making in a critical moment that allowed Hikaru to get the upper hand. But Hikaru knew that he was coming today to win this game. I think it wasn't really a question for him of how he saw this game going, but now he's in a position where he's going to win a pawn, he's going to maybe promote, and he is in fact going to get that victory that he covets so much.
And we have to ask him if it was a sacrifice, whether it was a sacrifice or...
Knight h7,
yes,
you mean? Yeah.
h7, yes.
And you know he's going to be honest. So
yeah,
that's the good thing about talking to Hikaru. He wouldn't sugarcoat it even if he missed it.
Yeah. And I mean, this is really hard to see. I don't enjoy looking at Jan-Krzysztof Duda feeling this way. Such a fantastic player. You don't qualify for the candidates by accident. You don't beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup by accident. You don't end Magnus's unbeaten streak by accident. You don't win the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz mistakenly. You don't almost take down the World Blitz but lose in a tiebreak game to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave mistakenly. This is a fantastic player, a superstar, but somebody, if Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to run away with it, somebody's going to have to be in the bottom of the standings, and Alireza Firouzja, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, first-timers here in the candidates, unfortunately, they're the ones who find themselves struggling the most.
Yeah. And resignation will come literally any second. I expected it a couple of moves ago, but he's just coming to terms with the fact that he's demonstrated very disappointing form at the worst possible moment. And I completely on the same page with you. Some people, they experience some schadenfreude, but I'm not one of them. This is just painful to see. It's painful on behalf of his fans, and he's got a lot of them. And that is the nature of chess. That is the nature of a game in which you're fighting every single second on and off the board. There's great joy, great pleasure, euphoria, and then there is tremendous pain. You can't have one without the other. And in any given tournament like this, you have players who experience both types of emotions. Both types of emotions have reason to exist. Both will always exist as long as chess is the beautiful game that we all know and love.
He's swiveling in his chair, and he is ready to resign. So, he's probably thinking not just about this game, what could have been, previous games as well. And, as a chess player, I feel for him, right? He's played some very good moments throughout this tournament. Even in this game, he was playing excellently to secure an extra pawn and then, continue with the advantage. And as a human being, it just stinks. Someone has to be at the bottom of the standings, just like someone has to be at the top. But we've seen the bright side of Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We showed a clip when he won a speed chess championship match, and his mom came in and gave him a huge hug. So we know the happy moments, but for Jan-Krzysztof, it's happening in the biggest stage in chess, like the most important tournament of his career. And we just hope that after this tournament is done, he's one more round left, that he can take some time and then rebound. And there's not much time before the Olympiad, and he leads the Polish team.
Yes, that's why I was talking about how difficult it is for chess players to realize, what else should I do in this situation? I've been working on chess non-stop, 8 to 10 hours a day, maybe since I was a kid. And this is still not enough.
And that undoubtedly feels terrible for people when they realize that, sometimes even if you put all the work in, all the energy, that Magnus Carlsen still exists and he is the best player on the planet until someone can prove otherwise.
I like how they're both swiveling, but for different reasons. Hikaru's bored. He's just, all right, let's go to dinner. I want my paella.
He's waiting for the resignation. He's slinking in his chair, his jacket's on, his ring. We know that ring. He's won just 5 U.S. chess championships. So Hikaru, he has a YouTube recap to make. So he's probably thinking about how he's going to start that show.
Yes, he is. And you mentioned something earlier that I just want to reiterate, which is that, of course, Hikaru makes mistakes. Like, everybody in this field makes mistakes, and you can count the number of mistakes, but it's really the type of mistakes that are most important to focus on. And Hikaru, I think, maybe of anybody, with the exception of Jan this tournament, but in general, I think Hikaru's blitz success can be observed through the lens of his classical games as well. Take the complex and critical moments. I think he makes the fewest mistakes of anybody in critical moments, moments where there is a big difference between the top engine move and the second engine move. I think that's the most formal definition of a critical moment. One of them occurred when Duda didn't play b4, right? b4 led to a big advantage for black, d5 led to equality. How did Hikaru respond? CD, bishop d6, rattled off 6 or 7 top moves in a row.
And another player who we say the same thing about, and Liren, who before this event was perhaps seen as the biggest challenger to Magnus Carlsen's throne. He usually is super precise, but maybe the moment got the better of him against Timur Rajabov, and that's a game he'll presumably regret for a long time, because of the white pieces against Rajabov, he played one of the worst games of his life. I mean, he just lost all sense of objectivity. He was playing for a win, and you can't force a win out of thin air. Not in this tournament, not against this field, and really against most grandmasters you can't. And I guess it could be because of the events that Ding was playing beforehand. He was playing in these small round robins in China. One of the events, the highest rated player wasn't quite 2,600. He's just beating everybody left and right. So practice is important, but also practice against the level of opposition that you're about to face is even more important. And so Ding, he was a last second invitee to this tournament, didn't get the months of preparation and didn't get the practice that the other players did.
And a move has been made in this game. It hasn't updated quite yet, but I think it was a pawn move. Was it b4? And we have a great camera angle there, and there we go. It is b4.
Okay.
And how does that help at all? Bishop takes b4 and back to c3.
You can take this one. You can take this one.
I guess bishop takes b4. He wants bishop d4 maybe.
And then you're saying I can't go bishop back to c3 for something?
Not that that's like remotely a problem. You can play f4, for example, and undermine the bishop and win another pawn. And Hikaru wasting absolutely no time grabbing that pawn. Oh, there's no...
I would like to crawl into Hikaru's head for a day. Now Now I have an answer.
I was going to say I thought he stopped the clock, but no, he continues. Back to c3.
Rook to b8, just go right back to c3 and win this pawn over here.
It's really time to resign here, because another thing is bishop c3, rook takes b. Rook takes b3, there's just mate.
Yeah.
So or I guess you can take on d7 too.
Well, there's always rook takes d7 if the rook leaves the back rank. There's rook c8 going for that checkmate that you mentioned, but I want to show this tactic here because the knight fork on f8, the king comes back, you take this rook, this bishop is captured, there's a problem, and it's this pass pawn here. So just take this pawn. White's up a pawn, has a passer, has all sorts of back rank checkmates against this king. The deal is done.
Yeah.
This is actually very forcing.
You could, yeah, and then you go back around and orchestrate the mating procedure. And again, Hikaru takes time very wisely. He doesn't take too long, but he only gets one chance. And the nature of chess is that there is no such thing as a guarantee. There really isn't. And the people who don't understand that, they learn it at some point the hard way. And the experienced players have already learned that lesson way too many times. And there's bishop c3. And resistance is completely pointless.
Another nice move. But in chess, you only have one result, right? Your result is your result. So whether Hikaru does this in 2 minutes from now or 15 minutes from now, the point is he needs to get the result. That's all that matters at this stage. So he put his jacket on, which means the game is over. And both players know that the result is not in doubt. But as Jan-Krzysztof Duda makes just a couple moves here and there, trying to find some hope, we know that Hikaru, he's a tactical wizard. he's just going to find the way to win this game. I mean, rook c8, there's rook back to
Well, there's
b8.
a very nice win. Rook c8, rook b8, and then rook... I actually think Hikaru, he likes the forcing lines, so rook takes b8, knight takes b8, and d7 is very pretty.
Just to show why, you take this, the rook takes, and once again...
Yeah, and we've seen that before, of course.
With a fork, winning this piece and winning the game up a full minor.
Yeah, so that's the first item on the menu, and the second item on the menu is just the immediate rook takes d7, followed by, as you showed, knight f8, takes d7, takes e5, back to g6.
I like rook c8. It leaves no questions, right? This line here is for sure good for white, but then you have to play a few more moves to win the game. But if you win a full piece, right, then Jan-Krzysztof just gives up. So I like rook takes b8 followed by d7. Rook c8 first, and after rook b8 only move, rook h8 is mate, and then this takes and d7. It's a really nice line.
Yeah, I'm quite confident actually that this is what he will go for. And hopefully the agony will end here for JKD once he goes down this line. I mean, it's just a full piece up.
And then the entire storyline for tomorrow will be Hikaru with the black pieces against Ding Liren, who needs to win. And Ding Liren's second half has been great, right? In the first half, he wasn't doing so well. He lost the first game, drew the next 6. But in the second half, he became a different player. But Hikaru, he also has seemed like a different player in the second half because he scored important victories. He's been able to rebound from losses when they happen. So in beating Fabiano Caruana at the start of the second half, and now taking down Jan-Krzysztof Duda, it feels like Hikaru, he's just playing some of the best chess that we've seen from him, and it's coming at the right time.
It really is. And I also wouldn't sleep on Nepo's game tomorrow. He's given the opportunity, would be happy to make a quick draw, I would imagine. But if he's played like he's played with as much on the line as there has been, imagine how he might play with nothing to lose at all, with the pressure taken completely off. So I'm expecting actually a very combative game. And if you're a real chess fan, you watch tournaments to see the beauty as well as the sport of result, the sport of element. So there's a little bit of both tomorrow. There's the battle for second place between Ding and Hikaru. There's also the question of how Jan Nepomniachtchi will end this historic performance, because trust me, he does not want to end it with a whimper. And Hikaru, okay, let's go. Let's end this. Rook c8.
Yeah, he wants to move that rook, and there it is.
There it is. I told you to go rook c8. And this is like very elegant because, as you said, it leaves absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, rook b8 is forced, otherwise you get checkmated, and then you can just take it, play d7, and that's probably when Jan-Krzysztof will resign. So Jan-Krzysztof walking back to the board here.
Slowly, he doesn't want to look at this position. He wants to prolong the time spent away from the board.
Rook b8, only move, and Hikaru's going to...
Both players know the direction in which this is going.
And I think they both know exactly the moment that Jan-Krzysztof's going to resign. And here comes d7. Last move of the game.
Yep. And double checking is Hikaru just to make sure that f8 is not defended. And there he goes, pushing the pawn. And Duda will stop the clock here.
Yeah, he's about to. And Hikaru Nakamura, he's a determined man. Just look at this angle, honestly. This sums up Hikaru's tournament, his personality, and his hunger for second place, because there it is. The result is in the books. Jan-Krzysztof Duda resigns. Hikaru Nakamura is in clear second place at the candidates. And what a result that is for Hikaru. It may not have been the smoothest game that he's ever played, but that doesn't matter because he'll think about how he can improve his chess at a later time and date. But for now, in today's date, he is in clear second place in the FIDE candidates.
Yeah, just a major disappointment for Duda, who has committed so many uncharacteristic mistakes. But the good news for him is that the tournament will finally be over tomorrow. He'll have some downtime to review exactly what went wrong before a very important event in the Olympiad, and I think he'll be looking forward to the Olympiad as an opportunity to redeem himself, to show the world what Jan-Krzysztof Duda is capable of when he's playing his best and when he's in the right frame of mind. And here are the standings after 13 rounds with 1 round to go, and it's been all Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And everyone not named Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, they're out of contention for second place. That may not seem to be the case, except for the fact that Ding Liren plays against Hikaru Nakamura. So it's the showdown that everyone wants, Almira.
Yes, so we have the thriller for our last round. And I wanted to point out that there was an interesting moment during Jan Nepomniachtchi interview where he said that during the pandemics, when you asked him about streaming, he realized, first of all, how much work it is, but the professional chess players are also faced with a dilemma. Should I do it professionally, or should I continue my training in order to pursue some other goals? And it seems that Hikaru has it all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he is now on the second place of the Candidates Tournament, and he is doing what he loves every day.
Yeah. And I think he loves winning classical chess games. That's maybe one of the top things that he enjoys, and he's been doing a great job. 4 wins, 2 losses at this point. And you mentioned our interview with Jan Nepomniachtchi here in the studio. He also caught up with Dina Belankaya, so we'd like to hear his thoughts and the congratulations that he received from all the fans.
Jan, you're officially the challenger. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Jan, do you feel more excitement or relief?
I don't feel anything. Like, I feel like I'm extremely tired. So it's an insanely difficult tournament, and despite like the score, it was never easy. It was like, as I said, it was like up and down. It was like basically every game, almost every game, could have some potential danger. Yeah, so I could never, feel safe at maybe until I felt like, 2 points, 2 rounds to go, it would be, give me a good chance.
Perhaps a couple of words about today's game. How surprised were you with Richard Strauss's Sicilian?
Well, of course, the line I wanted to see at the board was Berlin, yeah. So I wouldn't mind, like a repetition of my previous game, but Richard plays so many different lines, and Rouser is one of them. So, I knew like this F3 system is very solid, yeah, but I wasn't sure. H6 bishop f4, d5 there is a big, it's pretty much, when you only need a draw, you want to take on d5 many times, yeah, and then but then maybe he wants to trade queens, yeah, and so on. So queen e1 was, I wasn't sure like queen e1 if he goes like for some bishop before a3 bishop a5, yeah, so maybe this would be like very much unclear, but yeah, after bishop c3, basically, I think white has a very nice position, and when I saw I can like trade away all the pieces, yeah, trade away queens and so on, and get this endgame. Okay, this endgame is kind of position you can only lose on purpose for white. Yeah, so I was like pretty much happy when all this was over.
What do you think about your own performance here at these candidates in Madrid compared to the previous one?
Well, it's much better. So far, I think in Yekaterinburg I managed to win 5 somehow in 2 years. Yeah. So here I also managed to win 5, but here I didn't lose. Not yet at least. Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow also I won't spoil my own party, and maybe Jan-Krzysztof will be also kind to me. But I think especially like first couple of rounds, then it was like very difficult for me to get into the tournament. Despite it was quite I don't know how to say it. It was quite a fortunate game, of course, against Ding Liren. I think I mixed up things badly in the opening. I only could recall the idea, but I think I did everything wrong. And also the second game against Fabiano was very shaky. And then after this, calm draw against Timur, and after rest day somehow I felt more More confidence. Okay, that basically I'm not doing that badly.
Now that you officially won, you're the challenger. Is there something you would like to tell to Magnus?
I mean, maybe stop playing this H4, A4 nonsense, yeah.
Perfect answer. Thank you so much, Jan, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was an amazing interview. And it's so nice to see the fans applaud you live in person.
Well, it's first of all, we're playing in such a magnificent venue. It feels that you're playing in a theater. So the audience is a very important element, you know, when you have setting, characters, plot. So finally, well, players got what they deserve.
And
the winner got.
It's a rare occurrence because chess games are often, you know, played in silence. Everyone has to be quiet. But to receive that kind of applause, I mean, we could see on Jan's face, it meant so much to him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, nobody was begrudging him the smile. And one of the great things about chess fans in general, not everybody, of course, is that, you know, everybody likes certain players, but I think most chess fans are willing to appreciate and reward a great tournament, even if Jan is not necessarily their favorite player, even if they were rooting for Ding, for example, or Timur, they're still able to appreciate and laud somebody who deserves to win a tournament. And I don't think anybody is arguing that Jan is not the incredibly deserving winner of the 2022 candidates.
Yeah, and he's also quite humble about how the first round went, where, you know, Ding Liren, he's like, he outplayed me at the opening, and then something went terribly wrong for the Chinese #1. So we talk about what ifs a lot, and especially with someone like Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is historically a streaky player. Anish Giri was in the studio saying that, you know, for Jan, he's not always stable, but he has the ups and downs. So if in fact that game hadn't gone his way, it could have been different tournaments, but that's neither here nor there, Almira. He won this tournament with a round to spare and has lost 0 games along the way.
This happened in another universe, you know. I think that was such a beautiful moment, this standing ovation. So I hope that we will see, well, a few exciting games tomorrow.
Yep.
Still.
Yeah, we certainly will. And just to remind everybody, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won his game, but Hikaru Nakamura sitting in clear second place, 4 wins, 2 losses, 7 draws to his name. And for the first time in the entire event, he sits alone in second. So as they say, better late than never. It's the perfect time to be sitting in second place. And it's the perfect time for everyone who's watching to be tuning in, because we have the man of the hour, Hikaru. How are you feeling after that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange game. As I was saying before, I thought I was probably much better out of the opening. I suspect the computer's going to say it's like +1 or something, but I just couldn't find a plan, and then I started drifting.
Which moment did you feel like you started drifting?
I thought this whole position after Queen E2 has just got to be like really, really good for white, but I couldn't figure it out somehow.
Okay, so around when you went, so first H4 has been a pretty good move for you in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I was confused because I was expecting King F7, and then Jan just started playing Knight C4, Rook C6, delayed forever, and I just thought, okay, why not just play for a concept? I thought it was quite strong, actually, but yeah, this is all normal. Just keep going. Yeah, Knight D7.
Knight D7, yep. You went C4.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, Knight H7.
So the first thing was, this was all planned, presumably, this pawn sack?
I mean, when I played H4, H5, my whole concept was to move the knight from C3 and just do some setup. I didn't actually see this idea with Knight H7. I thought the knight might go back to F8, but I missed this whole Knight H7, G5. But, you know, when I was looking at C4, I'm just like, okay, I'll just play it anyway. I mean, this looks so good for white, but... Oh, maybe I'm wrong, actually. Interesting. Huh. So it's actually not great. So I actually misevaluated this whole position. Because I thought that after Bishop B2 and Knight G6, it just looks very, very strong for white. But maybe it's not.
I mean, so at the board, you were feeling really confident about your position at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I just looking at the knight, looking at the piece play, no pawn breaks in the center. I figure at some point something's going to happen with F4 or something, even like Rook D1 and Bishop A3 later. Huh, okay, so the computer actually doesn't like it, though. That's interesting. Because I just felt like, I mean, maybe earlier I don't do this, but this time I'm like, okay, I don't see any reason it's bad. Intuitively, I think I'm better, so there's no reason not to just play this gambit where I give up the pawn at E4. But, Okay, that's fairly surprising then. So maybe I just actually I misevaluated everything that's going on here. I thought I was just playing like a brilliant computer with this knight on g6. Because there are a lot of positions nowadays where the computers will just sack pawns and they'll say like, if you have like a great knight or you've got a great bishop, you're just better, if not winning long term. So it's a little surprising actually. But yeah, I just couldn't find a plan after king g8, and I thought rook d1 was right. And then knight g4 I think is just a stupid move on move 23.
Okay, so king g8 here, and you said knight g4 was bad?
Yeah, I don't know if maybe it's okay, I don't know.
So I guess to kind of unpack this for everybody, because the engine can just tell us what the evaluation is. Did you first come into today thinking that may not had to win, but that's what you were really pushing for?
I mean, I wasn't sure. I thought Jan would have some sense and play the Petrov, but then he didn't play the Petrov, so all bets are off when he chooses to play the Najdorf. I mean, I didn't really understand his choice. So once he did that, then I was going to play, of course. And I would say once I played this knight f3 and he didn't play actually after bishop e7 h3 on move 8, when he started thinking, then I'm like, okay, at least we're going to play a game. And yeah, I mean, I just felt like I had to be much better, but maybe it was just me being too optimistic. I don't know, like, because normally I'm the other way. Normally when I think you have more material, it's actually better for that side. But I was just very optimistic. And yeah, I think when I played somewhere like this knight g4 again, like, because I thought I had something, and then I used this time, I couldn't find a clear way to like play f4 or anything concrete. And I mean, I thought bishop d8 was a good move, and I couldn't figure it out here.
Yeah, and it says it's pretty level, right, about even. But Daniel,
yes, yeah,
Yeah, we thought the moment when b5 bishop a3 happened was really critical because Jan played d5. Did that surprise you at all? Were you expecting a quick b4?
Well, it was like the Alireza game. Like when I took on f6 and he started thinking, I'm like, wait a second, he's going to take with the pawn.
Right.
When Jan started thinking he didn't play b4 right away, it's like, wait a second, he's probably going to play d5. And funny thing is, the first time that I thought he might play it, I immediately saw it takes rook c2 bishop d6. While he was thinking, and then after like another 10 minutes, he did it, which I was just shocked by. Yeah, I mean, what do I do instead of bishop a3 though? Because I mean, already I'm much worse, right?
Yeah, no, he's started consigning. Yeah, so very accurately. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Somehow I thought it was good, and then after knight g4 and rook d2, it all goes wrong immediately. Yeah, I mean, I thought he would play b4, and when he didn't, I was shocked. And then once he played d5, I mean, that's just a bit of a lucky break that I have bishop d6 here. And I mean, I think it's probably still okay for black, but I mean, I think he thought it. I don't know. Can you go back a move? Can I just see this position? If I don't have bishop d6, am I still okay? Rook c2. Yeah, but if I don't have bishop d6, I guess queen f3 is somehow okay.
It gets wild in that line.
Yeah, but basically, I think the thing is he thought for so long to play d5 because he thought he was much better. And then as soon as I go bishop d6, it's like, wait, what's happened? And so the shift there and the fact that he wasn't low on time, but he only had like 15 minutes mentally, I think it's very, very upsetting, and he just couldn't keep it together here.
And then how about at this moment when you went d6 and he didn't take your rook on d3?
But because there's this long line with rook a8, which might be a draw, right? Yeah, I saw this during the game, and I wasn't sure, but I thought at worst it's a draw. Yeah, takes, and rook a2, right? Rook a2, d7, rook a8, d8 takes a4, and then takes, I guess, and then bishop c7. And I thought, okay, worst case this is a draw, right?
Yeah, I think maybe rook d7 first, but similar.
Yeah, I knew there had to be some way to draw this at least. I wasn't sure if there was a win, but I knew that I'm not going to lose this. And so once I knew that I wasn't going to lose this, I'm just like, okay, I'll do it. And he played knight d7 right away, which I actually expected because, I mean...
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I think like he was getting low on time. He was already very disgusted with everything. I mean, he was doing as usual. You could tell. Like,
right.
I mean, the number of times in this turn when Jan's like been shaking his head or put his hand up in the air like that, it's just like... so many times. So I expected knight d7. I didn't think he would take on d3 because he was already so disgusted. I think he also didn't realize, though, how bad it is after knight d7. I think if he used a bit more time, he might have realized. Because the problem is he's just like positionally lost, right. Even with what he got in the game, which is probably the best with the bishop on b6.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people who sit and watch you super grandmasters play, in the candidates, they see the eval bar go up and down. But as we're talking about here, like this position looks very scary for black because with the bishop coming around, there's all sorts of checkmate threats. So do you think that he assessed this position? I assume he probably was calculating something like this, but he assessed it as winning for white?
Yeah, I don't think he used a lot of time. And again, I think because of how upset he was mentally because of what he had done with not playing b4, I think he just couldn't recover. And so he played the obvious move. And he didn't even use much time. I think he used like 20 seconds. Yeah. It was not a lot of time. So I expected it. I wasn't that surprised. yeah, it's just lost, unfortunately, because it's this great knight and this passed pawn. I mean, even what I did, I don't think is best. I suspect there's a cleaner way to win.
No,
but
you
still,
really like King H2.
You played perfectly. King H2 was great.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's just the problem is there's no counterplay. I mean, at least in the game against Fabiano, there was some chance for Fabiano to complicate, but here it's just I can do nothing like I did in the game. Just go F3, King H3, Rook C1, just take it very, very slow, and there's just nothing he can really do. So I mean, it was just it's a difficult game for sure for Jan-Krzysztof.
So you've got Ding tomorrow with Black. It's a big game. Second place is on the line. How are you feeling going into that game?
Yeah, I mean the tournament's been a success regardless of tomorrow. So yeah, I mean we'll see. It's been fun playing against these players. I mean I've been pretty competitive, so I can't complain overall. But yeah, to have won today and sort of just be able to just give it my all tomorrow with draw odds is obviously very nice. Although I mean to be frank again, just like everyone else on the planet, I don't really think second place is gonna matter in the bigger picture, but nonetheless, I'm happy with my play. So just one more game, and we'll see if I can do well.
Yeah, and even if second place doesn't ultimately result in a world championship match, coming into this event, right? You did win the Grand Prix to get here. Mm-hmm. Not so many games played though, so to prove yourself over 14 rounds consecutively against such strong opposition, you've been here before. It's not your first rodeo. Mm-hmm. You were number 2 in the world at some point, over 2,800, but it must feel good to show yourself, but also everyone that the best isn't necessarily behind you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this on my stream many times. I had one goal coming into this tournament. That was basically play well and essentially not sort of commit let's just say self-harm, so I don't want to use certain words. But basically, I felt like when I played in 2016, I didn't sleep well, I didn't play well. I thought a lot of my issues were because I was just a little bit too serious, perhaps, and put too much pressure on myself. In this event, I had one goal, which is just play good chess, and if I play good chess, I'll be happy. And I think I've played pretty good chess throughout the event, so it's been a success. I not to speak poorly about some of the players here, but I do think the game against Levon that I won that I won against him in the 4th round of that Berlin Grand Prix. I mean, that game was. I mean, that game I think to me is worth more than any of my wins here, if I'm being quite frank. So I'm very, very proud of that win. But nonetheless, to play 13 games so far and to be holding my own, it's just it's gravy basically. So I'm just it's a success regardless of tomorrow, and I'm just very happy overall.
Would you say that one of the things that defines your success and maybe contributes to some of the other players' disappointing experience is the fact that you almost enjoy the experience of playing more?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said this before. I think a lot of people have kind of not listened to what I've said because they assume I'm just making stuff up on my stream. But I mean, the problem with this tournament, and in terms of why you saw pretty much everybody melt away, is that it's the only tournament where you can't really play, let's just say, your style. If you get behind, if there's someone running away with it, you have to start taking risks. You have to start really changing it up, and so because of that, there's a lot more pressure. Whereas, like, for example, if Fabiano is on +2 and Jan's on +5, and let's just say it's like a Grand Chess Tour or something, still 14 rounds, but normal prizes, no special prize at the end for the winner. I mean, Fabiano doesn't melt down the way that he does here. He keeps playing his game. Maybe wins a game here, a game there. Picks up his 10 points, feels very good about himself, and it's all great. But yeah, in this event where you have to take chances and there's a lot of pressure on everybody, it's much different. Whereas for me, it's fun, and I am going to miss it, I have to say. I mean, especially after today, towards the end of this game, I was thinking like it's a little bit sad because it's back to the real world in a couple of days for me. But it's been great, and I think not having the pressure, just playing and enjoying it. Playing without the pressure makes a world of difference in the candidates for sure.
And you've been on a vacation from streaming, and somebody else who's on a vacation, Nishikiri. Did you see him in the playing hall, and was that a distraction for you?
Yeah, he popped in for like 5 seconds. I think that was actually, it was move 40, I think. It was a critical moment when he popped in for 5 seconds. Yeah, it's just, I know, there's something bizarre about seeing Anish in there with his son. It's just bizarre. I mean, time flies, I guess. That's all I can say. It wasn't distracting. It was just surprising to see, because I don't think he's ever been in a tournament with his son, so it was a surprise. But yeah, it's just time flies, I guess.
His son's now a sensation. He sat in Donna's chair.
Uh-huh.
He came on the broadcast. So
okay,
yeah.
Okay,
we had a
wow.
good time up in the studio.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's surprising. I mean, to see. I think there are a lot of people who I thought would have qualified for the candidates who didn't. Anish is one of them. Wesley, Levon, etc. But it's tough to qualify, and even for Anish, he had his chance, but he couldn't get out of the groups in that third Grand Prix. So it's tough. But I think everyone who's been here, they deserve to be in this tournament. There's a reason they're here. Timur, everyone's busy saying he doesn't belong, and then picks up that win against me, picks up that win against Ding, 2 very nice victories for him. So it's what it is.
Yeah, and well, we're gonna have some featured chat questions for you, Hikaru,
sure.
here. We know how much you like to get involved in chat, so I just read the instructions. Ask, how often do you think of chat during your games?
Not so much, I have to say. I mean, normally I'm just focused on the game. I mean, once the game is like kind of clear, like this game, for example, somewhere around the time we played Bishop D2, Bishop C3, my mind was drifting towards like Twitch and all that stuff, just thinking about it, but not all that much during the game, especially when it's critical. But once it's clear cut, whatever the result's going to be, once it's clear cut, I do start thinking again about interviews, recaps, all that jazz.
Yeah. Well, our next question here, another great one coming in from the chat is: are you excited to keep on playing over the board after this? I think you kind of answered that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I have my tournaments pretty much lined up for the next year, it looks like. So we'll see. I mean, I'll probably be playing Tata still and probably Norway chess, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, I think I'll enjoy playing. But I do have to say, I think that one thing I've learned from this hiatus for sure is that when you're playing all these events like the Grand Chess Tour week after week for months on end, I think it's very hard to stay motivated to enjoy the game. I think like Vichy is also a good example of that, where he hadn't played in a long time. And so I think because of that, when he played in Norway, it was just very fresh. He was motivated, and it was a lot of fun to play. And so I think, I mean, finding that balance is important. I'll still obviously play over the board without a doubt, but I mean, I do stream as well, so it'll be a mix.
Yep. And one more question. Yep, Don, this is all you.
All right, I'm excited. Can Hikaru say, this has been an ongoing trend, can Hikaru say,
you got to look into this one here.
But I don't understand, what is the joke about it? I'll say it, but what's the joke?
So at the start of the show, Danny has his whole script, and he says, mis amigos, and then Richard did it, Anish has done it, Jan did it. Yeah, I mean,
all right, everyone out there, mis amigos.
I think this is a part of a compilation that will be put together.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a fun thing, and the chat goes crazy every time the start of the show, where it gets to that part, they start just.
Okay, so it's one of those memes that I just haven't seen.
You're no stranger to the chat going crazy over.
Yeah, okay, so it's just one of those memes that I haven't seen because I've been too busy with the tournament.
Yeah, you've been.
You'll find out about it when you stream next time.
Okay.
I guess I have just one question for you, and much has been made of this: the knockout format versus the double round robin. So, I mean, Anish came in here. So to just give you some context, Anish said that everyone who answers this question has some bias. If you feel like you do better in knockouts, you probably prefer that format. But you have taken a hiatus from chess, and you're doing well in this. You do well in knockouts. So I guess the question has to be: is for the Candidates Tournament, do you prefer the KO system, the knockouts, or this double round robin?
Very tough. I mean, I think there are benefits to both. Obviously, for me, I think I would prefer a knockout format. I think I'm better in matches generally. I think I'm very, very solid with black, and I pick up a game here or there with white. Whereas I'm generally not going to put up like a huge score the way Jan did, for example. So I would obviously personally prefer knockouts, but that being said, I think there's something to be said for the fact that it's a very long tournament. You play everybody 2 times, and I think objectively the 14 rounds, just the fact that you have to stay in shape, you can't really ever slip, makes me think that probably from the double round robin you have a more deserving winner objectively. So I probably think that overall I'd prefer the double round robin, even though for me personally the knockout is better.
Wow, it's very selfless of you.
Well, I mean, again, I think that's the thing. For me, it's not really, these days, it's not really about what is going to favor me the most. I could use another example where I think that, just to talk about an event on Chess.com, the Rapid Chess Championship. I mean, I think the reason that I've qualified for the knockout every single week is because we play without increment. And like if you look at this tournament, for example, that's another big thing, is I think having the event with increment versus without increment has changed several results throughout the event. So for me, like, it's not about what's best for me. I think it's just about objectively what's best for the event. And I think I like the 14 rounds more, but I do think that if you're gonna have the candidates without increment, you have to have the other events without increment, or you have to have all the events with increment and this event with increment as well. Because I think that I will just say, I think for Fabiano, playing without increment, I mean, hurt him immensely. I mean, the couple times that he got really low on time without the increment, he made blunders, and I think with increment, for Fabiano, it would have been better. So I think you have to pick one or the other on the time control as well.
Well, thank you, Hikaru. We really appreciate your insight. Congratulations on the win today. We'll let you go rest and prepare for your last round tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Have fun. All right, that was Hikaru Nakamura off a fine victory over Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We see that in round 14, the most important game of the round is for second place. We see it third on the graphic. Ding Liren with the white pieces, Hikaru Nakamura with black. Almira, we can talk about all the other matchups, but we got to talk about Ding Liren versus Nakamura first. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that I really want to be Hikaru Nakamura for a day. You know, I've been struggling with self-confidence my whole life, and just watching this interview makes me happy. You know, so I think that Hikaru, well, it's a game of chess. He will try to do his best once again, and I think the pressure is on Ding Liren.
For sure it is, and Danya, Hikaru just said his repertoire with black is very solid, so Ding Liren's repertoire with white usually puts pressure on his opponent. What are you anticipating for that game?
Yeah, Ding has to not overthink it and not try to do everything in 7 moves, which I think is what he tried to do against Timur. And Ding also has to prepare for a surprise, so his response to something new that Hikaru throws at him has to be measured, it has to be objective, and he's got to be okay with an equal position if that's where they go after the opening. I think he has to aim for something complicated with mutual chances, but I agree with Almira. Hikaru's in a good spot emotionally, mentally, and Ding has a very, very difficult task ahead of him to beat Hikaru on demand.
Especially Hikaru in the form he's been in, and we see the other matchups. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he doesn't want to lose that game. He actually said as much that it was painful for him to lose in the last round against Ding Liren at the previous Candidates Tournament. He gets the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Duda's having a very tough event. Almira, do you expect Jan Nepomniachtchi just to play something solid, try to make a draw? And what do you think Jan-Krzysztof Duda's mindset's at?
I think Jan might use against Jan-Krzysztof the Petrov if Jan will play e4, but nevertheless, if Jan-Krzysztof wants to put up a fight, he needs to dig deeper in his opening repertoire and to start with d4 tomorrow. But I'm not sure he's very motivated. He is going to be very motivated. And look at those lifetime scores. Ding Liren, first of all, never beat Hikaru, and Duda has only 1 win and 3 losses against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's not good for Ding Liren, but he first time for everything, perhaps, and he's going to try to get that done. And Richard reports, speaking of somebody who hasn't seemed overly motivated, Danya, he gets the white pieces against Rajabov. I think both these players wouldn't mind a half-point split.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, but I think that Rapport, if today's opening is any indicator of his mindset, he's going to play until the end, both until the end of the game and until the end of the tournament. I don't think that he's going to give himself a rest day. Rajabov certainly wouldn't mind that, but I think we're going to see a fight.
Well, everyone will be happy to see that because Rapport, his style has been awesome. And the only other game, for tomorrow is Alireza with the black piece against Fabiano. Fabiano probably was counting on that game to mean something. He's the white pieces and a 3 wins and 0 losses, lifetime score against Alireza. But Almira, for Fabiano, all the players who've come in for interviews have said that it must be incredibly disappointing for Caruana after the great start that he had and all the expectations he undoubtedly had to try to get first place here.
Even if it's disappointing, he can still finish a tournament on a positive note. On the other side, Alireza Firouzja didn't play a very good game today, so I'm still waiting for him just to play a simply good game of chess. It's been a while in this tournament.
It has. This tournament has been going on for a long time, and for some players like Alireza Firouzja, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they find themselves down there on the standings, and you're right, Alireza would like to end on a positive note and maybe give himself some motivation towards his future events. And this round, 13, it is over. We know who's going to win this tournament. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's already clinched it. It's in the bag with 1 round to spare. And as we conclude the second to last day of competition here in Madrid, We leave you with the best moments from round 13 at the candidates, including Jan Nepomniachtchi's draw and win of the tournament. So we'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same place.
I think that he's a bit nervous.
Very interesting, unorthodox decision, but the intention of that decision is crystal clear. He does not want Jan-Krzysztof to move that knight off of g6.
And he wants to win with the chess.com pin on his jacket, because I just saw him move, and that looks like a chess.com pin.
Snappy.
Yeah, how come I don't have one of those?
Then after rook takes b5, it's checkmate. Knight c2 and rook d1.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, out of nowhere. Again, I don't like to overanalyze body language, but Alireza just seems uncomfortable. He seems like he might be thinking, like, am I actually in danger of losing this game, which was supposed to be unlosable after my opening? Black can start with rook b8 and hit the weak spot. And if you play b5, then
Maybe
c5.
Oh my!
Get that out of my face.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen this many clear pass pawns in a Super GM game. This is, I mean, it's over because White's pawns are going nowhere. But look at the chair. There's no jacket on the chair, which means Hikaru's wearing it.
Jacket might be.
Yeah, we know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on, the game is over. So he already was fooled once into playing on in a position he shouldn't have, and I don't think he's going to do the
Jan
second
can
time around.
smell it.
They're repeating moves. It looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is about to become the challenger for the World Chess Championship for a second time in a row. The clocks are stopped. The 2022 FIDE candidates are won by Jan Nepomniachtchi. A respectful smile, and there we see it. Jan
Finally allows it to himself.
Yeah, you could see him breathing for the first time in like 2 weeks. There are fans that are in the playing hall giving their support. And look at Jan, you can tell it means a lot to him.
Jan, you're officially the challenger. Congratulations.
Thanks.